The story begins in the 22nd century, an era marked by significant technological advancements. In this era, modern people, who are numb to pleasure, only find pleasure through UR games. The reason behind this was straightforward. The advanced UR technology made it possible to read minute electrical flows in the brain's nerves to the point where it feels like they are moving their body, which ultimately increased nerve stimulation. Currently, in the 5th generation, the speed of the nerve stimulation has increased by 100-fold, and stimulation reaches beyond the body and into the 5 senses and even one's thoughts. Simply, they can't resist the addiction to the UR games. Similarly, like other people, a simple, ordinary boy named Lee Hoyan is also addicted to the games. He, while lying on his bed, uses the Vision Pro to play the game excitedly. He always wants to quit the games, but he can't resist, just like the other 300 million people. 10 years after the 4th generation, Labyrinth City, which swept the world, the 5th generation, Labyrinth World, was released on its 10th anniversary. Lee Hoyan is also among the 300 million people, and his name in the game is Rodrigo Eldrigo, and he has achieved a ranking of 97th. However, the reason he wants to quit the game isn't just because he was bad in the game, but because he couldn't resist. Furthermore, the developers begged him to come back and even sent him a free headset. He also thinks himself an unusual ranker. With the free headset, he connects himself to the Labyrinth world. The status window appears there, showing that his identification has been completed, and the ranking and achievement points of Rodrigo Eldrigo used in Labyrinth City will be released. Lee Hoyan observes that the serve has increased 100 times, and it looks different from the beginning. His achievement conversion points in the Labyrinth City are approximately 19 billion. Another notification pops up saying that when he creates his first character, an additional 197,500 points will be given. Lee Hoyan is shocked to see that they will provide him with 1 credit point for every 10,000 achievement points. The notifications appear there, asking him to select the character sheet that he would like to purchase. An enhanced plain sheet with 300 credit points, and Lee Hoyan observes that they made it complicated. He thinks he would never make a mistake and make a shit character. Therefore, after careful thinking, he has selected the enhanced premium luxury sheet by using 1500 credit points. A notification appears there asking him if he would like to pay 3 billion Pierce for his selection. He laughs devilishly while thinking he made so much money as a ranker. After selecting the enhanced premium luxury sheet, the status window asks him to create his character. He smiles and thinks he should change his name to something grand. Therefore, he decides to name himself Wilhelm Meyer, and now it's time to use the credit points that he was rewarded in the previous game. He thinks he is not an average ranker. On top of that, the absurdly low virtual synchronization rate is a reason to be called a ranker, and even very poor control, and this is why he has boldly chosen another path. This irregular type was the term used when pioneering a new direction. He smirks and thinks he will show everyone his amazing secret skills once again. After that, a notification window appears there informing him about synchronization, and with this, he has entered the city, Brahm. This is a crowded city, where there are a large number of people. Everyone is astonished to see a devilish man, and they seem to be scared of him. He grabs a woman's hand and angrily asks her to tell him the location of the guild. She starts crying and asks him to spare her life, and she will guide him. People around them discuss that running wild during the day on the street. The rookie adventurers that are coming today are different. They ask each other if they see his item set and say that when they meet eyes with him for a moment, they get a dungeon boss warning, and if they meet him in the back alley, they would piss themselves. The devil says that he has found out the guild's location. Some people comment about Hoyan, who is along with that devil man, and say why he is dragging along that underling-looking guy, adding that their duo does not make any sense. As they are passing through a street, people stare at them. The devil man asks them what they are looking at and if they want to die. Hoyan, who is following him, mutters at what point things go wrong, saying that this guy, who looks like the final boss of the demon world, is his slave that he pours all his contribution points into to make him. An hour ago, during character creation, after selecting the details, Hoyan confidently says that even though he creates him, he really is the real deal, acquiring rare skills and even rare traits. He says that this is the first time he has gotten the traits of a genius and, on top of that, unique requirements and even rare armor. He smiles with satisfaction and says that with this, people will believe he is a seasoned gamer. He thinks that he, who cannot become a third-class gamer, knows that this is the secret to overcoming everything and becoming a ranker. He smirks and thinks that creating competent subordinates and enhancing them to be more competent is the way. With a devilish smirk, he says that this is the start to being an irregular and asks if those who have some money would use all their wealth on those minions, concluding that so far, there has only been one great man who has succeeded in this thrilling reverse bet, and that person is him, Lee Hoyan. The system notifies that his sheep production is complete, and that subordinate Caesar is formed. Seeing his devil subordinate, Caesar, Hoyan says that he is so cool and reliable, and although he looks a little scary, he is a subordinate who will obey his master's every word. He says that even though he does this much customizing, Caesar looks threatening, but whatever, they should just get started. The notification informs that the game Labyrinth World commences. The update says that the Labyrinth World's subordinates have loyalty, and if loyalty drops below a certain level, subordinates will refuse their orders. Troubled, he asks what this is. Another notification says that in the worst-case scenario, they will not acknowledge their master and may even leave, so please be careful. Hoyan wonders if they will abandon their master and says that they did not have this system in the previous game. While following his subordinate, Caesar, he mutters that something is really wrong because no matter how he looks at this guy, his looks are far from obedient. He thinks regretfully that at this rate, the worst-case scenario will happen due to the smallest thing. Then, suddenly, a pickpocket comes from behind and steals something from his pocket. He shouts in trouble that an attack like this with his current stats is impossible. He then fell off, and the pickpocket ran away. Caesar stands before him, and he imagines this as the worst scenario. Caesar gives him his hand and asks if he is all right. He rises, seems frightened, and says that he is not. The notification pops up and says that the player named Hoyan, Wilhelm Meyer, is currently using a subordinate and that casual relationships are automatically set. It adds that it will adjust relationships for character personalities, and as a result, the relationship between Wilhelm Meyer and Caesar as a subordinate is established. It states that he is a charismatic boss of Caesar, and that Caesar smells the scent of a big shot from him. However, if he cannot be a big shot, the worst-case scenario will be triggered. Hoyan, all sweaty, thinks that he kind of gets it, but thinks that he is now trapped even more. The system then gives him a subjugation event, telling him to catch the pickpocket in the alley. It says that if he cannot catch the pickpocket within 10 minutes, his precious initial funds will disappear forever. Hoyan, frustrated, orders Caesar to get the pickpocket. Caesar, with a devilish smile, accepts his order. The system notifies that subordinate Caesar has sensed the energy of a tycoon from him. The girl and Hoyan are both shocked by Caesar's running speed. Hoyan thinks that he is his underling and all, but he is scary. He then notices the girl who has tears in her eyes. He hesitantly calls her, and she glances at him angrily. He wonders why she is looking at him like he is some filthy trash when she does not do that to Caesar. He then tries to scare her by saying that his underling is more competent than he looks, and that if she values her life, she should make sure to behave herself at all times. She then starts crying more deliberately and apologizes. Hoyan tries to say something, saying that he loathes humans who are all talk. While crying, she gives him a coin and says that she will give him this. Holding the coin, he says that it is only enough to buy a half-eaten apple. Then the system notifies him that his underling Caesar has caught the pickpocket. With a cool smile, he thinks that his subordinate is really competent and is doing a great job with whatever he tells him to do. But then the girl and Hoyan's eyes widen, wondering at Caesar, who is bringing the pickpocket by binding him with his large weapon like a whole chicken bound to roast. Caesar says that he is back. The game Labyrinth World gives him a tip that when a pickpocket is caught, various choices are given. The player can take all of the pickpocket's money, build a good relationship with them, and get quests if only what was stolen is taken back. Or, if quests are not wanted, just get the information needed. Hoyan seems scared as he trembles. Caesar comes close to him and says that for the crime of laying hands on what belongs to the boss and harming his body, he has taught the pathetic thief some basic lessons. Caesar then asks Hoyan why he is trembling so much and if there is a problem. Hoyan thinks that if he shows someone this strong side of himself that is not boss-like, Caesar will be less loyal to him. Hoyan then says in a bossy tone that it is a lousy way of handling things. Caesar asks that, since there are no witnesses at all, if Hoyan is worried that the boy might talk, then he will take care of him right away. Hoyan, internally scared, says that someone like him benefits him in no way and asks what use doing something like that would serve. Caesar thinks for a while and then says that, as expected, Hoyan wants to find out where the boy stays and then take all that he has, and that only something like that could satisfy someone as merciless as him. He bows and says that he apologizes for not being able to realize this earlier. Hoyan, internally crying, thinks that he just wanted to get the quest. The system notifies that gamer Lee Hoyan's notoriety increases by 1, and Caesar obtains the pickpocket's emergency fund of 200 gold. Hoyan wonders why the boy has so much money. The pickpocket says that he saw a lot of wealthy pushovers today, and that when the gates are opened, new adventurers swarm into the city. Hoyan says that it means he stole the starting money of anyone he ran into, regardless of whether they were NPCs or users, and that it is amazing. He says that since this guy is an NPC, he will take a quest from him first. Hoyan then leans toward him and angrily asks if he is going to keep stealing money from now on. The boy says in fear that he will not do it anymore. Hoyan says that it is not what he wants to hear and tells him to speak about having a sickly old mother or starved younger siblings to gain his sympathy, and to tell him such common situations and the hooligans that are forcing him to do this. He adds that if the boy does that, he will help him get an honest job after helping him get out of the starving shithole, and then he will get those quest rewards and experience points. Caesar yells at the pickpocket, saying that if he still does not understand, the boss wants him to pay tax to Hoyan and is asking him to give 90% of the pickpocket profits from now on. Meanwhile, Hoyan internally denies all that Caesar is doing. The pickpocket pleads, saying he will never pickpocket again, that he is serious, and begs for forgiveness. Caesar again yells at him, asking how a mere thief who only knows how to steal someone else's wallet dares to use just words to ask forgiveness for stealing from their boss. He raises his weapon and says that they have no need for a pickpocket who cannot steal money. The boy bows to the ground and pleads, saying he will do his best to steal, so please spare his life. Hoyan wonders what he has just said. The system informs him that the pickpocket has been completely subdued physically and mentally by fear, that the pickpocket promises to pay him taxes, and that because he controls his subordinate to suppress others, he now has new available stats in charisma. He squeezes his eyes, seeing the boy's new appearance, and internally says that he does not need such charisma. Caesar then says that he is truly amazing, that he cannot believe he was able to smell that a young boy like him had money, and that thanks to him, they now have more than 200 gold coins as starting money. Hoyan says that half of it would be Caesar's. Caesar thanks him, and they move forward. Hoyan wonders why his loyalty does not increase at all, and thinks that he thought Caesar would say someone who is his boss should give at least this much. They then stop before an entrance, and the girl says that this is the guild building. Seeing the entrance's small door and moving inside, Hoyan wonders what it is and asks himself if adventurer guilds are not usually high-rise buildings in the center of a flourishing city. He thinks that a city like Brahm should have some budget to construct buildings, so he wonders why it is so shabby. As they go inside, everyone directs their attention toward them. Caesar angrily asks them what they are looking at, and if they have a death wish. Hoyan, shocked, turns to the girl and asks where she has brought them. She says that it is the place he was looking for, the criminal guild. Hoyan flinches, thinks why he is even surprised. Then a man welcomes them and asks what they would like to order. Caesar then leans toward Hoyan and whispers that he is a truly meticulous boss, saying that since Hoyan has gotten what he wants, he is getting rid of the woman he has no use for anymore. Hoyan wonders why Caesar is saying something so scary. He then tells Caesar that the pickpocket from earlier had already accumulated crimes, which is why even if they got rid of him, the authorities would probably still leave them alone. But that is not the case with this woman. If they mess with civilians, the authorities will pursue them. He says that he does not wish to be involved in such troublesome matters and asks if he must explain all these details for Caesar to understand. Caesar then says to the girl that, as expected, it will be best if she never appears in front of them again. She agrees and then leaves. Seeing her go, Hoyan thinks that she is really so pitiful, and that she is the second most pitiful woman he has ever met in his life. The first being the dark gamer he met in the games, and he thinks they probably will not meet again since this world is so huge. The guild clerk then asks if they are here to join the guild. Caesar moves toward the counter and says that they are. The clerk, looking at their appearance, says that it looks like there will be bloodshed in the back alleys for a while, and that to join the guild, it will be 5 gold. Since they just came into the city, they probably only have 1 gold and should go get money elsewhere and come back. Caesar tosses the coins in front of him. The clerk gives them a wooden plaque and says that it is just a simple proof of identification. Caesar angrily asks if the clerk is giving them something like that for 5 gold and accuses him of trying to rip the boss and him off. The guild members there wonder at the sight and ask why such a fierce-looking man would be listening to the orders of that weak-looking human. speculating whether there might be more to him than meets the eye, and why he is wearing those kinds of clothes, as if trying to act like one of the newbies outside. Caesar stands behind the man who just said this. The man turns to him and flinches at what he sees. Caesar then slaps him in the face and throws him away, saying how dare he run his mouth behind the boss's back. He clenches his teeth and says that the den of trash is pissing him off and that he may just have to kill everyone there. Hoyan then stops Caesar, telling him that they have their own rules in the slums and that he should respect them. Caesar agrees, and then everyone there, frightened, sits quietly. Caesar then asks the clerk if he has any other business there. Hoyan says that since they are there, he would like to work and get rewards. The clerk shows the work on the screens in front of them. Seeing the details of all of them, Hoyan mutters that they are stingy with the rewards and that it takes so much time to do the quests. He chooses the only quest that seems alright, which is to receive the interest from the junk shop owner who has not paid the taxes. He then tells the clerk that he will do the routine money collection and asks for the junk shop Bill's location. The clerk says that he will provide a guide and calls for Hans. Hans comes from behind and says to come on, but that he does not want to do it for free, since nothing is for free, and that is the guild's rule. Hoyan mutters that it is some kind of guild that specializes in leeching off others. Later in the slum market alley, Hans tells them to make sure they follow right behind him. As they go, Caesar says to Hoyan that he has chosen something befitting of a boss and that he cannot believe Hoyan would try to take and sell off everything that junk shop Bill has. Hoyan wonders what Caesar is going on about this time and thinks that if he leaves him be, then he will create another problem. He then tells Caesar that they must be respectful this time around and to make sure to make good decisions. Hans then says that they are there. As they enter the junk shop, Hoyan observes the surroundings and thinks that the items do not look like junk, but more like expensive items that could be reused, realizing that it is not the average junk shop. The junk shop owner, Bill, seeing them, mockingly says, "Look who they have there." He then puts his dirty hand forward, moving close to them, and says that based on the vibes they have, he doubts they are there to sell junk and asks if they are from the guild. Hans steps back, telling him to get his dirty hands away, adding that Bill intentionally does not wash his hands every time they come there. Caesar stops Hans, telling him to get lost. He then says to Hoyan that he will respect his wishes in that place and will respect the rules of the place. Hans whispers to Hoyan, asking how he is related to Caesar. Caesar then shakes hands with Bill, who greets him. Suddenly, Bill feels something and starts shouting. Caesar, laughing, asks if Bill is that happy to meet him. Shockwaves spread through Bill's whole body, and he collapses. The system informs that the suspicious junk shop owner, who is very behind on his tax payments, Bill, is dead. Hoyan is troubled that he just killed an NPC with a handshake. The system informs them that they have obtained 350 gold in interest. Later, Caesar then spreads the gold coins in front of the criminal guild clerk. Hoyan says that they did not touch the junk shop or the items inside and tells him to take care of the rest on his own. The guild clerk says that there is nothing else to say. The system notifies that the Criminal Guild Commission routine money collection is complete and that they have acquired in excess of 2 silver for a total of 350 gold and 12 silver in interest, as well as 10 guild contributions. The guild clerk is highly on guard. Hoyan wonders why all of a sudden there is a cold war and thinks it is understandable because they were sent on a simple errand to collect money, and they came back after killing the man with all of his life savings. The clerk then says to Caesar that he does not think they will have any problems even if they go into the labyrinth right now, and asks what is the point of dying to cause trouble with that amount of strength. Caesar says that the boss wants it this way and asks what other reason he needs. Hans says to Hoyan why he would have to take away the commission that was intended for small fries to make a living. Hoyan replies that there were not too many commissions he liked in particular. The clerk then says that he gives up and that they are overflowing with money anyway, so he will just promote them all. He says that the fee for promotion is 10 gold for 2 levels. Caesar then tosses more coins. The clerk then gives them 2 badges and says that these are the badges provided to official guild members, crafted with magic for them to identify each member. He adds that they could acquire skills through the criminal guild, but reminds them that it requires guild contribution when acquiring skills. He warns that they should hide them well since some vigilantes will recognize the badges. Hoyan begins to grab the badges, but the clerk quickly picks them back, saying that he is merely letting them see the badges right now. Hoyan flinches and, frustrated, thinks that this guy is making fun of him right now. The clerk says that it takes time to input the names and details of the members. Seeing Hoyan's frustration, he further says that he looks like he is going to tear him apart for making a joke, and then says that he will give the details on the lodgings managed by the guild. Caesar then grabs the clerk by his shirt and asks if he just said that he is joking right now. The clerk, scared, says that the lodgings are free. Caesar grits his teeth and says that he is not interested in that type of thing and that the clerk just dared to make fun of the boss. He tells him to make a formal apology that will satisfy the boss and warns that if he does not, his life is over as of today. The clerk clenches his teeth and asks if they do not think they are going too far. Caesar asks too far and then slams his huge weapon on the table, destroying it. Everyone runs away in fear. The clerk then says that he is incredibly sorry for his rude behavior. Caesar yells at him to apologize to the boss, not to him. The clerk then asks for apologies from Hoyan. Caesar leans toward him and asks where his token of sincerity is. The clerk then gives them a gold coin and says that, though it is small, they should please accept it. The system informs Hoyan that he has acquired 100 gold. He smirks and wonders why he gets 100 gold for one apology and thinks that it is profitable. Caesar notices Hoyan and then yells again at the clerk, asking if he does not see that the boss is in a foul mood and saying that the boss is angry because of his lack of sincerity. Hoyan tries to stop him. The clerk says that then he will offer something additional. He then gives him a fierce broadsword. Seeing the details of the sword, Hoyan mutters that it is a pretty decent sword and thinks that, since it is a fine-edged sword that is being strengthened, it should be able to cut through objects that it does not even reach. He thinks that it is probably able to cut through around 2 centimeters further than its reach, and that for close combat, its worth is absolutely incredible. Caesar then again notices Hoyan's face, who is about to say something to the clerk. But Caesar wields his weapon again and yells at the clerk, saying that he shoves such a shitty sword in their faces and looks as if he is losing out. Hoyan, troubled, wonders what to do now and thinks that he was extremely satisfied just now. Caesar says that he is going to behead the impudent man who does not know his place. As he wields his weapon, a knife blocks his sword. A girl pops out from the ceiling, hanging upside down, and asks what the commotion is. Caesar says not to interrupt and calls her a wench. She looks at Caesar and says what a masterpiece he is, a real lunatic who has appeared in the guild, and asks what his name is. Caesar tells his name and asks her to reveal hers. She says that her name is Lena and calls herself His Royal Highness. Hoyan wonders if she has a death wish for speaking in such a manner in front of a lunatic like Caesar. Caesar says one last time not to interrupt. Hoyan wonders why Caesar has warned her twice already and thinks that, according to his stats, the settings indicate Caesar must have gone through a pandemonium of sorts in his past. He thinks that Caesar should automatically have the eye to identify another strong individual, and that if Caesar hesitates, they would not be ordinarily strong. He realizes that it means she is a superior guild member who resides at the guild. Hoyan wonders about Lena's reaction speed just now, noting that it looked pretty agile, too. He considers that Caesar has 20 strength and 10 agility, and that he is actually pretty fast, considering his strength, for someone to say that, while he is really strong, he is slow. He thinks that agility is more than just being fast, that it is about things like dynamics, visual acuity, and reflexes, and that if one has high agility, then even if they move at the same speed, they have a larger advantage in striking a vital part or dodging an attack. Lena then stands before them. Seeing her, Hoyan thinks that he has no intention of risking things by dealing with someone strong right from the start. But if they retreat just like that, Caesar's loyalty towards his boss will drop. Hoyan then asks Lena, when a shop assistant makes a mistake, if that is the fault of the shop or the assistant. She thinks for a moment and says that he does not want to complicate things. Hoyan says that if the employee makes a mistake and a customer points it out, one can hope to get an apology and sincerity befitting of their apology. She asks if that is not so, then wields her knife and gets the badges. She says that she heard them talking about the silver badges just now, and that means they are trying to become official guild members. She then asks why the mention of a customer, pointing out that they are not official guild members but probationary guild members, more like part-timers that mop the floor and clean the windows. Hoyan wonders at her unnecessarily perfect logic and feels that it hurts his pride. He clenches his teeth, and now that it comes down to this, he shows the gold coin and asks Lena if she has ever seen a part-timer who has more than 500 gold coins. She is surprised at first, then says with wonder that he could just set up his own store with that and asks why he would work part-time. Hoyan says that it is because big shops all have their own know-how, and that those experiences and know-how are wisdom that not even money can buy, and that is what he wants. She seems impressed and says that it is kind of cool and that she likes that. She then says that he called them both and asks what his name is. Hoyen introduces himself with his player ID name, Wilhelm Meyer. She then points her knife at Caesar and says that she will not involve herself in this matter. The clerk asks Lena if she is refusing her duties to protect the guild branch. She agrees and jumps up to go back. The clerk yells at her, asking if she thinks she will be safe after doing something like that. She says that she thinks so, calling him a slow-witted idiot and claiming that she is quick-witted and competent, asking whether the branch manager would not like her more. She then slams the ceiling door as she says this. Caesar then kills the criminal guild shop assistant. Hoyen is shocked and wonders what has just happened and why Caesar suddenly killed him. Caesar tells Hoyen to appease his anger. A little while earlier, Lena had a boring afternoon while the criminal guild's idiots drank, gambled, and shared dirty jokes. She cannot believe she is waiting in the waiting room to protect those people and says that if it were not for the guild's contribution, she would not even bother. Then she hears the voices of Caesar destroying the counter and glances hiddenly from the ceiling door, muttering that she is surprised that a fight has broken out. She notices the chaos and an unbelievable amount of bloodlust coming from someone who is clearing up the filthy trash. She then wonders about Caesar when he tells the clerk that the clerk should be apologizing not to him but to the boss. And she wonders if someone like him actually has a boss, that existence with all the bloodlust having a boss. Strangely, that boss looks like just a super normal man with tired-looking eyes and shabby clothes. She notices that the clerk is giving 100 gold merely as an apology, and that the boss's reaction surpasses her imagination. She sees Hoyen's face and wonders what is with that face, and if he is unsatisfied with that. Even though the shop clerk immediately takes out a good sword, the boss's reaction again surpasses her imagination, wearing a cruel expression that says he will not forgive such a lousy sword. She becomes frustrated at Caesar, calling him a crazy murderer for wanting to kill the shop clerk of the criminal guild and likening it to committing suicide. She then pops out from the ceiling door, thinking she needs to step in for now. Lena is really confused at that point. After learning that he has more than 500 gold, she is sure of his huge potential and becomes certain about the potential Wilhelm Meyer has with his tired-looking eyes. The truth is that he is bad at games and has really bad synchronization rates and those tired eyes. Back to the present, Caesar recklessly slashes and creates an unprecedented event. The criminal guild shop clerk is dead. If the guild decides to put up a retaliation commission, then not even Caesar could be enough to deal with them. Any thoughts of playing normally in the labyrinth world are gone. It feels like nothing has been normal from the start. Hoyen says to Caesar that he has gone and done whatever he wanted and asks if he knows what he has done wrong. Caesar says that he did not know that a single shop clerk's life would not be enough to appease Hoyen's anger and that he should have tortured him for answers, found out where his family lives, and killed all of them, begging forgiveness for his disloyal act. Hoyen clenches his teeth in frustration and thinks that, other than the forgiving of the disloyal act part, Caesar got the rest of it wrong. Lena again pops her head from the ceiling and says that his boss is truly merciless and that she has never seen someone so cold-blooded before. Hoyen wonders if she is that high-ranking guild member from just now and whether she is trying to report back to headquarters. Caesar tells Lena that she is stating the obvious and that his boss is a big shot who will eventually create a dark organization that will destroy the world. Hoyen internally feels frustrated and tells him to stop, saying that at that rate, he will be treated like an idiot. Lena then says that that sounds amazing. She lands on the floor and says that at the promising age of 16 her priority is VIP protection and assassination, that she also has connections with the criminal guild, and that she is Lena, an assassin expected to be a super cute beauty in the future, asking whether she does not strike them as the kind of talent their current boss needs. Hoyen asks her if she knows what she just said. Lena excitedly agrees and says she thinks she knows why this silent, homicidal maniac follows a boss like him. Hoyen feels annoyed and says that, including these two, he is surrounded by frustrating people. She then says that the homicidal maniac has said it, hasn't he, that the boss will create a dark organization that will destroy the world. She raises her weapon and says that if it is such an amazing organization, it is 100 times more exciting than the dreary criminal guild. She leans toward him, glances in his eyes, and says that Assassin Lena will apply for employment, and for his information, it is a fixed rate. Hoyen says he cannot give her anything, and Caesar alone is already tough as it is. He says to win what she desires for herself and do as she pleases. She excitedly agrees and says that from now on, she is the boss's second underling. The system informs Hoyan that assassin Lina has become his new underling. It says he has accepted an assassin as his underling despite his current stats, and as a result of this surprising ascension, he has gained 3 charisma. Hoyan seems confused and thinks that he has said he cannot give her anything, but wonders why she is happy. Seeing Caesar and Lina, he thinks that with a crazy murderer and an assassin, he has just gained a female Caesar. The system notifies him with a tip that NPCs in the labyrinth world sometimes voluntarily request to become underlings, and if he gives them the rewards they want, they will become more trustworthy than his colleagues. Later in Brahm Square, Caesar asks Hoyan if that girl will really be okay. Hoyan says not to worry about it, that he does not want to waste time on things like this. While going, Hoyan thinks that he has not really done anything special up until now, but he is already exhausted. After seeing this guy's behavior in the criminal guild, he thinks he will also swing his sword at the adventurers guild, saying the boss wants their blood, and the conclusion to that is a dead ending. He glances at Caesar and further thinks that then his character will disappear and his relationship with Caesar will end. He thinks a $300 million underling. He cannot stand by and watch his underling, that he has spent 10 years worth of money from being a ranker turn into an NPC that he has never seen before. Caesar asks Hoyan if he has something he would like to ask him, and why he is looking at him like that. Then they notice a lost girl crying and calling for her mother. Hoyan asks Caesar if he sees that crying child and what he wants to do looking at that child. Caesar observes her for a moment and then asks if he wants to order that child to be a panhandler. He says with a devilish smile that, as expected, the boss is cruel. Hoyan, unsatisfied, thinks that this guy is really evil. He then says he is not asking about his intentions, but about what he wants to do. Caesar asks if he means his intentions. The girl then cryingly glances at him. They then move forward, and Caesar says he thinks it is insignificant and he does not want to do anything. In the Brahm Adventurers Guild, seeing the crowd and building, Hoyan thinks that it really has changed. Seeing players in line, Caesar says the line looks unnecessarily long. Hoyan says to shut up and line up. As Caesar quietly follows his order, Hoyan realizes that he is beginning to understand how to handle this guy. Some players gossip about them, saying that the guy with the rocky clothing just ordered that terrifying guy, that he might be a skilled person pretending to be a newbie, that just by making eye contact, they think they are going to piss themselves, and that something is up. The girl at the counter says registration is 1 gold. Hoyan pays, and she gives him and says this is the adventurer's pocket watch identification that can be used within the labyrinth city, Brahm. Hoyan asks how to use it. She says she will explain and asks him to give it back to her after putting a single drop of blood on the pocket watch. She says that then, information from the status window will appear, and based on this, the integrated system will review stats, skills, and traits. She says that the next step is a class acquisition and that they suggest the optimal class based on the calculated capabilities. Caesar says nice and announces to everyone that everyone should be prepared, that the measly people will be able to see his boss's unforgettable capabilities. Holding the pocket watch further, he says that it is along with a never-before-seen red pocket watch. Hoyan, annoyed, says he tells him to shut up, that he does not want to waste his blood on such small things. Hoyan observes everyone and thinks that now that he thinks about it, he is curious about this uncomfortable and heavy atmosphere, as if they are afraid of him. He cuts his finger and thinks it is probably because he has 4 fixed stats that ordinary people cannot even dare to have. He pours the blood on the watch, thinking that it does not matter what it is charisma. With a devil smirk, he says even he is beginning to get scared of his own potential. Clenching his fist, he wonders that for a guy like him to be able to command a guy like Caesar, he is beginning to gain dignity just from that. He turns to the girl and says to take a look, so that he can do. The status window appears, and it presents 3 classes. Hoyan, as well as Caesar, is shocked by the list. Hoyan turns toward Caesar, thinking that this is bad, that if this is the type of occupation he has, his authority as the boss will be affected. He comes to think of what he has done since coming to the labyrinth world, threatening a civilian, assaulting a criminal, and murdering an NPC that was a junk shop owner. All of these deeds were committed by Caesar, but he is the one gaining notoriety. He thinks he was too careless and that this was bound to happen, that he would be ambushed like this. Caesar smiles and says this is so like him, boss. Hoyan then wonders as the occupation list suddenly changes. Caesar says to everyone that now they see the dignity of the great master that he serves. Hoyan asks the girl why the occupation list has changed. She informs him that the integrated system normally uses very limited information to compute the occupation list, but when it factors in the extensive stats instead of basic stats, it may take longer to reflect. Hoyan, seeing the list, thinks that these occupations do not exactly seem normal either. Caesar says that a great boss must have a great underling, and since he is the only underling, he guesses he would be the greatest contributor. Hoyan orders him to shut up. Caesar asks if he is saying that he does not even need to say anything since it is so obvious, and saying this, he starts laughing. Hoyan then obtains the class boss. The system explains in detail that the boss is of the highest authority who uses their strong charisma to command the organization, and that the stronger the members of the organization, the stronger the boss. With overwhelming charisma, he may spread his influence to the outermost corners of the labyrinth world and may achieve incredible feats incomparable to an adventurer by effectively using his abilities. While moving from there, Hoyan asks Caesar what his occupation is. He replies that it is just an ordinary slayer. Hoyan says he has obtained an occupation that quite suits him and thinks that it does not even surprise him anymore. Later, players are sitting in the Adventurers Guild lounge. Caesar mocks a player, saying they should consider themselves lucky. The player, frightened, says thanks. Hoyan wonders what they are even thankful for. Caesar says that for those of them with improper reasons to get out of there, he will grant mercy and let them live. Hoyan tells Caesar that he told him to respect others when outside and that he cannot behave like that, no matter what. Caesar responds that he will correct himself and keep the promise to let them live. As Caesar scares the other players, Hoyan wonders why he is acting like that all of a sudden and thinks that if they cause any trouble there, the Adventurers Guild's most elite members will not leave them alone. He reasons that this behavior is because of the occupation Caesar obtained from the guild headquarters. He looks at the details of the class and sees Slayer. Slayers are beings that become stronger by slaughtering as many lives as possible, gaining more strength as they slaughter more opponents and annihilate as many lives as possible. He wonders how much Caesar likes his occupation and whether he is planning to slaughter people starting right now, concluding that the promise to let them live is a lie. A player comes holding gold and says he forgot to deposit his money in the bank. Caesar asks how much it is, and the player hesitantly says 1 silver and 30 copper. Caesar says the reason to deposit money in the bank is to keep it safe, and that he will just keep it safe for himself. He begins to take the money with just his stealing skill. The player tightly holds his money and begins to run. Caesar attacks him from behind, calling him impudent and saying he is not the sort that begs for money anywhere and that he did let him live as promised. Hoyan, frustrated, thinks that it is not enough to just keep them breathing. The player falls there while everyone sitting there seems scared and hides their eyes. Hoyan realizes that it is too late. If he lets any of them walk out unscathed, they will inform the guards right away, and Caesar's wrongdoings will spread across the land, forbidding them from entering the Adventurers Guild and creating far more trouble. He decides they have to suppress all of the people there so much that they will not inform the guild out of fear. He then activates his special ability, Charisma. Caesar then notices Hoyan, who seems exhausted. Caesar yells at the other players, asking if they do not see that the boss is bored. He offers them one opportunity to relieve the boss's boredom and threatens that if they do not carry it out immediately, he will slaughter them one by one. 2 members are sitting there, scared, and one of them hesitantly cracks a joke. After hearing it, Caesar, frustrated, asks if they thought the boss would laugh at such a trash joke. They both, scared, insist that it was the best joke they had. Caesar wields his weapon and says that they not only wasted the one chance they had, but even looked down on the boss, and that he cannot forgive them just to die. Hoyan starts laughing and thinks that, though it pains him to say it, the joke was pretty funny. Caesar surprisingly glances at Hoyan. Hoyan wonders what is with that expression and if Caesar does not like his reaction, thinking he cannot even laugh on his own, and questioning how he can live so unhappily. Hoyan then says that honestly, it was not funny at all, but if he did not laugh at all, his underling would have killed them. He then starts laughing unwillingly. Caesar says he has never seen his boss laugh like that before and tells the players they must be pretty decent jokers. He adds that if they are prepared to offer their lives, there is no such thing as impossible. Everyone is shocked by this. Caesar further says that if they desire something, they should take it with their own strength, and points his weapon, saying that trash that cannot even do that much cannot leave the room. Meanwhile, the game is only getting started, and the Adventurer Guild's Incarceration Act takes place in the break room. Hoyan feels bad for the players. In Brahm's suburb path, Lena wanders alone and feels the cold. She says she wonders if the boss and that guy are alright, and is sure he is doing something incredible somewhere. Meanwhile, the players are still entertaining them, and both Hoyen and Caesar continuously laugh at them. Lena, overexcited, thinks about Hoyen, about those relaxed eyes that look bored of any kind of danger, eyes that hide something unknown. She thinks of intangible, shapeless charisma, and that even though its existence is unknown, the boss is a leader creating a dark organization to end the world. A dark organization beyond the criminal guild. One that will end the world, a demon lord. She thinks of those eyes that gave up on being human and believes the boss is someone who really is planning to do it. A girl finally breaks out, saying she really does not like this anymore, and has to go make money for her mother's treatment. Hoyen says that care in business, right or wrong, putting that aside, her performance is boring, and asks her to give him a better lie than that. Lena wonders if that transcendent evil was their boss all along, thinking the boss might really do it, and saluting him. She says about herself that his underling Lena could not even do a simple task and ran away, making a mistake on her first mission. She thinks even the boss would have gotten a headache if he had been tracked by the criminal guild, and decides that Lena's help is already needed. Saying this, she flies from there. At night in the labyrinth city, Brahm, Caesar asks Hoyen if he had something he wanted to say. Hoyen feels the cold and says the wind is so cold, asking how Caesar's body is holding up. Caesar says he is fine, and that one who raises a sword does not fall under any kind of severe cold. Hoyen thinks that if Caesar says that, then he cannot even say he is cold now. Caesar then says the boss is truly incredible, saying that even with shabby clothes, he is fine in this cold somehow. Hoyen thinks that he obviously looks cold, that this is a newbie outfit, and that if he looks this freezing, Caesar could at least give him a cloak. Walking in the cold, he thinks he does not even have the energy to match the conversation, and that all that expensive gear is from his contribution points, so Caesar could at least give him that black cloak he has on, finding it so annoying. He then thinks about Lena and wonders what she is up to, since he has not seen her in ages. He then notices a bucket and feels something inside. Hoyen kicks it, and it rolls on, from which Lena appears. Hoyen asks what she is doing there, and she says she is doomed. Lena leans on the ground and says it is cold today, and she could not find Hoyen even after looking around the Adventurers Guild, so she got tired of waiting and decided to take refuge there. Hoyen asks seriously, but says she could have waited over in the building. She flinches and asks if he was in the building the whole time, saying that while she was waiting in the cold, stinky garbage, he is so mean. Hoyen says they were in the break room and that it was pretty cozy and fun. She feels bad and says the audacity that there are also criminal guild members who are openly associated with the Adventurers Guild, and if he encountered any of them, there could definitely have been an uproar. Hoyen surprisingly asks how the cleanup task went. She makes a weird face and says she reported it earlier and that she is doomed. Hoyen, frustrated, orders Caesar to put that trash back in the trash can. He then puts her back in the trash can, and she protests, saying she cannot move and that her body is feeling the pins and needles. Caesar then places a stone on the can lid. They move from there, and Hoyen says that will make him feel better, and thinks that he does feel like he is becoming more and more like Caesar. Later, Lena tells him the whole story, saying that after he left, she gathered all the valuables in the guild first. Keeping them on her could have caused problems, but there was a subspace pouch in the branch manager's office, so she put it all in there. To make it look like the mercenary guilds came in, she was working on the clerk's dead body, but to her misfortune, the branch manager walked in. Hoyen says that basically, she could not get rid of the evidence and got caught as a crime suspect. She agrees. Hoyen thinks that Lena is basically taking the blame for Caesar's actions. Hoyen moves forward, saying that it was useless, that it was a short time but enjoyable while it lasted, and that she would mess up his work because she could not perform her first task. Lena starts crying, saying he is so cold-hearted. She got caught as a crime suspect while doing his dirty work. Hoyen turns toward her, closes his eyes, and thinks that he is weak to tears. He then pats her, saying she did a good job just surviving in that situation, that she could have run off on her own with that subspace pouch. Lena says it is because she was trying to avoid making it look like there were accomplices, and she wanted protection. Hoyen thinks that her excuses are getting more and more disorganized. He then again moves forward, saying that at least she is there, that after dinner, she should wash up and then get some sleep. In Brahmin, Hoyen gives the coin at the counter and says one room for two and then another room for just one, with bath water in the girl's room as well. The counter guy says there are not many rooms left since it is so late, and there are only 2 single-person rooms left. Lena wonders about bath water and asks if he is really taking care of her as his second underling. Hoyen says it is because she smells like hell. Moving toward their rooms, Hoyen thinks that there are only 2 rooms, that Lena is a girl, so obviously she will have to get 1 room, and to maintain loyalty from his extremely important subordinate Caesar, he would need to give him one as well. He thinks it cannot be helped, so he will have to sleep together. Then suddenly stops and realizes that Caesar is a psycho who kills people with just a handshake, and if he accidentally kicks him in his sleep, it is game over, so he can never use the same room as him. Hoyen then says to Caesar that he should use this room, as he will not be using it. Caesar asks if he wants them to kill the inn owner, saying that if there is noise, he will not be able to sleep well, and asks if he will be okay. Hoyen, annoyed, says he does not want to waste time doing that and take away from his precious sleep. Caesar turns and says it is strange that the boss, who is colder than anyone, is giving up a room and refusing to kill the inn owner, then asks if he is worried about the assassin Lena. Hoyen hesitantly asks what that means. Caesar says to look, that she is a defect who could not even take care of work in the criminal guild, but he gave her mercy and even bathwater, and for a useless girl like her, he is waiting for her to lower her guard so he can slaughter her in her last bed tonight. Hoyen thinks what the hell he is saying now, then turns to leave, saying he just planned to go to another inn instead of that cramped one, and that Lena still has a use, so he should just wait. The labyrinth world gives him a stamina point, which, if he does not sleep, stamina point will decrease. After the second day, health point and mana point will also diminish, and from 3 days onwards, stats are often also decreased, but if it is just a single night, a status warning does not occur. The next day, in a luxury hotel, Hoyen slightly wakes up from his sleep and notices Caesar standing there, waking him up. Hoyen sits and asks why he is there, if the sun is just rising, and says he did not even sleep for 3 hours. He then suddenly notices the blood on Caesar's blade. Caesar cleanses his blade with a devilish smile. Hoyen, still in shock, asks what it is if he killed someone. Caesar says 7 people total, no witnesses. Hoyen wonders what he really did, if that psychopath really killed Lena. Then Lena pops out from the ceiling and asks if the boss slept well, saying that since the boss is going to be important in the future, she thought he could get assassinated while sleeping alone, so she was watching over him. Hoyen thinks that this site is pretty nice, actually, then waits, stares at the room condition, and thinks that he cannot believe he feels companionship for people like them. He then angrily says they should get out of there for now. In the Brahm Adventurer Guild, a player dragging along another player as they come out from the dungeon says he is getting dizzy. A girl with them says it is 3 times more difficult than the Labyrinth City, that her physical reaction speed has gotten faster, but if the monster's actions are unorthodox, there is no point. The guy says, still, that they would have to get into the mindset of a full-on raid just for small mobs. He yells and says that it is not the beginner-only, lowest difficulty dungeon, already too harsh. Caesar passes by them and glances back at him. Caesar asks the beginner what it is, and if he just glared at the boss. Lena says that the guy stared at her body and told the killer guy to cut him down. He throws his friend there and begins to run from there. Hoyen stops Caesar, saying let's not waste time on this important day. He says today they will choose their future direction, that they will go to the labyrinth for now, but they are starting with beginner quests. Caesar asks if there is a reason to bother with that. Hoyen says they need records of them finishing quests so that they don't have to kill someone to show overpower and to spread the word that they would die if they mess with them, that it is like a type of proof or medal. Lena asks if there is any need for the beginner quests. Caesar says stupid girl, that it means they are breaking the spirit of the ones who think even those are too much. Hoyen thinks they are getting along well on their own and that it was worth training them. One guy has 20 power alone, and the other one has almost an infinite item inventory with a subspace pouch. With this, even killing in the triple digits of beginner-level monsters should not be hard, and they can also get a ton of extra experience points from picking up the drops. Seeing the details of the Goblin Subjugation dungeon, he thinks that this is it, and if they share the experience as a party, he can quickly level up without lifting a finger. With a devilish smirk, he says it is a flawless plan, as expected of a former ranker. He then moves forward and says with this commission, let's head out. They enter the Labyrinth City in the Labyrinth world. The system informs him that if they follow the many adventures to the middle of the city, they will encounter a sturdy outer wall and inner wall, which is the labyrinth entrance. and that this is to defend against the labyrinth monsters that might wander around, since the labyrinth city itself was developed to block the doorway of the labyrinth. They reach the labyrinth's shallow area and find human corpses. Caesar says that it looks like some idiotic adventurers got killed by something, probably a powerful monster from the depths of the labyrinth, like a giant, a minotaur, or even a troll or an ogre. Huyen says to Caesar that if monsters like these were here, the Adventurers Guild would have already stopped any beginners from entering. Caesar says that it is unfortunate because he thought it was a chance to show his true power. Lena then notices that there are corpses of stolen goblins. Seeing them, Huyen says that this is their first real battle, and tells them to take care of them. Caesar pulls out his weapon and says that they are small fish that cannot even make a shadow in the dark, and that he will show them the monstrous strength of Caesar. But before him, Lena kills them with her knife throw. She says to Caesar what he is doing against those sacks of meat. Caesar angrily says not to take his prey again. She asks why not, saying it was getting boring with how slow he was going. Caesar, frustrated, says that he will make her regret those words and that he will have to start by taking care of her. Lena says to do it if he can, although he will not be as fast as she. Huyen, troubled with them, asks why they are fighting each other. Then, a lot of corpse-stealing goblins come there and surround them. Huyen realizes that they are being surrounded by goblins. He remembers the girl's words about the difficulties. He then notices Caesar and Lena slashing their weapons at each other and says that this is not the time to be fighting there. Caesar wields his weapon to attack Lena. She dodges it, and with his swing, many goblins are slashed. Lena also throws her knife at Caesar, but he moves aside from her target, and the knife stabs into the goblins. They both, while attacking each other, slash at the monsters. Huyen, hiding and seeing them, says nice and thinks that the difference between other gamers and him is that he can use the power of his underlings to breeze through. After clearing them, he says to Lena that she is doing relatively well. She excitedly shouts, teasing Caesar, that the boss complimented her, unlike him. Huyen says that he is just saying she did well to some degree and that in the future she should be more on edge and cooperate with others. Lena says she will feel bad if she is too good, so the homicidal maniac can take care of the next small fries that show up. Caesar says the moment she breaks those words is when she will die. As they both start arguing again, Huyen stops them and says that the more they fight, the more stamina they are wasting, and if they keep doing this, they will not be able to even set foot in the deeper parts of the labyrinth, and he cannot just hunt by himself. Lena asks if the boss is going to hunt too. Huyen says yes, this is nothing else, as the boss, he will take the initiative. But he suddenly regrets his words. Caesar asks if that is okay, and he affirms hesitantly. Lena excitedly raises her hand and shouts that this is her first time seeing the boss fight, and she bets he is surprisingly strong, maybe a retired master. He then notices just in time that there is a goblin over there, an elder goblin. Huyen seems scared but steps forward, and Caesar says he wishes him well. Huyen wonders what is happening all of a sudden, while Lena is still cheering him. He then pulls out his force broadsword and thinks about how well he has to fight. He wields his sword and thinks that the most important thing right now is form. He begins to attack and thinks that if it is an attack with a sword, he should be fine. But the goblin dodges and hits his head with a stick. He wonders if it is fast and tries to slash at it, but the goblin again dodges his slash. He manages to land a hit on the goblin and thinks that he killed it, but then he notices the goblin running away. He tries to chase it, shouting for it to stop, and also throws his sword behind it, but it runs away. He picks up his sword and comes towards his underlings. Caesar says that, to be honest, he fought well beyond his expectations and went overboard with that body. Lena seems confused and asks if he just said it was beyond his expectations, and how bad the boss was before. Huyen moves forward and says to ignore it. Lena, worried, asks if he is sick for real. In the labyrinth's shallow area, they quietly sit around the fire. Lena observes them, then raises her hand and shouts that she is Lena, 16 years old, still growing, so she can just go to sleep and not keep watch. Caesar says she should stop talking nonsense and asks if she is telling the sick boss to stay up all night. Lena asks how old he is. Huyen, all exhausted, says not to worry about him. He is not sick. He then says Caesar is 15 years old, and since Lena is older, she should keep watch too. Lena says that it is impossible, he looks like that. Yet he is younger than her, looking like a 30-year-old middle-aged man. Caesar mocks her and says not to make him laugh since he does not care about the age of people who are weaker than him. She asks what he means, saying all he has is brute strength. Hoyan angrily says to stop and not waste energy in a situation where they have to camp. He yells at Lena and asks whose fault it is that they have to sleep out in the open like this, saying he never thought an assassin would not know her way back. He says assassins are at the top of the bandit class, so they would learn bandit skills first, and asks if she should not have mastered navigation skills. She says that is all correct, but she does not know them. Hoyan asks if she is saying she did not learn them. She agrees and says why would an assassin learn tacky bandit skills? Hoyan asks then what skills she has acquired. She says hiding, infiltration, and assassination. Hoyan asks what about the basic skills like picking locks, navigation, or bewitchment. She casually says she does not know. Caesar, frustrated at her, says to Hoyan that instead of that useless girl, he, Caesar, was the one securing a way out for them. Hoyan mutters that he is a crazy guy because as they went around breaking everything, the paths got blocked, and they almost got reported. Lena says in the end, he could not find it either. Hoyan then stops them from further arguing and says he packed 2 days worth of food in case this happened, so it is not a problem. Lena, pleased, says as expected, the boss is amazing, but asks if he should not have packed a map. Hoyan becomes speechless and thinks that he has nothing to say. Later, he ends up standing watch, thinking that making him stand watch is pathetic since he is still the boss. He thinks he could not get any sleep yesterday either because of his impudent underlings, and that they have to get out of the labyrinth because if they lose the skill levels, it will be a problem. He then notices Lena is not there and wonders where she went, thinking if she really went to hide when it is time to change shifts. She then suddenly appears and says the boss must be so sleepy that a boss who is willing to stay up to let his underlings sleep, even though he is sick, is so sweet. She says she feels like she made him tear up earlier after the hunt, so it has been bothering her since. Hoyan says it is okay and not to worry about it. She leans on him and says she feels bad, so she will teach him a skill. The system informs him about the skill transfer event, saying the assassin Lena wants to transfer a skill, and if he accepts the skill transfer, he will acquire one of Lena's skills at level 0. When the skill level reaches 1, the skill transfer will be completed, and the skill will be available for use. It explains that if the skill is not specially taught by the initiator, its growth potential is significantly decreased, but if he does not learn it on his own, the skill limit cannot be surpassed. Hoyan thinks that a skill transfer is nice and that it is an event that does not happen easily unless there is high likability or loyalty. He thinks it is a rare opportunity, especially when it comes from an NPC, since they would not normally give one even if offered a whole bag of gold, and that it makes the game fun if luck is this good. He then asks her what skill she is going to teach him. Lena asks what the boss thinks the most important skill is for an assassin. Hoyan asks for an assassination. Lena says that, for that, the boss will get to learn her special assassination skill. The system says Hoyan has begun learning Lena's assassination skill. She shows him the blade and says the trick to assassination is to quickly catch the target and become familiar with their vital points, so they die quickly when stabbed there. She explains it is important to be fast and accurate to the point where the target does not even realize it is happening. Hoyan asks if that is so. She says yes and tells him she will teach him the basics now, so he should watch. She throws the knife toward the wall and says he should do this 1,000 times. Hoyan wonders if he does that, then the durability of his sword, and thinks he would not even see it. Lena says he is not supposed to hit the wall as hard as he can, that it is a sharp technique, so he should keep an accurate posture and keep his distance just enough so the durability of the sword does not wear out. She says making the stabbing movement while barely touching the wall is the most important part. He directs his weapon and asks what if he stabs the wall by accident. She mockingly says he stabbed the target's vital point too hard, the blood bursts like a fountain, and the weapon will be identified, and if he does not hide, he will be caught and killed. Hoyan wonders if she is making fun of him, and then thinks he got it, that it is not the wall he needs to stab, but the air. He then tries, but it is nothing, and the skill transfer ends. Hoyan is exhausted and huffing. The system says he achieved 3% proficiency and failed to acquire the skill. She pats him and says the boss definitely has no talent for assassination. Hoyan feels ashamed, crying, and thinks he feels like he is losing more by coming into the labyrinth. Then Caesar calls him from behind. He turns and says, if this is unseemly, just go back to sleep. Caesar says there are adventurers over there. The adventurers, after seeing them, start running. Hoyan shouts to stop and says to tell them the way. The adventurer runs, saying they are running away because it is the gangsters who were destroying the paths earlier. The system says it is an unexpected event, catches the labyrinth adventurers, and warns that if they are unable to catch the adventurers within 30 minutes, there is no guarantee when the next adventurer will appear. It explains that if they catch the adventurers, they may ask them for the way to the exit or ask them to guide them to it, though the outcome of negotiations is a separate matter, and if they lose them, negotiation will not be possible. Caesar says he will catch them immediately. Hoyan says good, that if they want to find the exit, this is the only way, so no matter what, they must not lose them. Caesar agrees and runs after them. Lena, impressed by him, says he made use of his strength to kick the floor harder and increase his speed, and that one can run really fast if that skill is learned, but asks if the boss is not worried. Hoyan asks why, and she says not about Caesar, but that he should be worried about them since Caesar is directionally challenged, so there is no way he ran while keeping track of where they are. Hoyan thinks she is right since both Lena and he do not know the way, and he says they need to go after them right now. If they lose them, they will get another event where they need to look for Caesar, and if she does not want to work twice, she needs to chase after them now. They start running, shouting to run with all they have. 3 minutes later, Hoyan seems exhausted and falls to the ground. Lena, worried for him, asks if his sickness is the type where if he strains himself, his heart explodes and he dies. Hoyan tries to stand and says it is not so, that he will not die. She says there is nothing they can do right now, and they can only pray that Caesar brings back the adventurers. Then the system notifies Hoyan that Caesar has the party of adventurers. Hoyan feels relaxed and says he is a perfect fit when it comes to using his body and that he no longer has to worry about the rest. Lena asks what they do now, since if they cannot find Caesar, they are doomed. Hoyan says the adventurers Caesar caught probably have a good sense of direction, so they should be able to find them. She happily agrees. Hoyan then hesitantly asks Lena what she wants to do when they leave, explaining he found her willingness to teach him skills admirable and wanted to give her something in return, even if small. She excitedly says the boss is the best and that she wants to eat yummy food. Hoyan wonders if a high-level assassin from the criminal guild just wants good food, then agrees to buy her a ton of yummy food, noting it is super cost-effective for an underling. He then says it looks like it will take some time before Caesar comes back, so they should look for something else to do in the meantime. Then the system warns him that Caesar has killed one adventurer. Hoyan, frustrated, says Caesar caused problems after all. Lena then spots new adventurers over there. Seeing them, the adventurers pull out their weapons and direct them at the group. The big guy, Jason, tells Lena to come this way because that man is dangerous and shouts at Hoyan, accusing him of being horrible for taking the young lady hostage. Hoyan wonders what is wrong with them, noting he has no time to deal with this since he even has the sleep deprivation debuff. If this continues, Caesar will appear and kill everyone without hesitation, and they will be targeted by the Adventurers Guild. He wonders what he should do and then notices Lena. Lena acts like a victim as she leans on Hoyan and claims to be fragile while protecting him from an arrow attack. As she leans, he moves aside and the attack misses. The girl, Carol, from the guild, asks Hoyan to release her. They rush to charge and try to rescue Lena. Meanwhile, Hoyan, not yet aware of Lena's act, yells at her, asking if this situation is fun for her. Then another guy, Holan, throws a dagger at Hoyan, and Lena theatrically pushes him back to avoid the dagger attack. Jason shouts that Hoyan avoided Holan's dagger in a way he has never seen before and warns everyone to be prepared because that man is not normal. Holan says to Jason that they cannot win against him with their strength and that they have had no luck since they started entering the labyrinth. But he swore to be with them in life and death and will give his life to fight that man. Jason also confesses to Carol that he has liked her since he first saw her. She starts blushing and asks him to tell her the rest once they survive. Hoyan wonders if these guys are shooting a drama movie. Lena then says she has seen everything she needed and asks if she should kill them. Hoyan thinks she cannot and wonders what to do. Then the system notifies that Caesar killed another adventurer, that they gained a small amount of experience from party experience, that Hoyan leveled up, and that he can now use the boss's spirit. Hoyan, with a devilish smile, says this is it. A boss is one with great dignity, one who elicits respect from underlings and fear from enemies. Seeing him, Lena surprisingly says that the boss's face looks like someone who kills 50 people every day. He wonders what his face must look like right now if she says 50 people, and adds that he should look in the mirror later. First, he activates his charisma with the boss spirit, hoping that the adventurers freeze with fear. But they still approach him. Hoyen wonders why they are not stopping. Lena steps before him to dodge Jason's attack, asking why the boss is just standing there. He then notices Jason's sword stopping close to his shoulder. He glances at it in fear and wonders if his skill worked. But it is Caesar who is standing behind Hoyen with a lot of weapons, asking the adventurers what that is, calling it a toy sword. Jason, still determined, says they will never back down. But Caesar breaks his sword with just one slash. Lena sniffs Caesar and says that the smell of blood makes her think it is not Caesar's blood, and asks what the boss thinks. Caesar says that the adventurers he chased were those who steal and kill other adventurers, that he took care of them, and stole their weapons. Hoyen says he does not understand and asks why, if they are adventurer killers, they ran away from them. Caesar says that it is obvious. It is because the boss's face looks like someone who slaughters 50 people every day. Hoyen, annoyed at hearing this, asks the adventurers there what comes to mind when they look at his face. Jason unintentionally says they are dead. Caesar, frustrated, wields his weapon and accuses them of being ungrateful, saying he let them live and now they think they are safe, that they look at the boss's face and think they are dead, and that they have no ounce of sincerity. He says there is no reason to let them live and that they will all die there together. Hoyen stops Caesar and, while angry, yells at the adventurers that this is their punishment for insincerity and orders them to wash the blood from the weapons that Caesar brought. Later, in the labyrinth's shallow area near the gate, Lena praises the boss for being smart for thinking to clean the weapons and says it has been a while since she has been able to fill up her subspace pouch. Hoyen agrees that, of course, they should clean them because they are stolen goods and they need to increase their value to get a good price. Hoyen then addresses Holen, calling him a bandit and thanking him for helping them get out of the labyrinth. Holen says that the guards at the gate are thieves and that if they inspect them, they will take 10% of the profits. Hoyen wonders if this did not happen in the labyrinth city. Hoyen asks what to do if they do not want it taken. Caesar suggests killing them, and Hoyen orders him to shut up. He then tells Holen to take the lead. Caesar warns Holen that if he fails, he dies. As they reach the gate, a guard asks if they are returning from exploring the labyrinth. Holen, in a low voice, asks the guard if they can skip the inspection, saying they ran into an adventurer killer and need to quietly report it to the guild. The guard agrees and tells them to report it afterward. As they easily cross the gate, Hoyen suspects something is wrong. Leaving the labyrinth, Caesar asks Holen what that was and calls him a bandit, saying he acted like it was going to be a big deal, but they passed so easily. Lena asks if Holen did not say something about 10%. Caesar says it looks like Holen got them through by lying and saying he got rid of the adventurer killer, and asks if Holen is not planning on stealing their experience too. Hoyen then says it is fine and that they can just sell the three of them as slaves. Carl and Jason, frustrated at Holen, accuse him of trying to scam people in a situation like this. Holen says it was instinctive. The system then notifies them that the adventure party is seized with extreme fear, and that Caesar learns the skill fear induced. Caesar and Hoyen start laughing. Lena mocks them, calling them grumpy heads. The system then says the Adventurers Guild quest Goblin Suppression is complete, and that they have acquired 1 silver and 5 copper as a reward. It adds that in recognition of killing the newbie party consisting of adventurer killers, they are rewarded 10 gold, and that their reputation in the Adventurers Guild has gone up. A girl at the counter tells Hoyen he is really amazing and says the adventurer killers have been a nuisance for a long time, but that the entrance guards are thieves, and if he gets inspected by them, they take 10% of his profits. Hoyen says that there was no problem. She further says the guild will also try to collect 10% of the estimated proceeds reported. Lena wonders if they are straight-up thieves. Hoyen yells that he has never heard of such a system, and that he is just pissed off. The girl asks if that is too much and offers an excellent solution. She offers to be named as the payer and introduces herself as Errol, saying fellow adventurers should help each other out. At night in a shabby place, a priest performs some sort of spells, and suddenly the door bursts open. Caesar enters and asks if he is a priest. The priest asks what he can do for him. Caesar shouts at him that his boss is seriously ill. A few hours earlier, in the Brom Luxury Hotel, Hoyen tells his underlings that today they will be staying at a luxury hotel. Lena, excited, shouts and then says to Hoyen that the last time he left them behind and came there by himself, asking what happened to the stingy boss and if he happened to get money from somewhere. Hoyen thinks about Errol's plan and internally says yes, and from now on, he plans on continuing to. He thinks that if this keeps up, he does not want to collect any money, that this nomination system is a great idea, and wonders how he got so lucky. He questions if it is the cause of the skill he learned in the labyrinth, boss's spirit, or his charisma, and decides he will find out eventually as he plays. Hoyan then says that today they will not just sleep, so they should properly eat and enjoy as a reward for the hard time they had in the labyrinth. However, he says he has a rather tricky condition, especially for them, which is that until they leave the place, they must not cause any trouble. Caesar tells Lena that he is talking to her. Lena blames him, saying it is all because of him. Later in Brahm's luxury restaurant, they cheer their drinks with each other. Lena asks if this is what an adult's cheer is like. Hoyan asks if this is her first time, and, while drinking, thinks that it has been a while since he has done this in-game. Hoyan then asks them how much they can drink. Caesar says that they are both underage, so drinking is harmful. Lena also says that they will be in trouble. Hoyan thinks that he forgot their ages are totally different from how they look. He then says that it is going to be hard to explore the labyrinth if everyone in the party is directionally challenged, so he was thinking if Lena wants to learn some navigation skills. She says absolutely not and reminds him she told him it is not cool. Hoyan says he knew it, that he would try to look for a bandit, and if he cannot, he will just buy a map. He then drinks, thinking that no matter how well he treats his underlings, they will not even listen to him. Caesar shouts at the boss, saying he already drank a whole glass of beer, that his limit is just one sip, and asks why he forced himself to hang out with them, warning that he is in danger of getting sicker every day. Hoyan, all drunk, wonders what he is saying and tells Lena to explain. She, scared and crying, says that the boss overexerted himself to celebrate their first exploration and tells Caesar to do something. Caesar says he will bring the priest immediately and runs destructively from there. Back in the present, Caesar brings the priest to Hoyan's room. The priest introduces himself, saying his clan is the Priests of the End and he is Luvic. Hoyan greets him and thinks that a Priest of the End is rare, that in the previous game they stayed well hidden, and that, on top of that, from the End denomination is something he has never heard of, meaning they must have been created recently. Hoyan asks him to tell the doctrine of the world. Luvic says it is the fall of the world. Hoyan wonders if this is an evil denomination for sure. He then asks if the End denomination is going to cure him. Luvic says that it is right, that if a part of the body is killed, the disease on that part will die as well, and that the End cannot be avoided, not even by a disease. Hoyan says that it is going to be a problem and thinks that he is basically saying he is going to kill him. Luvic then asks if it is okay not to kill the disease, saying he heard Hoyan was on the verge of dying because of alcohol poisoning in his veins. Hoyan says it is all a misunderstanding, that he only drank a glass of beer, and that his underling caused a fuss in vain, adding that it must have been hard for Luvic to come all the way there at that late hour. Hoyan says he feels bad just sending Luvic back, so he will make sure to give him the travel expenses. He gives him some gold and tells him to take it. Seeing Luvic's shocked expression, Hoyan asks if he wants more. Luvic then exclaims that it is the first time he has been rewarded for raising the notoriety of the church. He says he cannot thank him enough, and that he cannot just leave after receiving this. Luvic then begins to perform his ritual. Hoyan wonders what he is doing. As Luvic continuously reads the spell, Hoyan's anxiety increases, and he thinks that he cannot die like this. He closes his eyes in fear. After a moment, he opens his eyes and realizes that nothing happened. Caesar asks the priest about the spell just now. Luvic tells them to look outside the window. They look outside and notice a man lying dead on the ground. Hoyan asks the priest if that person is dead. Luvic says to move aside and then jumps from the window. He lands on the ground, checks the man, and tells Hoyan that he is certainly dead. People gather and direct their attention toward them. Hoyan, frustrated at Luvic, says that the crazy man is shouting that to them in a loud voice. Caesar then asks the boss to step aside for one moment and jumps down. Caesar tells the priest that he is as skilled as he is loud, but that what he has done is not healing. He directs his weapon at Luvic and asks what the effect of that ritual is. Luvic says it is a spell that increases a person's vitality until the disease dies. Caesar, frustrated, says that Luvic's method attracted a lot of attention, and that because of him, the boss was put in a tight situation, adding that even if the ritual was directed at the boss, that powerful disease would not have died out. Hoyan thinks that, forget the disease, he would be the one dying. Luvic asks Caesar if the sword he is aiming at him means he is threatening the clan. Caesar smirks and asks if that counts as threatening, then laughs and says it means he will cut him up. Hoyen yells, asking what the hell is happening and why they are fighting all of a sudden. Luvic accuses Caesar of trying to suppress a priest who came for a sacred mission. Caesar then slashes his weapon at him, but the priest forms a shield before him with his power and dodges the attack. Luvic says the holy power absorbs the damage and that it is proportional to the divine power granted by God. Hoyen, surprised, thinks that he is strong and cannot believe he blocked Caesar's sword. Caesar slashes at him again, but the priest dodges his strike with the shield. Caesar lands a powerful strike at the shield, but to his wonder, the priest disappears from his sight. Luvic, behind him, then begins to attack with spears, throwing great, high-speed shadow spears at him. Caesar clenches his teeth and blocks that spear's skill by making a strong wind with his cape. Hoyen and Lina are shocked to see this. Caesar now leaps toward him. Luvic blocks Caesar by forming the shield before him, but it seems he struggles to maintain it. Hoyen wonders whether Luvic's holy power is already weakened. He then notices that Luvic hid a shadow spear behind his back, and that Luvic weakened his holy power for this opportunity, intending to perish together with him. Hoyen thinks that the more powerful the enemy is, the more one aims for a vital spot, but that the caster can skillfully avoid their own vital spot and recover with a healing ritual. He realizes that if Caesar dies here, his game life is over, too. Lina also worries that he is going to lose. Hoyen, troubled, thinks that he has to do something. Hoyen does not consider building up Caesar's spell resistance because there usually are not many opponents who use spells until the latter half of the game. In the first place, it is strange to even be fighting an evil priest. He wonders what he should do. He thinks that even if he makes Lina join in on this situation, all physical attacks would be blocked by that holy power move, and on top of that, they are running out of time. The shadow spears are all aimed at the vital points. He wonders if there is nothing he can do, something that would make even a guy like Luvic stop his spells. He thinks that considering this is the only method he can come up with. He then shouts that the guards are there. Luvic flinches at it, but then the spear moves toward Caesar. Caesar smirks at him as he dodges the spear attack. He then pushes Luvic back with full force and slams him to the ground so hard that the ground is destroyed. Caesar laughs and tells Hoyen that he has dealt with the impudent priest who dared to try to harm the boss. Hoyen, scared, sees that the situation has worsened. Then the guards come there, saying that over there is the site where there is damage to public property and physical assault. People inform them that the crazy guy assaulted a priest, and that the rest of his group is inside that hotel building. They say they clearly heard him say boss, and are positive that the boss is the one behind all of this, demanding that he be caught now. The guards warn them that if they resist, they will be killed. Lina worries and thinks about what she should do, realizing she cannot run away with a big guy like that. Hoyen asks what she means by that and what she should do. She then tells him to just run. Later in Brahm's police station, the officer tells Hoyen that it seems like he is ordering Caesar around, but he is not showing up in any organization or criminal activities, and his record is clearly clean. He says he understands that the priest the gang reported was from the notorious clan known as the Priest of the End, but asks about the corpse that was electrocuted. He adds that if it is because the man got dragged into Hoyen's fight, then it is more than enough to charge him. Hoyen sits hopelessly and says that it might not look like it, but he has a sickness. He explains that his underling Caesar brought the priest without knowing that he was from the Priest of the End, and that he was trying to send him back, but Caesar did whatever he wanted. He adds that the corpse was hit by what was aimed at him. The officer says, however, there is testimony that Hoyen might have been the one who gave the order to kill him. He asks if it could be that Hoyen was trying to recruit the Priest of the End, but things went south, and he got into a fight. Hoyen thinks that it makes a lot of sense, and that it is clear they already consider them dangerous. Lina, also in prison while sobbing, asks what is going to happen to their demon army. Hoyen thinks that unless there is someone who can testify in their favor right now, it will put the brakes on their gaming life. The officer smirks and mutters that's right. He can see Hoyen losing his will. He then says to let him bring a decisive witness to prove his guilt. He calls for Miss Errol to come in. As she comes inside, Hoyen is shocked to see her. She says it is nice to see him again, Wilhelm Meyer. The officer wonders if they know each other. Errol then says to the officer that she thinks she misunderstood a little bit. The officer asks her if she did not say before that she heard the words of the priest. Errol says he must have misunderstood her. She adds that this is a righteous man who caught an adventurer killer in the labyrinth and got a reward, and that she even wrote the report to the guild. She says she is sure a person like that would not need a reason to hold hands with a priest of the N. She asks if the officer thought framing him as a risk to the city would help his performance record. The officer now seems frightened. Hoyen internally thinks with a devilish smile that it is true. What luck. The system notifies that all the party charges against him have been cleared, that his confinement has been lifted, that, as an apology for their failure and for his confinement, the guards have paid the fine for the damage to the public facilities, and that, in addition, for Wilhelm Meyer's medical expenses, he has received 50 gold. Hoyen thinks that playing games is fun. Errol tells Hoyen congratulations, saying she has never seen something like this happen while working at the Adventurers Guild, but is glad he was able to escape with her help. Hoyen says he is grateful and in her debt. She says that with this, she is sure he has become an exclusive member, then leaves, saying she is off duty today and will see him next time. Lena tells Hoyen that the girl was a little weird just now. Hoyen then says that, anyway, he does not know if it is because he could not sleep well due to the disturbance, but he is tired. Caesar then tells him that it is time for him to get serious treatment. Hoyen is scared, wondering what the hell Caesar is saying now. Later, in the Temple of the Healing Order, Hoyen is lying straight, covering his eyes while a priest performs healing spells on him. To his shock, the priest says what is going on, since the healing spell should be working. Another priest says, is it not weird, as it is supposed to be able to measure the size of the disease based on the divine power consumed. The priest who performs the ritual says, could it be a high-level curse that junior priests like them cannot sense? Hoyen lifts the cover, glances at them, and thinks that, of course, they cannot sense it. A few minutes earlier, Caesar lifts him and runs while Hoyen protests that he is okay and will get better if he just sleeps. Caesar says he is not okay and that they must fix the boss's illness at all costs. While lying, Hoyen thinks this was not what he meant to do, but he suddenly ended up faking an illness. The priest, while performing the ritual, says it cannot be. Caesar approaches him angrily and asks what he means, it cannot be, and what happened. He adds that the priest is the high and mighty priest of the healing order who does not even take vacations, yet all he can say is that it cannot be. The priest says he just did not expect it and asks for a little more time. Caesar, frustrated, grabs him by the shirt and asks if he is dragging time while having a patient with a high-level curse lying in front of him. He says he does not have time to respond to his absurd excuses and demands that the high priest be brought now, warning that they already know what happened to the priest from the end. He threatens that if they are any slower, he will put an end to this cult with his own hands. Hoyen, frustrated at Caesar, tells him to stop making things worse. Then another senior priest comes in, sees them, and asks if it is him, the patient with an unidentifiable and powerful curse. Caesar notices him and asks who he is. The senior priest tells Caesar to move aside. Checking Hoyen, he says his face does not look good at all and wonders if it is because of the curse. He then casts his healing spell on him and says in wonder how this could be. Caesar asks what it is. The priest introduces himself as Elaine, an intermediate-level priest of the healing order, and says that even he cannot sense the boss's curse. He explains it is the curse of all curses, the highest level curse. Lena, worried for him, asks if the boss is going to die. Hoyen, while crying, thinks that he has just realized it already. The junior priests say he has a high-level curse, but only got away with his face looking like that, calling it a research case that is going to upend the order. Hoyen wonders why there would be a curse like that. Lena tells Caesar to do something. Elaine says they must call the Grand Master at once. Hoyen thinks this is going to become a mess, and then tells the intermediate priest, Elaine, that he wants to talk to him alone about his illness. Later, alone in Elaine's personal library, he asks if it is there, and does Hoyen think he can tell him. Hoyen, sitting in front of him, says that regarding his curse, he does not want the Grand Master to get involved. Elaine says just the experience of healing a rare case like this is a huge help to their order, and no matter how expensive the costs are, they can cover them. Hoyen asks what if he fails to heal him, adding that he must have heard of his underlings' notoriety, and even the Brahm guards cannot do anything. He says he is the only one who can control them, and if Elaine fails and he dies, his underlings will wreak havoc first. Lane thinks for a while and says that the one with the duty of controlling those underlings is cursed to the point where his appearance degenerates to less than that of the average person. Hoyen thinks he has always been like this, though. Elaine then suddenly thinks of something, slams his hand on the table, and asks if the curse Hoyen has is one he already knows about. He starts crying, saying what a pity it is that Hoyan endured a curse that even a high priest could not touch, and now he is bound to die. Yet, for the safety of others, he has managed to control a bunch of rascals. He calls to the god of healing, asking if this is not the Order's mission, the spirit of self-sacrifice. Hoyan, frustrated, thinks he is tired of responding and tells himself to just let Elaine talk away. He begins to leave, saying he has told Elaine his intentions, so he is going now. Elaine then casts a spell and says, even if it is a powerful curse, he can give him a small boost to slow down the progress. After this boost, the healing order is invigorated and all conditions are cleared. Hoyan asks what he is doing. Elaine asks if Hoyan will allow him to join his party. Hoyan wonders at his request. Elaine says he does not need money or conditions, so he pleads to just let him accompany him. The system notifies that Elaine, an intermediate priest from the healing order, hopes to join the party. Hoyan wonders if a healer is an essential member of a party. If someone wants to hire an intermediate priest, they need to pay a huge amount of money. At the very least, he is sure this guy does not have the specs to hire one this early in the game. The system says that due to special conditions, he can use him freely without paying any medical or hiring fees. He thinks it is crazy that it is starting to feel a little unnatural. This continuous good luck he has been having feels like too much to say that it is just due to his charisma. Hiring a member of the order, even if someone raised their status within the order for a long time, would only get them an intern priest who is just doing it for the experience and training. But Elaine is an intermediate priest. It is amazing luck to get 1 or 2 levels above the norm. He thinks no matter how great he is, there are not just 1 or 2 suspicious things in the system. He wonders if it could be special treatment for being a former ranker. Elaine asks if he is not satisfied with him and tells him not to doubt the abilities of the order. Hoyan thinks he would like to accept right away, but those manipulative management teams, if he becomes a ranker like this, they will try to take all the credit. He then says to the priest that in his party, his life is collateral, and he can only survive with that level of determination. In the library, Elaine is sitting sadly, and the junior priests wonder what has happened to him. As they are going, Lena asks Hoyan if his face looks better and what he has done with the priest. Elaine replies to his juniors that the man is so pitiful and tells them to come and pray for him. 1 hour later, in Brahm's back alley restaurant, Hoyan is sitting lost in his thoughts. Lena asks the boss why his face is glossy, but his expression is ugly. Caesar says the girl is right and asks if something is making him angry. Hoyan covers his face with his hands and says that, to be honest, he does not want to blame anyone at this point. But it is true that their party messes up even the simplest things. Caesar, frustrated at Lena, says if it is her again. She asks what about her. Hoyan stops them, saying that he already said he is not blaming anyone, and there is no point in blaming each other. He says there was a better solution, but he was too insensitive, and that solution is the bargaining skill. Bargaining skill, where something can be created out of nothing, is basic, but one of the most important skills. The order of proficiency is basic, lower, skilled, intermediate, and upper, and it goes up based on achievements in bargaining. Lena says bargaining is lame. Hoyan yells at her and says he thought a high-class bandit like her would have mastered it already, and then says whatever, he is going to demonstrate his skills, so they should watch carefully. He calls the owner of the restaurant. The owner comes and asks how he may help him. Hoyan asks if he can take a look at the food they ordered. The owner says they ordered quite a lot. Hoyan says that it is right. It should be a big plus for the store's daily sales, so they should get some freebies. The owner asks for freebies and then says it sounds good, they can have the drinks for free, and orders the waiter to bring drinks for table 4. Hoyan tells his underlings that bargaining is an easy way to get what one wants without using violence. Caesar, overconfidently slamming on the table, says to take the things one wants using bargaining, and says he understood exactly, boss. He then says to the owner that he must have felt it vaguely. Hoyan, troubled, thinks about what he really wants, and calls Caesar a crazy guy in his thoughts. The owner says that if they cause a scene, he will call the guards. Caesar asks if he has not heard the news yet that the boss has just come from the station, and even after destroying the city, he was compensated and released. The owner says that it is strange and asks Hoyan if they are an emerging, big-name criminal organization that even he has not heard about. With a devilish smirk, he says they must have approached this place, knowing how important it is for the existing crime organizations. Boys gather with weapons behind the owner. The owner says to show their true colors, customers, and that they will make them a delicious meal. Hoyan is puzzled at the situation. Caesar laughs and says with this bargaining, take the things that they want, and that he shall take this whole store. Lena also says she wants the whole. Meanwhile, Hoyan tries to stop them, saying that is not what he meant, and calls them idiots. The system says it is an unexpected event and instructs them to show the gang of criminals who are secretly operating the restaurant what they can do. Caesar then starts attacking them and destroys the restaurant with just a single slash. The owner tells his comrades that half of them are gone in a single hit and orders everyone to spread out, warning that if they stay together, they will be swept away by his sword. Lena appears behind the owner and asks the boss if he can pay attention to her, too, then asks if he remembers her. The owner shouts in shock that she was definitely part of their guild. Hoyan, standing still, wonders how they know each other. The comrades start running away in fear of Caesar, who, while slashing them, asks where they are running off to. The system says they can steal this restaurant from the criminal organization. A few moments later, in Back Alley restaurant, they bind the restaurant owner and some of his comrades. The owner, saying the situation does not make any sense, admits that it was his mistake and asks how he could not have noticed how tough they are from that face. Hoyan says that it is too late to regret it now and asks how the owner knows his underline. The owner says he knows her and that she was a high-level fighter in their criminal organization, that one day she single-handedly destroyed one of their branches and suddenly disappeared, and that she is currently one of the most wanted people in the organization. Hoyan wonders what he just said, realizing that if she is one of the most wanted, they have been chased by the criminal organization up to now, and are being treated as a criminals organization in public. He thinks there is no turning back. Now that it is like this, he tells the owner that since they are members of the organization and witnesses, there is no point in keeping them alive. Hoyan thinks it might as well solidify his evil image. He then begins to leave, ordering Lena not to make mistakes when cleaning up this time. The owner stops him and says that the restaurant and its underlings will all go under him. Hoyan says an easily detectable strategy to hold on to life will not work on him. The owner protests that that is not the only reason and explains they were already having issues in their organization. Lena asks if something happened while she was gone. The owner says the identity of their criminal organization is disappearing and that it all stems from a boy who just entered, weird but smart, who, with his snake-like tongue, captured the hearts of the executives and even suggested a new business model. When that business began to pay off, the bases of organizations that used to be dens of freedom started to decline because they were not bringing in money. They were already seen in a bad light due to security issues and ended up producing flies. According to rumors, that boy was supposedly just a pickpocket. The owner says he can see infinite possibilities with Hoyan's organization. The overwhelming power to destroy everything in one stroke. The charisma of the boss with his scary face, and that if Hoyan becomes the master of their store, he will surely be able to regain the notoriety of past criminal organizations. Lena begins to strike out, telling the owner to shut up because their boss hates people who are only good with their mouth. Hoyan stops Lena and says he has heard the owner's reasoning and accepts the offer for the store. Lena protests, asking what he is saying all of a sudden, and warns that if they are a criminal organization, they will just stab them in the back. Hoyan says that will not happen, that if they were a normal criminal organization, those guys would be killed for failing to stop them. He says they are dead anyway, so they had no choice from the very beginning, and that if they want to prolong their life, they should give their loyalty to him with the resolve to be born again. The system notifies that the unexpected event is complete, and that the rulers of the Back Alley restaurant, which was the base of the criminal organization, swear loyalty to him. The Back Alley restaurant is now his territory. The owner bows and licks his shoes. The system says he can now collect protection fees and taxes from the restaurant, that he now has pawns, underlings, and a territory, and that he has met all conditions to form an organization and must create a name. Hoyan says from now on, his family, Wilhelm Meyer's family, will be called the Black Mountain Association. The system says that when forming an organization, a large amount of experience and skill points are given as bonuses, and that organization formation is a key element of boss play. Hoyan tells them to remember loyalty or death, and to do their best to run a powerful organization. Caesar asks the boss what his plans for the future are. Hoyan says the main course of action for the Black Mountain Association is to beat the labyrinth. Lena asks how normal it is for a criminal organization to beat a labyrinth. Hoyan informs them that power and wealth are important, but are only a small part of what he seeks. There are powerful monsters in the labyrinth with true strength in a different class from the people here, and he announces that, rather than dominating the insignificant things, he wants to subjugate those kinds of existences, so now they should go. Meanwhile, in Brahm Eastern District, in a slum village, a young boy is reading that the Black Alley restaurant was robbed in half a day and that it appears to be a big emerging organization. He tells his brother Tama that it seems like it is time they get involved. Hoyen comes outside and says he does not need the ruler of Labyrinth City or the king of the nation to become the best. He will overcome the labyrinth itself with his own hands. The system says the player Wilhelm Meyer has set a goal for the Black Mountain Association, and at the same time decided on his ambition. The Back Alley restaurant and its employees that Wilhelm Meyer stole are all remnants of a violent organization with a notoriety value. Their notoriety value is added to his existing notoriety, and his notoriety increases significantly. A member tells the restaurant's ex-owner that they managed to survive the crisis but worries about the future. The owner agrees and says by now the news should have reached that child's ear, and he has heard that that guy recently got a monster as a bodyguard. Meanwhile, the young boy outside in the square, along with Tama, who is carrying a large weapon. He has an officer approach him and tell him he did not hear that it is now illegal to carry large weapons in the square. The boy asks why that is bad. The officer explains that a user's notoriety has recently risen tremendously, and that one of the descriptions used to describe him is a big sword, adding that there is a record that the user, even after being caught red-handed, was released without being charged. He says the man is a member of the Adventurers Guild with agent verification, so it is an ambiguous situation, and they can only take precautions, and asks the boy to leave his brother's weapon with him for now. The young boy then tells Tama to do this, but Tama, his guard, begins to charge at the officer. The boy panics and says that Tama cannot do that here. The system informs that Hoyen and the members of the Black Mountain Association's total notoriety has increased to the set value of 1,000. The Black Mountain Association's reputation has been formed, and all future activities of its members will affect the reputation of the organization. Whenever the reputation exceeds a certain level, their position in the underworld rises, but at the same time, they can be targeted by raiders and attacked by other groups of authority. Hoyen, getting the attention of other players, thinks that being the boss player of mainly notoriety is definitely different. He notes they are already being watched closely by suspicious eyes, and thinks he would never get this much attention outside of the game. Lena wonders why they are being looked at. Hoyen thinks it is not that bad. If he is the center of attention from the start, then he can quickly grow his organization and soon lie on top of his riches, and it looks like the underlings are enjoying it too. At this rate, he believes he should be able to easily control them. He clenches his teeth, thinking that if he does not want to repeat Eldrigo's fall, he must put the labyrinth conquest behind him and stay outside. But then he catches himself, thinking about what he was just considering, and decides this time for sure that what he could not do as Eldrigo, he must succeed. The guild announces that the Black Mountain Association's labyrinth conquest is a one-way ticket to hell that goes into the depths of fear, and unless a miracle happens, they will definitely die. He asks his underlings if they are ready to make a miracle happen. They both refuse. Lena says it is too much and asks if he is not getting a little carried away just because he seems more like a boss now. Caesar says he understands how Hoyen feels, but since it is only the beginning of the game, there is no need to overdo it. Hoyen wonders why they are being so practical all of a sudden. He then agrees and says it is not time yet, so they should finish the organization's maintenance for now and buy the labyrinth map first. The system then warns of an emergency intruder alert, saying the Black Mountain Association's restaurant is under attack. Hoyen is troubled and thinks that it happened so quickly. Meanwhile, at the completely destroyed restaurant, the young child tells the owner that it was not easy coming all the way there, that there were some minor complications on the way, otherwise, they would have come earlier. The owner asks if they would have come earlier, saying he does not understand since they already seem to be in a hurry. He asks if the boy is acting on his own without the organization's instructions. The child calls him a quick-witted adult. The owner says, as expected, he is just a child. Even if they are currently stolen, the place was clearly the property of the organization, and if the boy had just lured the robbers and dealt with them, it would have ended easily. But instead, he just destroyed it. The owner asks if he has a personal grudge against them, and mocks him by saying it is similar to how he is dragging around a big monster. The young boy, frustrated, asks what. The owner mocks him again, asking if it is something like a sense of inferiority. The boy then orders Tama, saying the person there betrayed his colleagues. Tama begins to strike at the owner, calling him trash. Just then, Caesar arrives, dodges the strike, and makes Tama lose his weapon. The boy is troubled by Caesar's presence as Caesar glances at him. The child tells Caesar that he knew it would be them, the atrocious thugs who took his gold. Caesar, seeing him, says he almost remembered but forgot again, and asks why there is a child there. The child laughs and says it is funny that Caesar says he forgot him, and that he can never forget the day Caesar hung him upside down with his sword and dragged him across the street. That humiliating day. Caesar remembers him and says he is the one who stole the boss's money and humiliated him that time, that he is the pickpocket. The child says Caesar finally remembered and calls him only strong. Hoyen and Lena also come up. Lena tells Caesar to slow down because their sick, mule-like boss is going to wear away. To their surprise, Tama pushes Caesar backward, hits him into the wall, destroys the wall, and Caesar falls outside. They are surprised to see this. The child says to them that they have seen his underlings' destructive power and asks how they like it, claiming they have been running wild because of Caesar's high strength. Hoyen, frustrated, says the base of his organization is well and truly destroyed. He yells as he approaches that the child is an impudent guy and that he will finish him with his own hands. Lena stops Hoyen, saying the child is just a kid. The child accuses Hoyen of not even caring about the current state of his underling condition. Hoyen yells that his underling is stronger and that there is no way he would die from just that. The child asks if Hoyen is confident when he does not even know who Tama is, and explains that Piercing Wind Tama was a named adventurer who roamed the depths of the labyrinth. He says that, however, like so many of the named, Tama lost all of his comrades and was defeated at the threshold of the abyss. Tama, the child says, perhaps could not bear to die and alone escaped and survived, and when he reached the start of the labyrinth, the guilt of abandoning his colleagues drove him mad. Tama, while crying, tells Caesar to stand up and warns that at this rate, all of Caesar's colleagues will die at his hands. The child continues his story, saying he never expected it would present him with a new opportunity that he, who already failed once to become a great thief, would beat up the maniac the criminal guild could not handle, and even earn the trust of the executives. He then says he spoke too long and that what he wanted to say was, but Hoyen says he stopped listening halfway because it was so boring. The child, frustrated, yells that he is saying it is over for Hoyen's underling. Hoyen smirks and says the child is impudent and asks if he has not heard the rumors that not even the priest of the end could. Lena moves toward the child and says the kid must be misunderstanding something, then asks who is on his side here and says that if he is alone like this, who cares about his underling? She begins to charge at him, saying their boss hates guys who talk too much. Hoyen wonders if she is doing the same thing. Suddenly, Tama leaps toward her, grabs her face, and pushes her backward. The child laughs, saying Tama will never throw away his colleagues now, and that Hoyen's underling is finished. He is then shocked to notice that Tama's leg is grabbed by Caesar. Caesar smirks and says never let his guard down, then slams Tama away. He approaches Tama and says whatever happened to his colleagues does not matter, and tells him to pick up his weapon because this battle is for him. The system notifies that Caesar wishes to have a one-on-one battle with Tama. The system says an expected event occurs, as runaway warrior Tama has been burdened by guilt for abandoning his colleagues. He stands up and picks up his weapon. He is beginning to project his fear of the labyrinth onto Caesar, who is threatening him. By defeating Caesar, Tama believes that he can be freed from the guilt haunting him. He is more desperate than ever and is pushing his body to its utmost limits, surviving the berserker's onslaught of attacks into which he has poured all of his life force. Hoyen wonders why it is so ominous. Tama then wields his weapon in the air, and Caesar also swings his weapon. Hoyen wonders if, with the pressure, he cannot believe this is just from the wind pressure caused by the swing of Caesar's sword. He then asks Lena if she thinks she can join in now. She says she specializes in quick assassination, so she is not suited, and if he does not want to lose his remaining underlings. Hoyen, frustrated at her, says she talks too much. Caesar charges at him, and Tama precisely blocks. He manages to land a strike at Caesar, pushing him backward, floating. Hoyen, seeing this, wonders what an insane uproar is raised, that he cannot believe this big guy, and Caesar is floating. The system warns him that, sensing it, Piercing Wind Tama begins to use his lethal move. He slashes at Caesar, cuts through the labyrinth, and a strong hawk's gust throws Caesar outside, destroying the restaurant wall. Hoyen shouts for Caesar. The young boy, hiding under the table, mockingly says to Hoyen that it serves him right, asking what he said before. that he thought he said his underling would never die. Seeing the destruction, he says if it is this much, he is sure Caesar was split in half. He then says to Tama to look over here, trembling in fear in front of the indomitable strength, calling them cowards who let their colleagues die in front of them. Hoyan, seeing Tama before them, wonders what this is all of a sudden, and that who knew events he did not consider important at the beginning of the game would result in a butterfly effect and come back to bite him. Lena steps forward and says she has no choice and that it is her turn now. Hoyan says she should have done that earlier. She uses her illusion skill and appears twice in front of Tama. Hoyan says she should have used this skill earlier, too. She mocks Tama, asking what he thinks, saying he cannot follow her with the naked eye. She surrounds him, saying that with his reaction speed, he does not stand a chance. Seeing Tama struggling, she says that if she aims for his vital point like this, then throws the knives at him, but to her surprise, the knives dodge in mid-air. She falls on the floor and says who the hell did this. Then Caesar's voice asks her who said she could butt in, saying this is his fight. He leaps toward Tama, and they both interlock their fists, pushing each other. Caesar mockingly asks why he is so obsessed with his colleagues, asking if at the most crucial time, he was betrayed by his most trusted colleague, and what the reason is he is hanging on to such an insignificant concept like colleagues. He says colleagues are just a necessity, that Tama was just so weak that he was not even a necessity, and guesses he did not realize it even after going through the labyrinth, saying it is how the world works, that there is no use for the weak. Hoyan wonders what he is saying and how he could say that. Lena asks Hoyan if he is not talking about the boss. Caesar pushes Tama back, saying weak ones shall never surpass him because he failed in the first place. Tama's tears flow like a stream as he recalls his past event and bursts into cries. The system says Tama's rampage state exceeds the limit of what can be handled. Hoyan thinks he knows Caesar is his underling that he poured all his contribution points into, but he really cannot believe it this time. He thinks having an event with a rampaging berserker is basically the last boss of the beginning, and that it should be over after a moderate confrontation, but Tama goes beyond that. Caesar tells Tama that he is already weak, not just useless but insignificant too, and says he sees that Tama now understands how he has been wrong this whole time. He explains that the reason Tama repeats his foolish past is because he did not have a boss at his party, that colleagues are just equals and such a tenuous relationship will loosen in a moment of crisis, and that to overcome a crisis, a strong superior like a boss must press it down. He laughs and asks if Tama understands, saying that only then can Tama force himself to give his whole life, that one can abandon a colleague but will not dare abandon a boss. Hoyan wonders what kind of logic that is. Tama screams so loud and then collapses. The system says the rampaging berserker event is completed, and that Caesar has won the one-on-one duel against Tama. It notifies that Caesar's strength has drastically increased and that he has acquired the fixed state tenacity. Lena shouts that they barely won. Hoyan thinks the situation is absurd regardless of the process. The reward is too cheap. Even after clearing such a big event, the management team is acting strangely. He concludes in the end that it is because his underling is insanely competent. Then Caesar coughs up blood and also collapses. A special event scene plays in underling Caesar's nightmare. Caesar says this time too he cut them up. Hoyan asks if he is sure about cutting them up, complaining he cannot even tell who was really cut and that he cannot tolerate such a messy victory, that true victory is flawless and graceful, and that acting as if one has all the specs with unruly behavior and crude victory does not suit his luxurious Black Mountain association. Caesar, confused, asks what he is saying. Hoyan tells him he is disqualified. Caesar becomes frustrated, says this is definitely a dream, and charges at Hoyan, claiming the boss would never test the loyalty of this body. He then wakes from his dream and finds himself in a hospital bed. He rises and notices a paper on the table from Hoyan telling him to come to City Hall as soon as he has recovered. He angrily squeezes the note. At East District City Hall, Hoyan surprisingly asks the lady at the counter if the madman Tama they took care of is a large landowner in the East District slums. The City Hall Real Estate Division staff, Cled, replies that yes, the traces are those of a name's past and that according to the Labyrinth World system, the Black Mountain Association has become a partial owner. She adds that Tama was a real pain for them and that rumors of him playing with a crime syndicate have been circulating, and the problem has been getting worse. Hoyan, frustrated at the pickpocket boy, says the kid talked about colleagues but was just aiming for Tama's wealth. He asks Cled why, according to the original system, he is supposed to take everything but only got partial ownership. She says the reason is simple. Half of Tama's fortune already belongs to that young boy. Hoyan, now more furious, tells the boy that when it works out, he will take care of him and steal it. Lena tries to stop him, telling him to hold it in because the boy is just a kid. The child, scared, begs for mercy and offers to be their slave if they let him live. In the Eastern District, at Tama's mansion, Hoyan asks what it is and whether Tama's property is just a desolate thing. He asks the pickpocket boy, called Rave, to explain what it is all about. The boy says he is not a slave and that his name is not Rave, but Hoyan yells at him to shut up, saying that since he is a slave, he is calling him Rave and asking who told him he can talk back. The boy, scared, agrees that his name is Rave. Hoyan asks why the state of management is like this and if they just want to die. He then notices a stuffed toy stuck on a sharp blade and asks why there are things like this in the mansion. Rave replies that they are probably all over the place and that Tama's lingering fear and feelings were embodied in the mansion in this way, warning that they should be careful because some places are downright dangerous or poisoned. Lena casually asks what the price of the house is. Hoyan thinks it is good to have a large land in hand, but worries that the most important part of the mansion cannot be used, and wonders about all of this. Cled, observing the place, asks if she should just demolish the whole mansion. Hoyan gets an idea and thinks he heard it right, and that it would be an easy way to solve the problem, remembering the beginning of the labyrinth and that no matter how big the area is, there are always common traps, and that Caesar pushed through the walls of the labyrinth. He decides that, since it is unmanageable anyway, after destroying the mansion, he will make a hideout there and turn it into a new base of the Black Mountain Association. He thinks money is already enough, but they will need to save a dime for a nicely buffed base, and he clenches his fist internally, asking Caesar to come back soon because his ability is truly needed. Seeing his facial expression, Cled asks Lena if he randomly makes ugly faces like this, and says it is getting worse. In Labyrinth World Tip Hideout, it is said that the hideout building provides building characteristics and various buffs to all members. An ordinary hideout has a low-level function, and has only one rest that recovers a small amount of health, but it can grant a huge buff depending on the cost of building materials consumed. In the case of new construction, not maintenance, it is said that it takes about a month, but this can also be shortened with gold. In Labyrinth City Center Plaza, Caesar comes there. Hoyan's words that he sees in his dream continuously disturb him. A boy stops him and asks who he is and what kind of guy he is. Caesar angrily says that if he does not want to die, he should go the way he came from. The boy makes a punch and says that this body will never die. Caesar grabs his arm and asks what he is, and if he is kidding him now. The boy asks if he has ever heard of the news that in the East District, a one-on-one duel between gladiators with great swords happens in the slum. Rumors are already spreading, and although there are few eyewitnesses, it is said that the traces of the powerful swordsmanship left at the scene are comparable to a legendary duel. He shouts that he does not agree, and that it is just a dirty fight. Caesar grits his teeth, yells at him, and asks why he thinks so. The boy makes a kick and says that it is because the duel is without martial arts, aiming at the right place without superfluity, efficient blows, a flexible stance that naturally leads the flow of battle, and that all of these are martial arts that truly grace the duel. But the Bikbo Kwan is missing. He then asks about it and says that Caesar is also a gladiator with a great sword. He tells him to take this opportunity to receive the Bikbo Kwan, and asks if he would not like to lay the foundation for a long-lasting match. He adds that he should not miss this golden opportunity, and that if he registers at the gymnasium now, he will receive various prizes. Caesar says that this is good and asks where he should learn. Again, in the Labyrinth City Eastern District at Toma's mansion, Rave practices Lena's skill. She says that it is really good, and that he is talented. It is said that Black Mountain's slave, Rave, completes basic assassination skills training. She mocks Hoyan that the slave is better than the boss. Cled, who is waiting there, asks Hoyan when the competent subordinate will arrive since it is past work hours. Hoyan internally says to Caesar where he is and what he is doing. He then says to Cled that he is sorry and asks him a question. He says that when he comes here, he looks all over the Eastern District and that the situation makes no sense. He adds that a crazy adventurer who was possessed by a petty thief a while ago is running around. He says that even at the city hall, it must have been practically out of hand, and that just then, an unheard of new organization appears and takes off that annoying hump. But the situation does not get much better. He adds that it is the first time he has ever seen a public servant escort so diligently, refusing to leave work. and wonders if the city hall has noticed the competence of his subordinate, Caesar. He says that it is not like they are trying to fix the situation in the long run by tying them up here. Cled says that Hoyan is pretty sharp, and that, after all, he is the boss of that rumored upstart organization, but he does not want to leave work. He adds that he wonders if there is some personal feeling. Hoyan is shocked at what he is talking about all of a sudden. In the era of the Great Templar, the 5th generation VR game Labyrinth World, since the beginning of the dungeon, the difficulty has risen sharply. Items can amplify each character's basic stat, due to which items very important. For the players, although it brought about the joy of farming and various other events, at the same time, inequality in game life due to possession of artifacts has also started. So, marginalized players tried to overcome this inequality through hard work. It is the natural formation of such people, martial arts being a system, martial art training to raise the gamer's control itself, and the intent was great. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, Caesar throws the martial arts trainee away with a hit and says that his hand feels good, and asks if this is martial arts. The boy Biksu, who brings him, shouts that this kind of ignorant fight is not Bikbo Kwon. Caesar mocks that it is a name that looks trivial, like a bug. Biksu yells at him and asks what he says. Caesar grabs him from the collar and says that it starts to get boring, that he is not interested in small fish, and tells him to bring someone who fits to fight this body right away. Otherwise, the seal of his fate ends here. The trainees, scared of Caesar, say that Biksu asks to bring a new member, but instead, he brings such a monster, and that they are all dead now. Then another bald trainee stomps in and shouts, asking who Caesar is and how he dares to make a fuss in their sacred gymnasium. Caesar pushes Biksu away, leans toward the bald trainee, and asks if it is him who is the strongest in this gymnasium. But the bald trainee suddenly starts crying and runs from there. Other trainees console him and accuse Caesar that he makes the youngest in the gymnasium cry. Caesar says that now it is a difficult situation, that he comes there with a lot of expectations, but it is disappointing. He says that the one who makes this busybody walk in vain is a man who shouts out loud that he would never die if he learned martial arts, which is like a bug struggle. He asks the trainees if they understand the situation now and says that the only way to prove their claim is really just not to die. Everyone wonders what he is going to do now. One of the senior artists throws his badge and shouts to kill him all. Biksu asks him what he just did and why he threw the sacred nameplate, proving that he is a member of the gymnasium. The senior, crying, says that so far he has made every possible effort he could, but tells them to look at this unreasonable monster. He shouts at Biksu, pointing at Caesar, that he should take a closer look at the status window, that Caesar is only 15 years old at the newbie level, and nevertheless has abilities that easily exceed mid-level adventurers like them with that ridiculous set of items. He says that it is a diamond spoon made by pouring 1 billion contribution points from the character's creation. Biksu wonders and says that it is a minion, just a pet of the main player. The senior says that if the minions are at this level, then how big is the main character, and adds that obviously, he is a ranker with a broken personality who is grumpy and enjoys the massacre of civilians. He says that they play carelessly like this, destined to die a dog's death at the right time. That senior, now observing the other trainees' expressions, thinks that it is a big deal, and that the trainees are starting to get agitated. He thinks that there is a terrifying sense of intimidation, that he has never seen a monster like this anywhere, and wonders who his master is. He thinks that the director should not have to step forward with this. Caesar then grabs Biksu, who starts crying and says to help him because he has nothing to do with this gymnasium anymore. Caesar asks why he is so desperate, slaps his face, and says that efforts and things like hard work cannot go beyond the limits of innate talent, that it is the natural providence of the world, and that to deny it and waste time clinging to something unreasonable is struggling to escape from oneself. He says that it is no different from being a pitiful coward. He grabs him from his shirt and says to the other trainees that on such a subject, do they think they deserve to despair, and if not, it is as simple as proving it with their death without any flaw. Biksu thinks that Caesar is crazy and that he just drags a heinous devil with him. Other trainees also throw their nameplates and say what martial arts are all about, that they cannot just die like this, and that they are wasting their time by locking themselves in there, while they could have farmed hard. The senior, seeing the trainees, thinks that now, at this rate, the number of trainees, which is already decreasing, will decrease even more. Then the master of the gymnasium comes and shouts to Caesar to stop and not touch the trainees. Meanwhile, in Tama's mansion in the Eastern District, Lena shouts to the boss to get away from Cled. Hoyen wonders what she is talking about. All of a sudden, Cled asks what he does. Lena leaps toward her, leans at her, and asks what she is and what she thinks she is doing. She says that she is terribly suspicious from the start and asks if she is campaigning because she has a good figure. Hoyen wonders why she is arguing all of a sudden. Lena says that she cannot stand Cled since earlier and asks what personal interest he has, saying that it is obvious his ulterior motive is just to assault something from the boss. She asks if he knows the reason why their organization has grown this big so quickly. Hoyen tells her to stop it and says that she will be in big trouble. She asks the boss if he likes this woman. Hoyen says that she is obstructing his duty. Lena, frustrated, asks if it is her or this woman and tells him to choose. Hoyen wonders what she is saying and what is going on suddenly. He thinks that it is not supposed to go like this, that originally, when there is a conflict of interest between organizations, what usually happens in this situation is the bargaining event, and that even the sudden trick Cled uses is kind of like the first attack to seize victory since the bargaining starts. He thinks that, to be honest, his heart does skip a beat, but anyway, if it is his special skill, charisma, he will surely win the bargaining. He thinks, however, that this is not the only thing he is aiming for. Lena notices Hoyen's facial expressions while he is thinking and asks why he suddenly looks ugly, saying that this is something that he should really think about carefully. Hoyen still thinks that it is none other than the expansion ability, detection, and the detection skill that can see and know something that he cannot. He thinks that it is an ability that a genuinely powerful person should have, originally intending to win the bargaining by dominating Cled and obtaining the detection skill through the increase of bargaining level. But he wonders why it has changed to seeing through a woman's heart now. 2. Meanwhile, the master of the gymnasium, Gato, says to Caesar that even with such great strength, to think he comes all the way here to make a mess, and asks what he is scheming. The trainees lose their balance, wondering how he can have such pressure just from his energy. Caesar asks what scheme and says that they cannot see. He stomps his feet on the floor and causes massive destruction. Biksu alerts everyone to be careful. Caesar laughs and says it is fun to harass the weak. Gato unleashes his Beakbow Palm Blast and says that he cannot forgive him anymore. Caesar, seeing the incoming attack, thinks about how he can tolerate such a messy victory and recalls that in the past, he thought a true victory should be flawless and graceful. He then dodges the attack with an explosion. As the dust settles, Caesar stands holding Biksu, who bears Gato's attack. Gato shouts, asking how dare he lay his hand on the trainee. Caesar throws Biksu and moves, saying it will be fine as long as he does not get hurt. Gato, holding Biksu, tells him to wake up, please. Caesar says it is fine since Biksu said he will not die. Gato yells at Caesar, asking where he comes from and telling him to give his name and group. He introduces himself as from the Black Mountain Association. Gato says it is the first time he has heard of it, and that if it is an organization with an evil guy like him, it must be a demonic cult that has been infected with a demon. Caesar tells him to shut up, calling him an old, sick man, and says he has nothing more to do with him. Gato asks what he is saying, suddenly saying the fight is not over yet. Caesar says he was going to learn a flawless fight, but he cannot believe Gato is flawed to begin with, and says he has lost interest and no longer wants to waste his time. Gato asks if that means he will not bother this place anymore and will leave from here quietly. Caesar asks when he said that he will leave quietly and says the lightning there is good, and from now on, he, Caesar, will own this place. Gato protests, saying he cannot do that there is no way he will tolerate that of him, that he is not going to let him do whatever he wants, that he cannot do that, and that there is no way he will tolerate that. He orders his trainees to stop that guy no matter what. On the other side, at Tama's residence in the east, Lena angrily says to do as he pleases, boss, and to have fun playing with his crew. Hoyen says he is thankful to think that Lena is such a considerate underling, saying he is so lucky. She yells at him, saying she is so frustrated that he does not even know these simple things, and asks if the boss has been solo since birth. Hoyen adds that he will understand if she said it straightforwardly, that the meaning is totally different, and asks what solo since birth means, saying she does not have a good eye because she is an underling. He asks Cled what she thinks. She says if it is him, it is not bad. Lena then, being nice with Cled, says that means, to be honest, he is a bit disgusting. Cled agrees with her. The favorability of Lena and Cled drops by 1. Hoyen, frustrated, shouts that his head is going to burst. Meanwhile, Caesar starts hitting trainees and causes chaos in the gymnasium. He destroys the gymnasium completely. Later, he grabs Gato by the neck, lifting him up. The system informs Hoyan that Caesar has knocked down Gato, the master of Bikbo Gym. It says Caesar's ability slightly enhances as a result of achieving special experience by destroying the gym, and the Black Mountain organization's reputation increases by 50. Hoyan flinches after this and thinks that Caesar has been doing something while wandering around. Later, he reaches the gymnasium and wonders about its destruction. Lena says it is a mess and wonders what happened there. Rave, equally shocked, asks the same. Hoyan says he does not know either and adds that the system says this building has become theirs. Hoyan then asks Biksu, who is sitting close to Gato, what is going on there. Biksu asks if he is from the Black Association, too. Hearing this, Gato says he is such a cold-blooded ruffian and asks why he has to act violently in that sweaty gym. He adds that his gym is even the worst when it comes to business in that neighborhood. He cries and says he is so embittered and resentful that he does not even have strength or hope now. Everyone starts crying. Hoyan asks them what he has done. Hoyan then turns and says he does not know what happened, but he has no interest in that place. Biksu asks what he is trying to say and who he is to say that after coming so late. Hoyan says he is the boss of the Black Mountain and that it is better for them to remember that. He adds that he is sorry about the things that happened there and that it is purely his subordinates' unilateral behavior. He says he is a busy man who is about to achieve an important ambition. A big ambition that losers like them cannot even fathom. He adds that just like they said, he does not have time to care about a sweaty place and that it is out of business. He says that although the building owner has changed, he does not have the intention to change the tenant, so they can do whatever they want. Gato yells at him to stop with that nonchalant talking. Head of Black Mountain. Hoyan says he wonders what nonchalantly talking about his acts of mercy means. Gato says the reason why Bikbo Gym is out of business is that the students are often snatched away. He adds it must be because of the bigger company's despotism that gives more free gifts. He says it is not only that and explains that martial arts not only train force but also place importance on proper mind cultivation. However, he adds, the gym just breaches the violent murder technique non-stop and promotes so-called pragmatism. He says maybe it is because of the impulse to have that surefire strength. The trainees who cannot stand the traditional way of Bikbo Gym leave one by one, and that is how they end up in that situation. He says if the news that all of the people there are entirely robbed just by thugs spreads out, the fate of that gym is no different than being dead. Hoyan wonders what kind of idea Caesar has for him to make that mess. Gato then starts pleading, grabbing his legs, and says he should take in the Bikbo Gymnasium. Lena says to Bose that, despite being such a moron in women's minds, he has a lot of sweaty men clinging to him. Hoyan shouts that it is not it. Gato keeps pleading and says he will even go under his crotch. Hoyan says to get away from him. Rave, seeing the situation, says that if rumors spread that those kinds of people are connected to Black Mountain, then the reputation of the organization will also include ragtag losers in life. Hoyan yells that it is annoying and stops them, saying he gets it and will think about their situation. At night, Hoyan worries for Caesar and says he wonders where his underling has gone. Lena says to Biksu that they are really busy and there are many things they need to crush. Biksu says he thought Caesar would return right away once he was done crushing that place. He adds that Caesar already obtained the gymnasium and put it in the hands of Black Mountain, so it is done already. But then Caesar said something unexpected. He said he is still thirsty and asks if that is all about the flawless fight. He asks Hoyan how they can expect the bloodless guy to take an interest in martial arts through their gym, and says that is why their master personally recommended Caesar to go to the Chingak gym. Hoyan wonders why there is a need for goodwill toward the culprit who wiped out his business and thinks something does not add up. He squeezes his eyes and activates boss class expansion ability detection, saying he will see if Gato is scheming something. He then realizes something and yells at Lena to go to the Chungak gym instantly, saying Caesar is in danger. Meanwhile, at the center of the Labyrinth City in Chungak Gym's main building, the master of the gym, Chungak Swordsman, is standing on the terrace when the instructor Varden approaches him and says that someone is here to meet him. Chungak says he has already heard of it and adds that he can't believe such a commotion happens while he is away. Varden says he apologizes for the unthorough security and that none of them knew there was still such a master left in a powerful group. Chungak asks why it is strange since what he hears is just a mere thug. Varden says that it seems there is a problem in the report. Chungak hits his face and says that he is really pathetic and asks if he knows what kind of disgrace his guild association has gotten. He adds that, as expected from a concubine's child, he cannot even count on him to handle basic matters now. Varden bows and says he will report the damages sustained again. He says an unidentified, mysterious man makes a frontal attack on the gym and beats them down until most of the trainees and the instructor are more or less seriously injured. He adds that something unusual is that the mysterious man uses a technique similar to the Beakbow Gym technique of Master Gato. Chungak says that if legacies are still preserved, then he gets it and now has an excuse to meet Gato finally. He leaves, saying he will give Varden another chance, and orders him to hold the intruder in place until he gets back. He says one chance is enough for a street concubine child, and he will let it slide this time, but warns him not to disappoint. They bind Caesar with ropes. The sword instructor of the Chungak Gym, Yulmu, asks in astonishment if that means it is really true that to think he was the one who killed Tama from the east, and says that if that is true, then he is the man strongly wanted by the guild. Another instructor asks why it is so easy to catch him if he is such a powerful person, noting that no one else besides the master has engaged in a fight with Tama in their gym. Caesar laughs and says that is the case here too, that he has no match there, and is disappointed. Yulmu yells at him to shut up and tells him he is nothing more than a prisoner right now. He then says, if that is true, what happened to the kid who always dragged Tama along with him? Caesar says it is obvious. His boss must have brainwashed the boy into becoming a slave after personally torturing the kid inhumanely. Yulmu wonders at that and says such a thing is heinous in this world. He wields his weapon and says there will be no more bare minimum treatment for the prisoner, that he will put an end to his life right there, and that he should die. As he comes close, Caesar tells him he is too hasty. Lena then comes between them, breaks his sword, and kicks him away. Caesar laughs wholeheartedly. She asks why he is laughing as if he is so great. Caesar says it has been a long time, woman, and asks if the thing that she is dealing with those annoying guys for him has finally made her feel like obeying him. Lena says that it is funny, pointing out that while he cannot even move the slightest, his mouth is still active. She puts a knife to his neck and asks what happened to him, and calls his large body a waste. She says that even with a knife to his throat, her impression of him will stay the same, and asks what he is thinking about suddenly. He says a flawless fight. Lena asks if he means no damage and says that even though she has come this far, there is not a single mark on her body, asking what the big deal is about it for him to ponder. She asks what he will learn there when there is not even a shrewd guy there, and tells him not to wander uselessly in that sweaty place and to follow her, who is a year older than him instead. He gets frustrated at her. Lena says he is getting worked up again and that if that is really the case, then he should prove it to her. He frees himself from the ropes and asks what about the flawless fight. Lena moves close to him and says that it is a great idea, and that the first one who is injured will be a pet dog. Yulmu rises and says the fight is not over yet, that he can no longer tolerate them for dirtying the sacred gym, and that he will slash the intruders even if his life is on the line. Lena and Caesar leap toward him and say right, here is their scapegoat. Sometime afterwards, next to the Labyrinth City Square Beakbow Gym, Caesar asks Hoyan if that is true. Hoyan thinks he is in trouble. Lena says that thinks the Chungak Gym is affiliated with a large crime guild, and that she used to be a member of the crime guild, but now completely forgot. She touches Caesar's nose and says it turned out they poked a beehive and are really screwed. Hoyan wonders and asks them when they became close like that. She says what happened is that Caesar just lost a bet. She treats him like a dog, and Caesar, frustrated, says it is just today. Special event playback scene. At the Black Mountain Bar construction, the owner says it is finally over. He becomes emotional and says he is deeply moved. They have succeeded on their own at last. He hugs his comrades and says everyone has worked really hard. He says his long-held dream was once to be a great self-employed person, just like now. A comrade, while sniffing, says it is unexpected that Black Mountain must destroy this store for them to be this magnanimous. The owner says that it is right. If it were the former criminal guild, he could not even dream of it. The tax is drastically lower compared to before, and most importantly, even the management's autonomy is granted, and those terrifying faces too. Now that he looks at them again, they are gorgeous. He says a subordinate, who up till now has been cleaning up after the criminal guild, only rescued the aesthetics of it. To connect with the true meaning of the Great Black Mountain Association, the Black Mountain Bar will now open. He says he can finally picture it vividly now, the scene of the crowded local restaurant. He then notices someone entering and says they already have their first customer. Excitedly, he says welcome to the Black Mountain Bar, where the food is good and the owner is cool. It is Rave who says what is he saying just now. The owner is shocked to see him. Rave then yells at him while huffing that the Black Mountain boss, Wilhelm Meyer, has summoned every member to come. The owner asks that it is not even an emergency summons. Rave says he will know once he is there. At the ordeal of Tama Mansion, the owner notices a note there to demolish this place cleanly until the boss comes back after finishing an important task. The owner says he is being treated as a laborer. Hoyen gets a warning about trespassing on the alarm. They observe a powerful energy, and Biksu says to Gato that the energy is Chungak. Chungak arrives and says to Gato that it has been a long time, his old close brother, and asks if Gato knows why he came to visit him alone like this. He says it will not be enough even if Gato has 10 mouths. He unleashes his energy and says it is ridiculous that the older brother, who left the gym on his own, who invoked the proud martial arts, is now taking care of street thugs' tales. Hoyen and his underlings watch in hiding and think about what Chungak just said. Gato replies that he admits time is harsh and there is not much time left for him. But if that is his situation, Chungak must already be one step ahead. He accuses Chungak of stealing the master's textbook, modifying it as he pleased, and making the gym a space training center of the criminal guild. Chungak tells him to shut up, saying that after Gato ran away, the master, who felt bereft, did not pass the textbook to anyone. What he did was just tie back the string that was about to break. Gato laughs and says that is funny, asking if that was the only reason Chungak could not learn the textbook like he did. He says it is because Chungak lost the master's trust for being behind in training and getting involved with women. Chungak yells that, in fact, it was Gato who rushed out because of the women's problems. Gato asks how he knows that, and Chungak, frustrated, shouts that he cannot take it anymore and requests a fight immediately. They stand against each other. Chungak unleashes his energy and slashes at him, while Gato unleashes punches to counterattack. Seeing Gato dodge, Chungak asks if this is the best martial art he has after breaking their brotherhood. Hoyen says it is quite exciting. Then the cops arrive, and an officer tells them to stop, saying they are the security of Brahm City and that unapproved street is prohibited. He orders the cops to secure visibility quickly and catch them in the act. As the dust settles, the officer recognizes Chungak as the bad guy from the Chungak gym in downtown. Caesar appears before Gato, and recognizing him, the officer says that Filthy Montage, the head of the largest affiliate organization of the criminal guild, and the boss of the rising new organization that surpassed thousands in notoriety in an instant after its debut, is gathered in one place. He says it is a seriously dangerous situation, and orders them to stand by and observe first. The locals gather there and look excited. Hoyen wonders if there is something to watch right now. The officer orders the cops to protect the safety of the citizens. Hoyen thinks this has suddenly become a big deal. Now that people are gathering to watch the fight, his association's reputation will fluctuate depending on the outcome. But Gato's condition is not good, and they are even behind in martial arts itself. He thinks it is a dangerous situation, no matter how he looks at it. Caesar laughs and announces that the foolish people who gathered to see this flawless first match will go down in history. Caesar laughs and announces that the foolish people who gathered to see this flawless first match will go down in history. Hoyen wonders what he is saying out of the blue. Caesar mocked the crowd and declared the upcoming battle a historic and flawless match. His speech skills and eloquence were put to use. Suddenly, Gato felt something, and everyone looked up. But Lena remarked that the atmosphere had worsened. Nevertheless, the citizens admitted their foolishness and agreed that they had seen right through them. Lena excitedly praised the competitors for perfectly meeting the audience's needs. Hoyen angrily shouted that it was utterly wrong. The officer noticed that the citizens were restless and urgently commanded them to restore order. Chungak realized it had come to this point and declared that either one of them needed to die to see the end of that. Gato accepted that it didn't matter who won and decided to strike first. He fiercely announced the first move of Beak Bakwan. He launched his attack, shouting gallant devotion. But Chungak suddenly unleashed a mysterious power and disappeared for a little while. Gato realized in disbelief that it was sorcery. He understood that the fog had spread everywhere, which was part of the plan, and wondered if it was all for this moment. He was shocked, wondering where Chungak had hidden himself, and then suddenly sensed his powerful presence. Hoyen shouted a warning to Gato, telling him that the enemy was behind him and to be careful. Suddenly, Chungak struck the master with a powerful blow, leaving him coughing and struggling to recover. The crowd accused Hoyan of cheating for interfering in a duel and angrily told them to get lost. Caesar admitted it was careless. Hoyan asked his ally if he had seen what happened. Caesar responded by asking what he meant. He was shocked as he pointed out to Gato that the attack that hit him seemed somewhat strange. Furious and shocked, Gato accused Chungak of tampering with their master's martial arts. But Chungak explained calmly that their master's power had always been antinomical. He reminded Gato that he already knew about the master's narrow-mindedness and ego, which clung only to tradition. But Gato shouted in outrage, calling it nonsense, and accused him of twisting their martial art into a dishonorable tool for killing. Chungak scoffed at being called ignominious and declared that he had simply uncovered its endlessness. He smirked and said he would rather demonstrate than explain, then revealed the fourth technique of the Chungak group, pressure point strike. Gato's eyes widened in shock as Chungak's strike hit him directly, leaving him groaning in pain. Hoyan cried out in despair, while the citizens cheered wildly in victory. Struggling in pain, Gato recognized the move and exclaimed in shock that it was that technique. Chungak unleashed the energy and refused to give in, and declared the fight was not over yet. Gato screamed in pain as the attack struck him. Hoyan and his allies were shocked and called it amazing and unbelievable. Caesar smirked and told his boss that he finally saw it clearly. But Hoyan shouted that it was not the time to worry about other things because Gato would lose at that rate. Caesar remarked that Gato had surely tried to avoid the recent attack despite his weakness. Lina agreed, saying he avoided the attack and that his timing was perfect. Hoyan noticed it with his detection skill, but he wondered why there was still damage. Caesar exclaimed in excitement and admitted that a flawless fight was more profound than he had thought. He chose to observe the battle further, but his boss urged him to take action instead of just watching. Nevertheless, Gato staggered, and then blood erupted from his body due to the severe damage. Chungak noticed Gato's weakened body and realized that he genuinely did not have much time left. He questioned him if the entire plan of luring him with the Black Mountain had been for just this moment. But Gato did not want to be exposed in this way. Chungak laughed maniacally and declared that his end was finally near. Gato admitted that his destiny had always been terrible and persistent. He resolved to fight until the very end and urged Chungak to do their best. In contrast, Li Hyoyan and his crew looked at them carefully. One of Gato's disciples desperately cried out, begging his master not to push himself further. But he ignored him and unleashed a powerful and forbidden technique, radiating immense energy. Chungak was shocked by his breathing technique, something he had never witnessed before. Gato concentrated immense energy into a single point, making his opponent wonder if it was a powerful wave technique. Chungak considered the possibility that his technique was truly a wave technique. He realized the danger of Gato's attack and decided to block it first. Gato thanked him, appreciating that he faced him directly and alone. Chungak realized too late that his attack was mutual destruction. Finally, Chungak unleashed his ultimate technique, the deadly Beakbow Law. His disciple cried out in desperation, shouting for his master as the powerful technique was unleashed. The onlookers were shocked and overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Hoyan and his companions watched in surprise, confused and questioning what was really happening. Hoyan stood frozen, shocked, and unable to comprehend what had just happened. The townspeople gathered in confusion as the blast spread through the streets. The police were stunned into silence by the overwhelming scene before them. Chungak dismissed the attack as pathetic, calling it nothing more than flashy showmanship. He smirked confidently and asked who would face him next. He pointed at the pair and asked if they were next, leaving them surprised. Kang Biksu proudly declared himself as Gato's best pupil and vowed not to forgive his master's enemy. But Caesar slashed him aside, calling him a greenhorn, as Biksu screamed in pain. After striking Biksu down, he was shocked and demanded to know how Chungak managed to do that. He was questioning how he could still be fine after taking such a direct attack. But Chungak assured him that he chose him as his target. He recognized him as the thug from Beakbow Gym, and he questioned how he escaped. Lina proudly declared that she saved him all by herself. She expressed disappointment that the criminal guild she once worked for was only this strong. From her perspective, she thought there was something else since so many students joined. But she realized they were too weak even to touch them in the slightest. She mocked the gym, saying it was no better than a gangster's den and only trained weak underlings. Chungak grew angry and demanded that they know what their behavior meant. But Hoyan downplayed the situation, saying it wasn't a big deal. He worried that if he did nothing, a dangerous event would be triggered. He recognized him as Chungak from the Chungak Gym and introduced himself as Wilhelm Meyer, the head of the Black Mountain Association. Chungak shut him up, saying he did not listen to a wimp. Huoyin was shocked and cursed in anger, especially at Caesar. Caesar defended his boss when he was insulted, but Lena complained about the insult, calling the boss a stubborn mule with an incurable disease. Chungak realized and asked if the boss was the absolute master who had fallen into an intoxicated state. But Huoyin wanted to know why it became like that. Chungak questioned what was meant by mule, then concluded that all his doubts were cleared and realized why the fourth brother threw away his life. Huoyin shouted angrily, calling them idiots. Chungak decided they were done there and started to leave. He revealed his identity, the master and swordsman of Chungak Gym, and declared war, betting on the whole gym. Caesar agreed to bet their gym as well to make it fair, while his allies cheered excitedly about the upcoming gang fight. The crowd cheered loudly with excitement while the police stood by calmly in silence. Biksu, who was groaning in pain and asking why they did as they pleased. An organizational event was activated, and although Gato died in an earlier incident, the event prevented the organization's reputation from declining, with such events, especially power clashes, playing a key role in taking over other organizations. A criminal act was tolerated only during the organization event, and the guards' strict supervision was loosened. The goal was to take over the organizations one by one and be reborn as the monarch of the underworld. The first base of Black Mountain, the Black Mountain Bar, was opened. The guy asked Caesar why he caused trouble, and he replied with a crazed smile that it was for the flawless fight. But Huoyin found it unreasonable that Caesar caused such trouble just for a flawless fight, pointing out that, according to Lena, it was nothing more than a no-damage clear. Caesar explained to his boss that merely dodging weak incoming attacks couldn't truly be considered a no-damage clear. Everything was proven through the fight against the Chungak family. Despite facing Gato's desperate attack directly, Chungak remained completely indifferent and didn't falter even an inch. Caesar believed that conquering the Chungak Gym would allow them to uncover and claim its hidden secret. He laughed out loud, while Huoyin covered his face in embarrassment. He reflected on Caesar's mad obsession with strength, questioning whether it was right for a henchman to interfere with the user more than necessary. He admitted that although things had been going well, it was actually just luck carrying him so far. He realized that because of that thug, none of the actions so far had actually gone according to his own plan. He thought to himself that if things kept going this way, it wouldn't matter whether he became well known or not. Nothing would change. At the same time, he told Lena that he had somewhere important to be and firmly told her to wait for him without doing anything stupid. Huoyin disconnected from the labyrinth world, logged out, and removed his VR headset, returning to reality. He held his head, feeling pain. He noted that there were 10 days left before the war in the game, which meant only 1 day left in real life. He looked out at the city and wondered if he should take a break for a while. While eating rustic despite being part of a famous, profitable game, Eldon Park suspiciously asked if something was going on. But Huoyin remained quiet, did not respond. Startled, he stayed silent while Park teased him, asking if his game life was already doomed. Park sympathized, mentioning that the new Labyrinth company had so much to say these days. He explained that the game had undergone major updates, not only in the Labyrinth dungeon but also in daily life activities, and that dangerous players had been causing trouble since the start of the service. He said that the management team seemed to have stopped interfering with the game and was just observing events as they unfolded. Further, he mentioned a rumor that Huoyin refused the succession of a named ranker. He then asked about all the experiences and reputation that had been built, and said they couldn't believe he started over. He wondered if enjoying games was what it meant to have fun, and sincerely admired his talent, calling him amazing. Now, Huoyin asked for confirmation, questioning if the management team had truly given up on it. Afterward, Park fell silent for a moment after his objection. He told Huoyin that, as someone who loved Labyrinth more than anyone, he believed his decision was crucial for the game to continue peacefully. In the rapidly deteriorating Labyrinth world, Rodrigo Eldrigo rose to the rank of ranker through his altruistic play. He earnestly told him that his positive influence was desperately needed. Huoyin was lost in thoughts about Rodius Eldrigo, who ranked 97th in Labyrinth City and was the director of the orphanage. He knew that humans could push their limits whenever necessary, supported by things like nutrition packs, exercise packs, biological packs, etc. While playing VR games, basic needs like nutrition, exercise, and sleep could be managed automatically without any effort from the player. He wanted to know whether humans needed a new challenge to keep up with the endless possibilities before them. He reflected that humanity had created an entirely new world beyond reality, and he, who had experienced all its possibilities in that space. So, that was why he left all of that behind and logged out of the game like that. He noticed that many things had changed and developed in the real world since he last saw it. His purpose was to obtain information that could be obtained in reality, and he was introducing Yulden Park, an intern at the Korean branch of Labyrinth World Development. He wondered why the management team had abandoned the game, thinking it wasn't bad at all, and concluded there had to be some hidden motive behind it. He thought about Yulden, realizing that the guy was struggling because of how deeply he loved the game. He admitted to his friend that, despite everything, the one destroying the game was none other than himself. After finishing his thoughts, Hoyen told him not to worry and assured him he could handle it alone. He asked Yulden about the progress of his game life. Yulden secretly confessed to him that he had also been part of a criminal guild. He admitted that even though he was only a low-ranked player, he had somehow managed to climb into a good position. Frustrated, he exclaimed that, of all things, the biggest problem was that the boss was really an asshole. He explained that although the boss's personality was a complete mess, just like a criminal guild leader, he even went so far as to bet his gym in a gang fight between organizations. He revealed that the boss had even bet against a newly rising organization called the Black Mountain, shocking Hoyen. He then complained about throwing away his pride just to make a living, while Hoyen was stunned, questioning what he had just heard. He smirked slyly, thinking to himself that this was a huge success for information warfare. In the game, the scene shifted into the main building of Chungak Gym. Yulmu escaped a dangerous situation and thanked Varden for saving him, admitting he had almost suffocated. Varden scolded him, telling him not to speak so calmly and asking if he even knew what kind of trouble his mistake had brought. Yulmu agreed with him and said they were out of time. He insisted they needed to take action before the master knew, adding that the thug they had dealt with was not an ordinary person. Varden said that Gato had died, handled by the master himself, and the escaped man had been there too. Yulmu panicked that they were all dead, while he told him it was none of his business and revealed that the master had declared war and bet his gym on the line. He exclaimed that they were saved for now. But Varden dismissed Yulmu's naive optimism, calling him an idiot to show his frustration with the situation. Afterward, he walked away confidently, convinced that there was no way they would lose. He believed that as long as their enemies did not know about the Chungak's textbook, it was as if they had already won. But he felt unsure if relying on Chungak's textbook was right. Suddenly, he noticed something strange in the mist and stopped, feeling suspicious of his surroundings. He inquired of them about their identity, but at the same time, Lena casually greeted him while following him. He was shocked when she suddenly appeared right behind him. After being ambushed, Varden was captured and tied up. It was revealed that Yulden Park joined the game as Chungak's gym instructor, Varden. He, weakened and coughing, was mocked by them. They pressured him to reveal the Chungak clan's textbook, reminding him that he was part of the criminal guild like them and should stop acting arrogantly. He grew furious, insulting them as street trash and demanding to know if they knew who he was. Lena furiously dismissed his arrogance, declaring he should already know about the textbook if he were truly important in the guild. Li Hoyen shouted at her and ordered her to stop right there. Lena complained in annoyance, wanting to kill him since it seemed pointless, while she mocked that she was just bragging and was actually a boomer with nothing. Li Hoyen revealed he knew Varden's true identity and mocked how his information network was underestimated because of his street origins. He confessed his true feelings, saying he felt deeply disappointed. He then suggested that even though the Chungak clan specialized in martial arts, there was more to their strength than just combat. He recalled seeing a mirage-like technique that cancelled out every physical attack and questioned if that was truly the opponent's best. He accused them of being blinded by power and neglecting the importance of proper training. He proudly pointed to his underling Caesar, but Caesar yawned, showing he was bored because the opponent was too insignificant. Afterward, Caesar screamed in madness. Varden admitted that while pure strength should be refined into martial arts, maintaining such relentless pursuit in this harsh world was not easy. Caesar reflected that his tremendously skilled underling could be comparable to a famous player. Varden exclaimed in shock that supplying such a huge amount of CP was impossible unless Li Hoyen was a former ranker. He accused him of losing his true nature as a past gamer and merely doing thug work while relying on his underlings. After that, Li Hoyen looked shocked and speechless, reacting with stunned silence. Surprised by the accusation, he wondered if he had truly lost the nature of a gamer. After that, Caesar again roared fiercely, startling everyone around. Caesar insulted him as a pathetic human-turned-capitalist swine, and told him that he drove a nail into his coffin with the dull, trifling ideas. He declared he no longer cared about martial arts or the textbook. But Varden confidently declared that to deal with them, he only needed to swing his sword a few times before the war even began. Caesar raised his sword and said he had no choice. Varden promised he would tell them about Chungak's absolute textbook. Huyen smiled bitterly and said he was sorry to his friend. The scene transitioned into the Black Mountain Base Beekbo Gym. Inside it, they gathered together. Caesar faced the group in silence, his expression unreadable. Varden revealed that the core principle of the Chungak clan's Ghost Blade martial arts was about to be shown. He explained that he concentrated Kai at each end of his body, using it as if it were a blade. He then unleashed the concentrated Kai with a powerful strike. He explained that this might be why the attack range could not be predicted when compared to ordinary, conventional martial arts. He added that since one had to focus entirely on the Kai application while using it, the duration could not be prolonged, or else mobility would be lost. He tried to understand that such a rule did not apply to someone like Chungak. Chungak overcame his weaknesses with sharp reflexes, avoidance skills, and a God-given breathing technique he naturally possessed. But the disciple shouted for them to stop, saying he couldn't hear it anymore. He accused them of being too mean, questioning how they could have learned the martial arts that the master had developed in the master's gym. But Caesar shouted at him not to butt in, calling him a greenhorn, and struck him down, making him cry out in pain. He then asked if that meant the man had no weakness. Varden reflected on the idea of having no weakness and admitted that it could indeed be seen that way. Because what was always visible was Chungak's concise and sharp attack. Everyone who faced him tried to fight him using only destructive power. But he revealed that the belief about having no weakness was completely wrong. It was as though they were deceived by Chungak's sorcery-like agility, which in the end made them unable to even touch him, not even with a fingertip. He meant that the answer to defeating Chungak's technique was straightforward. He then revealed that the key to defeating Chungak was to be faster and more agile than him. Lena confidently pointed to herself, implying that she was the one agile enough to surpass Chungak. But Varden said it made sense because Chungak's best pupil had been caught helplessly. Lena mocked him by suggesting he should call her Nunam Fist, while Caesar angrily cursed her in frustration. Huyen agreed that Lena should fight Chungak, not Caesar. Huyen thought that it was a big problem. Lena was a wanted criminal, and fighting Chungak would draw too much attention. Moreover, Caesar's bad temper also became much worse. He panicked and wondered what he should do. Lena excitedly called out to her boss and told him to look at something. Huyen looked shocked and wondered if he should look at her. It was revealed that Lena was in the process of learning the Chungak clan's skill. But Huyen wanted to know why she was that excited. Lena proudly showed her skill, and Varden admitted she learned it quickly. Both of them were surprised, leaving them speechless. Huyen admitted her skills looked great, but insisted they should leave the duel to Caesar. Lena excitedly reminded him that he had seen her skills just now and proudly declared that she could be good at anything, too. She said that the strong fighter isn't the only one who can be good at everything. But they stood together in silence, while Huyen hesitated, unable to respond. He called out to Lena and reminded her that Chungak was so powerful that he even surpassed the famed ones. He warned her that her life could be in danger if she went through with it. Lena confidently said that since it's something worth risking her life for, it's not such a hard problem. Lena told him that what truly mattered. She meant that her strength and skill alone were enough to make her the strongest and most trusted underling of the boss. Huyen realized that Lena had not been able to do a trivial task up until now, and there was no other choice compared to her. Caesar was described as an underling almost perfect enough to surpass the named. However, the previous Huyen, the Rodrio's Eldrigo, specializes in developing the characters and perfecting them. He glimpsed his past when Vedran accused him of losing his true nature as a gamer and relying on his underlings while doing the thug work himself. Huyen decided to use this opportunity to prove himself. He wondered if he should invest in Lena even though he had to take the risk, while Lena laughed and called him ugly. Suddenly, Varden was killed by Caesar, leaving everyone shocked and confused. They did not understand how he killed him without any hesitation. His disciple collapsed on the ground, weakly calling out for his master. The scene shifted to Brahm's east side, showing the Black Mountain second base, which is Tama's old mansion, currently under reconstruction. The workers mined and labored hard, and the work progress reached 80%. Cled watched silently as workers carried out construction inside the building. Cled introduced herself and reported that the new Black Mountain organization's base was almost complete, also mentioning information about peculiar movements. It seemed like they tried to confront the existing criminal guild by merging. The anonymous man agreed with him. He understood and told them to continue observing. He thought about what she said regarding merging with the criminal guild. He angrily said there was no way that person could do that. The scene shifted to the main building of Chungak Gym. Someone claimed that there was only one day left until the war with the Black Mountain. One instructor was badly injured during the first Black Mountain invasion. Most of Yulmu's students were attacked in the second invasion, and instructor Varden went missing. They had already lost heavily in force. The anonymous girl expressed confidence, saying that she never doubted their victory as long as the master stood with them. She said that if Varden betrayed them, things would have been different. Afterward, Chungak remained quiet. He said to her that she also doubted his decision. He added it would not affect the outcome of the war. He then told the reason he gave Vadran the executive position was only to see how political he was, and it had nothing to do with martial arts. Vadran was the witness to his shameful past when he indulged in debauchery. Seeing Vadran reminded him of his past indecent behavior and motivated him to move forward. He explained that because of that, he was able to erase most of his past mistakes with his own hand. He stated that even his fellow Hyun, who was like a real brother to him, was destroyed by his own hands. Caesar's strength is acknowledged and feared because he managed to defeat a powerful opponent, the Howling Tama. He meant that the situation was serious, not a small matter. The following day at the Black Mountain base Beekbo Gym, because an important event had already occurred, Hoyan decided to take immediate action and launch an attack on the Chungak Gym. After hearing that, the group of martial artists stood silently and looked surprised. Kang Biksu was conflicted because attacking early would break the rules and dishonor their group. But Hoyan said an ambush was a fair battle strategy. But Kang Biksu felt upset because his words or decision went against his expectations. He recalled the Master Gato sacrifice in the past. Hoyan understood his feelings. He said to Kang Biksu, telling him he had misunderstood something. He reminded him about Black Mountain and said if he hated it, he should have won. Then his boss-class charisma skill activated. He revealed that Chungak Gym was a spy for the criminal guild and questioned the need for justice. Then his eloquence skill was activated. He then commanded everyone to listen carefully, and his oratory skills were activated. He declared that Gato, who once sheltered them, was gone, and that he inherited the gym after his death. He told them that they must follow and devote themselves to the Black Mountain, whether they liked it or not. He admitted that not everyone would accept it easily, but said he completely understood. He warned them by giving them their first and last chance to leave. But the students did not understand that there would be a gap in the force with the Chungak Gym. Hoyan told them that if all of them had fought in the first place, they would not have been that helpful anyway. So whether the students were present or not, it was just the same. He repeated that the Black Mountain didn't need useless or unworthy people. He told them they had only been wasting time at the gym, and anyone without ambition would just be a burden, so they should leave instantly. The crowd looked tense, and Lena praised him, saying he was really good at speeches. But one of them confidently admitted he was weak and clueless, then rushed to excuse himself and leave first. Suddenly, he was struck violently in the back and screamed in pain from Caesar's attack. Caesar, with a sinister smile, said they misunderstood the boss's words, asking who allowed them to think they could just leave so plainly. He told them that anyone unable to prove their own worth was no different from a dead person. He claimed the boss's words meant die and leave, while the boss protested that it wasn't really like that. Hoyan thought that, for now, the situation worked out, and if those weak ragtag people could at least be a little useful, it was enough. He realized that there wouldn't be anything like fear for sure. All of Black Mountain's Beekbo Gym subordinates were secured, and the morale boost for war was completed. Hoyan wondered to himself if handling things this way was really the right approach. Afterward, the sun had set. The scene shifted to the sunrise. People bustling in the streets and guards patrolling, keeping watch over the area. Black Mountain and Chungak Gym prepared for war at Brahm Square. Yulmu noted that Black Mountain was very late. Chungak recalled his past when his spy warned him that his decision to bet on the gym was reckless, showing the guild's perspective. She admitted she couldn't understand the obsession with Beekbo Gym, since Gato's death had not been resolved. She questioned what could still be bothering them after everything had already been settled. In the present, outside Brahm Square, The girl pointed in shock and announced that the Black Mountain had arrived. The Black Mountain group made their entrance, walking forward with a commanding presence. One of the opponents angrily accused the Black Mountain of being cowards for changing the fight schedule without notice. Hoyan called out Lina for demonstrating her technique. While he was ordering, Lina had already rushed to Chungak. She confidently swung her sword. Chungak mocked about the attack, saying it's too shallow and has no chance of working. But Lina said the attack actually worked. Chungak looked shocked as purple flames appeared around him, which meant that her attack was not a waste. He then coughed up blood in pain. His close disciple shouted in shock, calling out to his master. But Hoyan looked confused at them. Anyway, Chungak realized the technique being used. It was the Chungak form, and he thought with regret that Vardam betrayed him in the end. Lina confidently confronted him, addressing him directly as Snake Eye Ajasi. She rushed towards him and said there was no time for trivial thoughts. As she swung her sword, Chungak vanished, using his speed technique to evade. Suddenly, he confronted her with an ugly smile. Lina tried to attack him, but he again disappeared. But unfortunately, Chungak swiftly countered her attack and slammed her into the ground. Lina fell, hurt from the impact, and her boss shouted her name in shock. He thought that the attack aimed at Lina's face, but it struck her stomach instead. They realized he held back and went easy on Lina during the fight. Hoyan thought Lina was incompetent on her own, so they decided Caesar had to step in. Lina shouted for them to wait, while her opponent only stared at her silently. She asked her boss if he had been thinking about that strong guy, Caesar. But she was confidently saying that if he waited, she could show something impressive too. But Hoyan angrily told her that it wasn't the time to show off because they couldn't handle things alone. At the same time, Chungak recalled his past when he was a child. He also insisted to their master that they could show it to them, too. He explained that Hyung wasn't the only one who could do everything. Nevertheless, Yulmu rushed forward, calling out to his master, and offered him the sword. While Lina was about to attack, she asked him what he was thinking. But Chungak did not give any response. Lina scolded him, saying the boss was watching and asking how they dared to get distracted. Hoyan called her an idiot and said they should have pierced him instead of telling him that. He scolded Caesar, telling him this would not do, and ordered him to go support Lina immediately. Caesar charged in with a fierce, almost mocking laugh, while Yulmu cried out in panic, realizing the danger too late. Both of them were fighting each other with determination. Caesar angrily asked if it was the same person again. Yulmu demanded how they dared to interfere with the master's battle. Caesar challenged an enemy to a fight, while his boss scolded him for being insensitive and fighting instead of saving Lina. On the other hand, Chungak unsheathed his sword, dark energy swirling around it, and clashed directly with Lina. Lina screamed in pain, and Hoyan shouted her name in shock and concern. Luckily, she hardly dodged his attack and pushed back. Afterward, she was exhausted and breathing heavily after the intense fight. Yulmu shouted master in shock and concern. At the same time, Chungak equipped the sacred pure Takai. He powered up his sword with energy, greatly increasing its damage, speed, and range. Hoyan was shocked to realize the opponent was a swordsman and worried that Lina would lose at this rate. Lina stayed silent and then charged swiftly toward him. Chungak unleashed a powerful attack. She admitted with frustration that he was really annoying. She fell on the ground. Hoyan could not believe how he could do that. Lina was coughing heavily from the impact. Chungak admitted he was careless and regretted not finishing her in a single strike. He declared that now he would end Lina. Hoyan cried out desperately, shouting in fear of losing. At that time, Caesar appeared unexpectedly between them to save her, leaving his boss shocked. Caesar stopped the swordsman's attack and saved Lina. He commanded Beakbok to restrain instead of kill, leaving her shocked. Caesar blocked his powerful attack and gripped his throat. He was ready to use his technique, Beakbow Strangle. Lina complained that she almost died and scolded Caesar for interfering so late instead of helping sooner. Hoyan was shocked, wondering when Caesar learned to use Beakbok 1, while Lina weakly called out to her boss. He realized in shock that Chungak's dodge didn't work at all. Chungak looked shocked and said that the move used just now was Quan's technique. Caesar prepared to demonstrate his true power, telling him to watch it. He said that it was the essence of Beakbow Quan and revealed Beakbow Quan's secrets. He struck him to the ground with a powerful move. His boss and ally were shocked and confused. The disciples could not believe that. Hoyan wondered when he had learned that technique and questioned if he needed to shout it out loud like that. Caesar told everyone present to listen carefully and declared that this was the true Quan they had spent years searching for everywhere. He asked how it was and if they wanted to learn it. Then he said all of that was for just 10 silver at the Beakbo gym. Hoyan looked up in complete shock, his face filled with disbelief. He wondered why he was suddenly advertising. He looked shocked and wondered what he had seen to say that. At last, both organization members shake. Two men from opposite gym organizations shook hands firmly, surprising everyone around them. A moment earlier, the scene was set at the Black Mountain vs. Chungak gym battle site. Lena rushed forward urgently. Observers sighed at the mess that started the moment they arrived, noting that the wild man they saw was the boss of the criminal guild. Lena was brutally struck down, causing Hoyan to cry out her name in worry. Yulmu rushed to hand his master a sword, but Lena attacked, scolding them for being distracted. Hoyan ordered Caesar to support Lena immediately, while others observed that they did not need to bother to come out, though, as laughter echoed, opponents' gym students called out the Black Mountain subordinates, mocking them for standing around comfortably while their leaders fought fiercely. The Black Mountain subordinates looked shocked as they suddenly recognized who the approaching people were. One fighter recognized the group, pointing out that they were the ones who used to serve under Gado, and then laughed in relief after hearing recent news that eased his worries. The men decided to ignore the ongoing fight, set out food and drinks, and joked about how determined the others were to relax. They casually chose to eat and drink instead of battling, while Hoyan screamed in frustration. While they sat eating together, one of them asked about Kang Biksu's whereabouts, then quickly regretted it, wondering if his question was meaningless. It was revealed that Biksu had left, explaining that while it was partly because of the sudden changes in the gym, the main reason was the death of Gado, whom Biksu deeply respected. One man sympathetically asked if he was alright with Biksu's departure, while the other remained silent, unable to respond. He admitted that as low-level members, they had no reason to feel alright, saying nothing had changed for him except the color of his outfit. They regretted their choice, saying they should have gone to Chungak since the conditions were much better there, and questioned the point of saving face. The group reflected regretfully, realizing that they had become a criminal guild, something they never thought they would turn into. Nevertheless, Yulmu was busy fighting with Caesar. Finally, Caesar beat down the executive of Chungak Gym, Yulmu. But Chungak lifted his sword and was ready to hit Lena, and Caesar was preparing for the next move. As he was about to attack her, Caesar suddenly blocked his attack. The group of men sat in silence, shocked and speechless by what they witnessed. They, startled and uneasy, realized they had to step in as Caesar shouted about Beakbo Kwan's secrets and prepared for action. The men agreed that if the situation called for a fight, they would step in without hesitation. They shook hands, asking each other to go easy during the fight. Black Mountain's member admitted that he forgot about it and explained that they had just learned the Chungak form. On the other hand, Caesar asked how it was, wondered if they wanted to know it, and revealed that all of it was for just 10 silver at the Beakbo gym. Finally, Hoyan realized that both organizations' members were traitors who had been planning their rebellion. He thought Caesar was being abrupt again, but it looked like he took a chance to win over Chungak Gym. He claimed that this war's goal was not destruction. It was a bet to take the opponent's territory. He thought it was better for both sides to stay unwounded, while Lena, confused, wondered why they were shaking hands. He grew furious at those getting along with the enemy and ordered them to clear out the traitors. Lena teased that his face looked just like Caesar's, but he silenced her. He admitted that he understood the fact that they used to be pals. He asked them if they still thought they belonged in the center of Miram. He said there was no need to hear their answer, and he would use this chance to remind them. Then he called out to Caesar. Caesar declared that there was only death for betrayal. One man collapsed in pain while another begged for forgiveness as a shocking technique was unleashed. All the members of Black Mountain Beakbo Gym activated their skills and unleashed the upgraded Chungak form, Black Mountain Kwan. In contrast, Chungak yelled for everyone to stop. At last, he fell to the ground and admitted that he had lost. He recalled his past when the instructor was present in the gym and his allies were present. Vedran argued about the labyrinth, with one calling it a political issue. But Yulmu angrily rejected the idea of conspiring with a criminal guild, saying it went against their martial arts group's purpose. One of them told him to calm down, dismissing the concerns as the rant of a worthless street nobody. Chungak shouted angrily, telling the other to shut up. He instructed Varden to quickly contact the organization and ensure a proper negotiation, to which he agreed. Afterward, Vedran left the gathering. But Yulmu angrily questioned his master for siding with him and accused him of going too far by conspiring with the criminal guild. Chungak asked him what he thought was the secret behind the gym's rapid growth since he left his master's teachings to develop it. Yulmu explained that the gym grew quickly because the martial arts, once bound by tradition, were aggressively developed, making them easy to learn, and it significantly expanded the range. When asked what else contributed to the gym's success, Yulmu jokingly suggested it might be the instructor's charm attracting customers of the opposite sex. The master criticized Yulmu for his remark, saying it was inappropriate, while Yulmu defended himself by pointing out the lesson's evaluation questionnaire as proof. He told him that he did not seem any better than that small fry and ordered him to restrain himself from evaluating Varden in front of him from then on. But Yulmu questioned his master, saying that his actions had nothing to do with protecting the great cause. Chungak asked what the great cause was for and what achievements martial artists obsessed with it had made so far. Yulmu said that outside, the labyrinth monsters' attack power rapidly grew, while inside, the criminal guilds stifled ordinary users and were left uncontrollable. He said that while the world changed, they only clung to the great cause and never left the gym. Chungak said that it was not a great cause but just a pathetic escape from reality. He explained that the true foundation of the Chungak form was resistance, breaking free from restrictions like the so-called great cause or rigid traditions, because if those had bound them, they would never have been able to create it in the first place. He warned that if they could not agree with his intention, then they should not stand by his side. He declared that it was fine for them to leave the gym if they disagreed. Yulmu shouted that no matter how they had lived so far, they needed to forget everything. He said that martial arts without real fighting were just a show, and urged them to train themselves to fight with their enemies and win against them. The master said that their Chungak form was about true martial arts. Vadran, shocked and confused, shouted at his master, demanding to know what he was saying. He was shocked and wanted to know they would not dispatch anymore, saying that securing their influence within the organization was more urgent than anything. He explained that both the criminal guild and the gym failed in their purpose, showing that neither path truly worked. The master felt disappointed that his intention was still misunderstood and told Varden that his impatience for power showed he still had a long way to go. Varden realized his mistake and apologized. The master warned Varden that if he lost his temper again, the flimsy power that he had earned from begging would disappear. Varden quietly excused himself and left the room. Chungak sighed in relief, showing how tense the situation had been. He questioned deep inside whether his master's chosen path was truly the right one. After a while, the spy appeared before him. She noticed his inner conflict and pointed out his distress. She mentioned that the unfinished mission was finally completed and brought up the news about his one-on-one match with his senior. Chungak was surprised and realized that it was already the guild. He asked the spy to keep his current state a secret from the guild. She questioned him, asking if he wanted to keep it secret just to hide his weakness. She understood that Chungak kept the secret because of a promise with the master that no one else knew about. But he avoided answering the question directly, and instead told her to report the situation first. Now, in the present, Hoyan concluded that he must have been a villain in the past. The truth was revealed. Chungak was once involved with criminals, but his master guided him to change. He promised to reform himself and others like him through martial arts, seeking a better path. Chungak confirmed it. The promise he made with his master was indeed a secret only between the two of them. He pointed out that his secret was exposed by two events: his flawless fight against the monster who invaded their gym, and his battle with his fellow senior. Chungak realized later what that fight had really meant. He understood what flaw meant. While he was obsessed with taking no damage, Chungak sent many people to their deaths. He did not realize it, but he fell into evil. When he thought about the promise with his master, he understood that it was his flaw. He believed that Hoyan had the power to control the wicked underlings without any problem. He said that if Hoyan won in front of the crowd, guild applicants would gather at Black Mountain. The dream that his master and he could not fulfill, and he decided to leave it up to Hoyan to inherit that important task. The disciple coughed in pain and cried out to the master. Hoyan looked shocked, then fell silent, before dismissing everything as nonsense. Meanwhile, at the Black Mountain's east side second base, a mission was completed, and people celebrated in relief and joy. Kled appeared, watching the situation quietly with a knowing look. The Black Mountain Guild overtook their enemies in a fair battle, and the townspeople were surprised by their victory. The spectators spread the battle's result, and the Black Mountain organization's reputation increased by 300. The head of the Black Mountain, Wilhelm Meyer, gained 1,000 reputation, even though he did not do much. Caesar's reputation increased by 650, and he acquired the special ability, Combative Spirit. His combat genius trait was strengthened by his special ability, and he unlocked a new trait, Martial Art Genius. Afterward, the scene shifted to the Labyrinth City's eastern outer wall. A man was injured in the forest due to Hypel's attack. He begged for mercy, admitting that in his weakened state, he was completely hopeless. Before he could say anything, Hypel struck down the wounded person, then stood confidently with his bow, ready for what came next. He stayed silent for a moment, then dismissed his opponent, saying it was boring because they were too weak. A few days ago, Lena approached the forest. Hypel was ready to throw the arrow at her. Lena found a spot and thought it was perfect for hiding, but Hypel aimed a crossbow at her from the shadows. At the same time, he attacked fiercely, but Lena quickly reacted, blocking his strike in time. She then powerfully threw the arrow. At the same time, Lena activated her stealth skill and became concealed for a while. Hypel looked shocked, while she sensed something unusual and angrily demanded to know who it was. He realized it was an assassination commission. He determined to search for the punk. The scene shifted to the east side of Labyrinth City. In the Black Mountain's first headquarters, many people had gathered inside the Grand Hall. Hoyan observed the building and thought it was more fitting to call it a headquarters rather than just a base. He strategized by teaming up his underlings, making the residence buff that benefited all members the core of his party play. He admired the building's luxurious and expensive design, noting its strong impression, and concluded that, as expected, real estate never betrays. He remembered that he had just moved into a new house with much trouble. He turned in surprise and saw Lena. It was revealed that Rave, a Black Mountain member, learned the Chungak form from Lena. She excitedly told her boss that he was really good. He grabbed the boy furiously, calling him a scoundrel for betraying their kindness. Hoyan reminded him that they had fed him, sheltered him, and even armed him with safety, while Rave begged desperately for forgiveness. He admitted that he just roughly imitated what she taught him and confessed he really didn't know it would turn out like this. Hoyan shouted angrily, asking if the boy wanted him to admit he was smart, then scolded him for destroying a perfectly new house. Rave, holding his head in panic, insisted he wasn't talking back. He nervously pointed out that it was actually Miss Lena who had taught the Chungak form to all the Beekboo Gym's members. Lena smiled brightly and proudly said that she seemed talented in teaching. Hoyan admitted he already knew that fact, while she reacted with surprise. She angrily scolded her boss, hitting him while complaining that he let a talented person like her take care of a petty thief kid. Hoyan looked confused and asked why she had suddenly gotten mad. Lena was serious and demanded that he answer correctly. Hoyan claimed he could not send her to a dangerous place because he cared deeply for his underlings. Rave stayed silent while wondering about Wilhelm Meyer's true intentions. Many players envied the gym because they were impressed by Caesar's overwhelming dominance among men. But most people would eventually give up after experiencing Wilhelm's twisted attitude. He wondered if Wilhelm planned it that way, knowing that the more people quit, the easier it would be for him to control the guild with fewer members. He nervously wondered not to be told something if it wasn't the real reason. He realized the plan was to form an elite team from those who survived the monster Caesar, leaving him shocked. Suddenly, Hypel appeared above, startling Hoyan. The group shouted a warning as someone sneaked up behind him, making him turn around in surprise and confusion. Hypel struck swiftly, and Hoyan was pierced in the back, crying out in pain. A warning alert flashes, stating his condition is dangerous. The system warned that excessive damage beyond its limits could harm his real body, causing him to panic. Lena looked shocked as an attack struck, and she desperately shouted at him. In the evening, Varden, the game player, Yulden Park again revealed, who complained about giving Hypel a lot of money. He nervously asked if he was handling the job well. It is narrated that Varden received one death exemption as a reward for being an employee of the Korean branch of Labyrinth World. Anyway, Hypel walked up from behind and asked why Varden was so anxious, which startled him. Varden angrily confronted Hypel, demanding to know why he ignored the commission despite the news. He insisted that the commission was to assassinate Caesar, and that was why he gave the assassin a hefty down payment. He asked the assassin why he shot Wilhelm out of the blue and then questioned if he had missed the shot. Hypel reassured him by revealing he had discovered that Caesar was actually being controlled by someone else. He explained that he took care of Wilhelm by giving him a shot strong enough to affect his real body so that he could not move for a while. But Varden accused the assassin of breaking their agreement. Hypel revealed that he was known as a human hunter, a title meant for hunting people, not monsters, shocking the instructor. But Varden refused to pay the assassin because he broke their deal. He insisted that if the assassin wanted the remaining money, he had to finish the original mission and eliminate the target properly. He assured him that he already knew about his pathetic track through informants. He then reminded Hypel that the closest person to the Black Mountain's boss is the assassin Lena, and asked if he had run into her before. He added that when Lena was wanted by the criminal guild, he failed his mission at that time, and he suggested that the assassin must have wanted revenge. But Varden wanted to know why Hypel shot Wilhelm Meyer instead of Lena, pointing out how strange that choice was. He suggested that the man shot Wilhelm instead of Lena because he was afraid after seeing her himself. He suggested possibilities behind the assassin's actions. If it wasn't revenge, then perhaps he was feeling jealous. He then reminded Hypel that Lena, a beautiful and powerful woman, was the one who gave him his first defeat. Before he could say anything, Hypel grew furious after being provoked and attacked him without hesitation. With a swift strike, he unleashed a powerful slash aimed directly at him. But Varden mocked the assassin for being too obvious. While the assassin stayed silent, Hypel admitted that he nearly got into big trouble. His future would be doomed if he harmed Varden, tied to powerful groups, but he promised to kill both Lena and Caesar if the money was prepared. Varden hurriedly called Hypel to stop as he tried to leave. He regretted not hitting him earlier and screamed in frustration. He, clutching his face in frustration, laments that all criminals are untrustworthy. He cursed Hypel in frustration, regretting that his own way of ending things had failed. He could not believe Hypel was going to kill them all if he got caught being related to that. While setting up, it was obvious they would call out his name for encouraging assassination. He was fearing death again and declared that his plan had not even begun. So, he decided that he had only one method left. He admitted that he had no choice but to seek help from the 6 most powerful groups. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the Labyrinth City Healing Shrine. At the Healing Shrine, injured Wilhelm was being treated with spells like Subdue the Pain and Energy Boost. Elaine cast Wound Healing, and Wilhelm's health was completely restored to normal. He looked worried and wondered if all gang bosses were this extreme. Lena was startled and asked what was wrong, saying that his face was always like that, leaving the healer confused. The priest observed that the boss must have suffered greatly from his internal wounds, while Line explained that the boss actually enjoyed dangerous and painful things. Hoyen brushed off his pain, claimed it was not serious, but the healer insisted that with such wounds, he should rest immediately instead of moving around. Elaine said it was damage that brought shock at any cost, and warned that the immense curse he had brought would bring unknown dangers. Hoyen said it was nothing and added that the problem was that they were too imaginative. Lena asked in shock about the immense curse and wondered if their boss was really going to die this time. Hoyen revealed by mistake a secret from his underling. Lena angrily asked why he had hidden the truth until now, realizing she did not even know about it, which caused her affinity to drop by 10. She shouted that she hated everyone now, whether it was the Demon King or anyone else. Hoyen asked what he was going to do about the decreasing affinity, and the man replied that he had been a priest his whole life, so he did not know women's hearts that well. Elaine begged Lena to listen, but Lena angrily said she hated him the second most. He reflected that Wilhelm Meyer didn't want his subordinates to worry about his suffering. He said that as an underling, she did not even realize when her boss was in pain. He added that it must have been hard for her. Lena completely agreed, and she asked how her boss could do that. The priest said he knew Wilhelm couldn't trust Lena, but pointed out that Hoyen could have at least admitted when he was in pain. But Lena said he almost died earlier, and now he might easily die because of a curse, so she wondered what she should do since she was with that man. Lena's affinity dropped by 15. Hoyen panicked, blaming Elaine, and worried that if Lena ran away at this rate, he would be in trouble. He panicked and wondered how he could soothe Lena as she got upset. Elaine suggested that, since things had turned out this way, the man should abandon the mundane world and become a priest. The other man shouted back, asking him to say something that made sense. Hoyen thought that if she left, the women in the city would quickly spread the image of Wilhelm Meyer as a worthless man, and Wilhelm Meyer acquired the title a man who bowed his head. He feared that if she left, Black Mountain would turn into a boring, male-only group and fall into decline. He thought that he could not allow himself to be reduced to such a pathetic state. He cursed and decided that he had no choice but to use a certain method. At the same time, he grabbed Elaine by the collar and called him a punk. He angrily asked Elaine if he had seen the situation he had messed up and demanded to know what he was going to do about it, while his boss class charisma skill activated. But Elaine begged him to stop being angry. He warned that if they messed with the healing shrine, the shrine knights would be summoned and mobilized by the linked system. He warned Hoyan that they would both be in a lot of trouble if the situation continued. Hoyan acknowledged the warning seriously and promised to act with caution. He called out to Lena and held out a healing necklace before her, instantly capturing her attention. Hoyan gave her a healing necklace, a magical item that continuously restored health and granted tolerance attributes. Elaine was shocked and asked when Wilhelm took that. Hoyan was surprised that Lena liked the necklace so much, since he casually took it out from his intermediate item pocket. Elaine realized something about Hoyan in shock. He, shocked, concluded that it was just simple robbery. He explained that if he took responsibility for the issue alone, the healing shrine would be suspected of conspiring with the Dark Organization, leading the Knights Temple to launch a full investigation. He added that if it was considered a robbery, it did not escalate into a major issue that the Knights needed to move. He admired Wilhelm Meyer's thoughtfulness and claimed that in the labyrinth, there was no one else with such a nature except him. The intermediate priest, Elaine's affinity had increased by 15. They looked confused as they noticed that the innocent guy's affinity had unexpectedly increased. Rave interrupted the conversation and apologized, then said they had left out something important. Lena shouted angrily, demanding how they could be so sure that she would take the necklace. She, frustrated, refused to take it despite being offered, telling them to forget it. They noticed Lena's trembling hands, but she quickly brushed them off angrily, telling them to mind their own business. Elaine said Wilhelm needed to plead sincerely for Lena to take the necklace. Hoyan responded in surprise, and Lena remarked that being forever single was better than being the boss. She finally accepted the healing necklace, pretending it was a special exception. She's clearly happy about it, and as a result, her affinity increases by 25 points. Hoyan thought that women were really difficult to understand. He asked Rave what important thing they had left out, and Rave reacted in surprise. He suddenly remembered that he had completely forgotten to investigate the identity of his assassin. At the Black Mountain Base's Beakbow Gym, fighters were seen collapsed on the floor after an intense battle. It was revealed that Caesar attacked the traitors. The rest of the disciples tried to escape a powerful enemy, but were struck down before they could flee. Caesar declared that while joining was a choice, leaving was not. The disciple shouted in frustration that this wasn't what he wanted, as he only wished to learn the Beakbokwin he had seen at the square that day. Caesar realized that it made no sense for their training to involve fighting such a terrifying monster. He thought it was not martial arts, but simply one-sided violence. He laughed and mocked, saying that calling Beakbokwin martial arts was funny. He said that without fundamental strength, everything was just a pathetic fluke. He announced that the training was not over yet, and this time they would train with the sword. He was about to swing his sword as the terrified trainees begged for someone to save them. The trainees cried out that they would die from this brutal training and wondered who could withstand it. Caesar sneered, asking if they thought no one would have endured it, and called them weak. Suddenly, a sudden attack struck him, leaving him shocked and confused. A warning appeared as the ambush attack pierced the hooded man's vital point. The system announced that critical blow damage increased by 50%, and Caesar demanded to know who the attacker was. Hypel appeared, calling the chaotic scene before him a wretched sight. He coldly stated that for someone revered as a monster, Caesar was nothing. Caesar was shocked to hear that statement. Hypel revealed he had investigated beforehand and knew that the hooded man had defeated the named Howling Tama. Hypel asked if killing the hooded man there would make the achievement his. But Caesar fiercely countered his challenge, shouting that there was no chance. Hypel called his opponent an idiot, saying that such a reckless dash only exposed their vital point. Before he could say anything, Caesar rushed towards him in determination. Hypel realized Kiar was using wind pressure to bend his arrow's path, making it impossible to shoot properly. Caesar charged forward fiercely and swung his powerful sword. Hypel was shocked by his Herculean strength. Despite his vital point being pierced, and in desperation, he activated his permanent stealth skill. He quickly hid, planning to strike from his blind spot. Caesar suddenly struck him from above, leaving him shocked and confused. Hypel was shocked, exclaiming that his stealth skill should have been undetectable and demanding to know how he was caught. Caesar swung him fiercely. He dismissed the danger, thinking it was just his feeling. Afterward, an explosion blasted through the building. The underlings of the 6 strongest of the dark sect, the Old Things, appeared. They admitted that Hypel alone had not been enough, and realized Black Mountain was a far greater threat. Raman, the sect leader, declared that any sloppiness was forbidden. They revealed that, according to Varden, one warrior from Black Mountain alone surpassed even the named. One of them, a lady, Mago, expressed intrigue, saying that a newbie stronger than the named was exciting, and such a rare variant made her drool. They prepared to take action as their leader declared that it was time to move. On the other hand, Caesar overpowered him, slamming his head into the ground with brute force. He grinned menacingly, saying there was one thing he had forgotten. He demanded to know his identity and origin. Hypel laughed while on the ground and asked if Caesar mistakenly thought victory was his just because he knocked him down. Caesar dismissed his words as nonsense and demanded that he simply answer the question he was asked. But Hypel mocked him, telling him that no matter how strong he was still just a child in the vast labyrinth. He warned that the fighter had no idea how deeply rooted the existing organizations were. He explained that because of reckless actions, the ruffians who once kept each other in check had now united. He told him that his arrogance had drawn stronger enemies to him. He warned that even if he managed to kill him now, sooner or later, he would end up the same way. Caesar looked down coldly and told him that he talked too much, showing no interest in his warnings. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, shocking him. The group of ruffians emerged together and entered the Beakbow gym. Mago, wreathed in flames, greeted mockingly and asked the newbie if they had arrived on time. She launched a fiery attack, whereas another fighter charged him aggressively, shocking him. A fierce clash erupted as Caesar struck with a powerful slash. Raman channeled dark energy into his weapon, unleashing crackling purple power. With determination in his eyes, he declared the skill Firm Dark Sword. But Caesar blocked it. He swung his sword, releasing a devastating arc of energy. He released a massive red energy slash. On the other hand, another fighter swung his massive golden weapon with great strength. He blocked his strike. Nevertheless, they charged at each other with incredible speed. The cloaked man unleashed a powerful move called Dark Strike, showing that this is a devastating attack intended to overwhelm Caesar. He was coughing up blood. Raman coldly remarked that Caesar failed to meet expectations and mocked him by saying the named grade title was just a bluff. The cloaked man said they didn't intend to kill him, but revealed that the heads of the 6 strongest groups wanted him. But Caesar coldly declared that the choice was simple: either die or bow down. He called it ridiculous and asked if they expected him to serve 2 bosses. Mago called him child and calmly told him not to worry, reminding him that his original master had already died and disappeared. Caesar grew furious and shouted, demanding how the other dared to lie about that. Joe declared that for those who lacked trust, he would reveal the facts to them. He projected an image showing Hoyan being fatally pierced, shocking Caesar. Raman confirmed that Caesar was definitely dead and stated that there were no choices left. Caesar, though frustrated, reluctantly agreed to join them. Mago mocked him, noting they weren't as stubborn as the rumors claimed. Caesar asked what was being said, and declared that they all would go to hell where the boss was. The opponent called an idiot, and Caesar erupted in a furious scream, unleashing his rage. His Berserker attribute was activated, triggering Berserk mode. Raman declared that since Caesar entered Berserk mode, he had no choice but to finish him off. Caesar shouted for him just to die there. On the other hand, Rave followed the trail, sensing they were close as the smell grew stronger. Lena pointed out excitedly that they were heading toward the Biko gym. Hoyan noticed that Rave could track stealth movements unnaturally well and thought that, for a petty local criminal, he was quite useful. Hoyan asked Rave if he suspected anyone of being the culprit or someone who held a grudge against him. Rave admitted he was unsure, but explained that since the boss's reputation was well known in the criminal guild, it was natural for people to hold grudges against him. He said that the peculiar point was the smell, which was mixed with a drain smell, and as it got heavier, it felt like it was right in front of him. He suddenly realized in shock and mentioned Beak Bakwan, the 4th beginning. Suddenly, he sensed Hypel and launched a ground blast. Due to the ground blast, Hypel pushed back down. He was shocked that his stealth skill was detected, while Rave wondered if it was just his feeling. Hypel did not understand how he just sensed again, realizing he had just escaped from the mayhem. A few moments later, he was in Wilhelm's custody. Lena angrily scolded the attacker, saying he should have targeted her instead of shooting her senile boss. Hypel asked how they were still alive since the arrow he shot was the kind that even killed high-class, evil spirits sold in the black market. He asked if the rumor about the Black Mountain's boss being extraordinary was true, and said that Miss Lena could be entrusted to him. Hoyen, that Hypel had a good eye, though the damage was inflicted just because of his poor synchronization. But player Li Hoyen's synchronization stood at 20%. Hoyen remarked that they seemed shocked he was still alive and continued that he wanted to ask something. He asked who had instigated the assassination and why they wanted to attack Caesar. But Hypel said he could not disclose the client's information, so Lena smirked and replied that he was going to die now. Hypel said that he could tell them about Caesar. He revealed that by now, the monster, Caesar, must have definitely died. The Beakbow gym collapsed, and the group of ruffians panted heavily amid the ruins. Joe, a drug maker and Ponen's underling, wondered how he had come this far alone and admitted that the rumor of him being named Grade had not been a bluff. Mego sighed in relief, saying it was the first time they had fought such a tenacious opponent. Caesar roared in fury with blood dripping from his mouth and eyes glowing in rage. Raymond was shocked to see that. Caesar laughed in disbelief and questioned why he was still not dead. He laughed in disbelief and questioned why he was still not dead. The leader warned him to watch his mouth and questioned if he would remain immature even in his weakened state. But he revealed that in Brahm's underworld, there was an honored one. He explained that the honored one came from the far eastern continent and was feared as the anti-hero, the soul destroyer. He revealed that since the last alliance meeting of the six strongest, someone had shown a special interest in Caesar. Caesar listened and then asked what they wanted him to do. Caesar clenched his fist in anger, declaring that he could not bow down to the people who killed the person he had vowed allegiance to for his entire life. The leader sighed and agreed, admitting that in the end, it might have been right. He smirked slightly, remarking that there was no way that Caesar would quibble over that. Caesar grinned darkly and admitted that he saw right through him. Afterward, the ruffians agreed and attacked fiercely, shouting that they would end Caesar. But Caesar unleashed his ultimate technique, shouting Beakbow Quan deadly weapon, Beakbow Law, as a surge of powerful energy burst forth. The powerful blast of energy struck the fighters, sending them flying back as they screamed in pain. The opponent could not believe how Caesar did that. On the other hand, a warning appeared that Caesar was using the Beakbow Law skill, shocking him. Lena asked why he didn't follow them, but then she noticed he suddenly trembled and questioned him about it. Hoyen realized the danger of the attack, panicked, and desperately refused to let it happen, shouting that it must not be done. He panicked when he realized that Caesar was the character he had poured all of his game life into. He was horrified at the idea of mutual destruction, his face twisting in shock and disbelief as he cried out, unable to accept the situation. The building glowed with a blinding light as the enemy triggered self-destruction, forcing his allies to command everyone to focus on defense urgently. He was shocked that an underling willingly chose to die alongside his master, something he had never witnessed before. This made him question with unease what kind of person Wilhelm Meyer truly was. At the same time, Franken urged him to evacuate first, warning that at this rate, everyone would die in vain. He revealed that Israq had sent him while preparing for all kinds of situations, even this one. He said Israq had told him to fight and self-destruct if necessary. He decided to sacrifice himself, wishing his ally luck in the battle. One of Franken's allies shouted his name in shock. Suddenly, a fierce clash shook the battlefield, unleashing shockwaves and destruction all around. In the middle of it, Sato hit him on the wall hard, and he cried out in pain and shock. Sato stepped forward, saying he came out to see what all the noise was about. He said that if they had been any slower, everything would have been destroyed, and admitted he almost went back to his original spot again right away. He shouted at Caesar, questioning why he was talking about self-destruction and calling it nonsense. He consoled him to relax, and Caesar's Beakbow Quan skill had been cancelled due to his allies' intervention. Caesar admitted that he forgot to tell them something important in advance. The Beakbow Gym Quartet instructor, chosen by Caesar, intervened in the battle and told them not to meddle in his fight anymore. Sato agreed to leave things to his allies, while another prepared to borrow a weapon for the fight. With both sides now equal in numbers, Sato suggested starting the real battle. But Raymond wondered who those people were and noticed that he could even see the rookies who had been famous in the past labyrinth. He realized Caesar had already gathered many members, making the situation feel like stepping into a dangerous beehive. He thought that they had lost their boss, and an organization without its solid center would soon become ragtag. He knew that if they could overcome this tough situation, things would turn out well for them. While fighting, Sato reminded his opponent that there was no time to think during the battle. They launched a fierce counterattack, shouting their technique, Beakbow Destruct Charge, as they clashed with the enemy. Ramen was shocked, finding it impossible that they were being pushed back immediately in the fight. He was stunned, calling them monsters, and felt like fighting Caesar was the same as facing 4 people at once. But suddenly, he hit hard, screaming in pain. He realized how hopeless things were, thinking that at this rate, they're all going to die. In that time, Hoyan appeared. Ramen realized it was too dangerous to continue, so he decided to retreat and planned to think about the future later. He saw Hoyan suddenly appear from the smoke, and he was shocked and alarmed. But Hoyan saw the destruction and asked in confusion what was happening there. Ramen panicked, shouting that the dead had returned to life. He was shocked, questioning how the man, who was clearly dead before, was still alive. He realized the situation had already escalated beyond control. He then used a dark magic attack, hoping to defeat Hoyan with a sudden strike. But Hoyan fearlessly dodged his attack. Ramen was unable to believe how he dodged his attack. He was shocked that his battered body, already pushed to the brink of death, was still moving. Caesar laughed, praising the boss's strength, and realized the truth of the situation and understood what had just happened. He laughed wildly, declaring that the attacks didn't kill their boss, but they had pierced through experience and unlocked an absolute martial arts. Hoyan looked shocked and confused, wondering what he meant. Ramen realized he had awakened an absolute martial art and understood why things turned out this way, recalling that the more hardships one endures, the stronger and more skilled one becomes. Hoyan felt relieved that Caesar was still alive, but was left confused and concerned, wondering what exactly had happened this time. He noticed the gym's destruction and wondered why it was in such a state. The building crumbled as its durability dropped to just 15.1%. It had reached an irreparable threshold. A reconstruction was inevitable. Hoyan declared that no matter their origin, all of them had to die there. He admitted that killing them offered no benefit, so he decided to give them a special chance instead. Instead of asking for revenge, he demanded one thing in return for his gem. Lena admired her boss, calling him a true gentleman, even though she felt that simply hanging the enemies in the street wouldn't even suffice. Hoyan commanded the ruffians group to deliver a clear message to their boss. Ramen was shocked, but Hoyan made it clear that his demand was directed at their master, not the underlings. He wanted them to apologize and compensate him personally regarding this matter. The game announced that Wilhelm Meyer granted him choices using the authority of the heads. Ramen laughed, impressed by Wilhelm Meyer's natural power, and praised him as a truly great man, just as the rumors said. He argued that punishing them would just seem like a minor ambush, but framing it as a special event would help his organization grow significantly. He mocked him, questioning if he would still be so fearless at the 6 strongest organizations meeting in Brahm, which would take place in 4 days. Rave realized the situation had become very serious, and Lena called these ruffians beggars, so she said that in case they were going to act irresponsibly. Caesar laughed loudly, praising the decision and saying it was just what they expected from their boss. He acknowledged that the boss had unlocked the absolute martial arts, and now his vigor had surged. He agreed to join the meeting, seeing it as an opportunity to make the 6 strongest kneel before their boss. He declared that the boss was the true tyrant of the underworld, while the boss angrily yelled at them to stop calling him that. Anyway, Ramen mentioned the Black Mountain and Wilhelm Meyer, saying the underworld kept a close watch on them. Then a hidden profile was revealed. He declared that it's not beneath him to pose as an underling and step forward himself. As one of the 6 strongest, Ramen officially granted him the right to participate in the meeting, leaving him completely shocked and confused. He explained that absence from the meeting would be seen as betrayal, and according to the rules, the other organizations would unite to crush the Black Mountain. But Hoyan was utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. While leaving, Ramen assured him to see him in 4 days. Rave hesitantly called him and prepared to deliver some troubling news. Hoyan asked Rave what was going on and whether it was connected to the current situation. But Rave hesitated and corrected himself, admitting that what he wanted to say had no real connection to the current situation, but still felt important enough to mention. He reminded his boss that someone had instigated an assassination attempt against him and asked if he was no longer going to search. Hoyan reacted with surprise when reminded about the assassination attempt, and, embarrassed, he had completely forgotten about it. The game explained the rules regarding the bosses of organizations. When a player played the role of boss of an organization, they unavoidably became the assassination target as their power increased. The boss who became the assassination target was not eliminated unless the client personally killed the target or the boss died. The target that was not eliminated was then shared with other assassins or organizations and might even have carried a bounty. People paid attention to the targets to prevent assassination. The scene transitioned to Varden, who was shocked that even the 6 strongest failed to kill Caesar, realizing that relying on gangsters to handle it was a mistake. He mentioned Black Mountain and Wilhelm Meyer, then looked troubled and admitted that at this rate, he too would soon be affected. He suddenly sensed something unusual, reacting with shock and confusion. A sudden explosion of light shocked him, leaving him stunned. It was revealed that Wilhelm and his servant suddenly appeared before him from the roof of his house. He was stunned to discover that Varden was the one behind the ambush. He claimed that Caesar killed him, but he realized it must have been the administrator buff that saved him. Varden, shocked and alarmed, demanded to know how Wilhelm Meyer managed to track him down. Huyen revealed that one of his skilled underlings used tracking abilities, discovered the enemy's trace mixed with the assassin's, and revealed the location. He admitted he was a little out of shape, but said that if he had paid attention to every trivial detail, he wouldn't have found them so quickly. Varden grew more uneasy, questioning how Wilhelm Meyer not only found him, but also discovered his secret role in the management team. Huyen said it was more accurate to call him the administrator's lackey, who was very unhappy with the management team. But Varden shouted and demanded an answer to what he had asked first. Huyen exposed Varden's true identity as Yulden Park, an administrator player and secret informant, also working as an intern at the Korean branch of the Labyrinth World Development Company. He added that only one past-named player knew his identity. Finally, he greeted Yulden and revealed that he was Rodrio's Eldrico, Li Huyen. He called him a punk and asked what he was scheming. Varden reminded him by glimpsing his past when both of them gathered in the restaurant in the real world. Both of them were celebrating by claiming the human's victory. Yulden exclaimed that Li Huyen entered the top 100 rankers. Huyen told him to lower his voice because everyone would hear. Yulden asked him if he took care of his image and if he joined the ranking competition like the others. Huyen addressed him, telling him that playing in a traditional way was what made things fun. He said that fun was the priority, and that just following others around was no fun. He then asked Yulden to prove his understanding by pouring him a drink. Yulden asked what was special about following an NPC every day and getting on the bus. Huyen replied angrily that they were not just someone else. Yulden asked him if there was anything he wished from the administrator. Huyen inquired of him about what he was saying. Suddenly, Yulden admitted he was also an administrator and asked for a little help, arguing that advice from real users made the game more advantageous. Huyen understood that Yulden wanted to stack achievements and decided to tell him. Yulden noticed that Huyen wanted to discuss something important and insisted that he cover the cost of the drinks. Now, in-game, Varden said that at that time, if he hadn't helped and had let the others solve it alone, things would have turned out differently. He was reminded that his achievements depended on the Rodrio's opinions, and without them, he was not as pathetic as he appeared now. Wilhelm, the player Huyen, ordered him to get up. Afterward, Varden admitted that he was an underling of one of the 6 strongest. Huyen listened to his confession and calmly acknowledged it. Varden asked why he did not believe that. But Huyen questioned the claim of being an administrator, pointing out that he wasn't an NPC. Varden revealed the name of Clad, leaving him shocked. Clad, the woman Huyen had encountered several times while building the base, was not just a random figure. She was actually part of the same powerful organization. Huyen asked who it was, and then recalled it was the woman with a great body. Varden warned him to be careful of that woman, revealing she was more than just a real estate agent and was secretly assisting her superior. Huyen questioned why Clad, an aide, had to do it secretly. The implication was clear. Her secrecy proved she had dubious motives. Caesar suggested killing the woman after escaping, but Wilhelm immediately refused. Huyen calmly thanked him for sharing information, but immediately pressed further, questioning how any of it justified the fact that he had tried to assassinate him. But Varden admitted he did not know about Wilhelm because his movements were so trashy that they were unprecedented. He was terrified that there might be a bloodbath and a living hell on the street. Huyen accused him of being trash for working with a criminal organization and plotting to assassinate a user. He questioned why the game changed from conquering the labyrinth to fighting the 6 strongest and how Varden led him to fall into a pit. Varden shouted that he wanted to defeat the 6 strongest and live a good life for himself. The game grew bigger day by day, but he was about to get fired due to a sudden staff cut, and during that time, the 6 strongest reached out to him, and he found a new path. He admitted that if it hadn't been for the crazy monster, he would have used money to control all the users and NPCs and then defeat the 6 strongest. Varden lent his money to the malign users and earned money from the interest. But everything changed after the Black Mountain appeared. The criminals died one after another, and they did nothing, so he had no choice. Hoyen realized that the man chose to become a user because he was about to be fired, and then tried to eliminate him for driving away his customers. Varden admitted he failed in his plan and sincerely apologized to him. But Hoyen told him that he was wrong and that things were not as he thought. He taunted him, asking when he wanted to live sponging off someone else. He mocked Yulden, saying his achievements only came from Rodrio's opinions, and now that he was gone, Yulden would be fired for his poor performance. The dream to devour the 6 strongest had also failed by Varden, and apparently, the 6 strongest had already been devoured by someone called the Soul Destroyer. But Varden reacted in shock and disbelief, refusing to accept it. Hoyen told him to get himself together and focus on the management. Varden begged him to let him join the Black Mountain, too. He desperately begged for mercy, claiming they were friends and that he had nowhere else to go, while Hoyen questioned why he should help. But Caesar sadly told him that he had hoped not to hear those words. He struck him down, ending the fight by telling him to stop and rest. Nevertheless, on the following day, Hoyen told his servant that it was time to go. But Caesar asked his boss what made him decide to choose that path. Hoyen decided to call it, cutting off his ties with him. He thanked Varden since he gained plenty of slush funds and information, so there were benefits as well. Caesar spoke, revealing that Varden was the fund source of the 6 strongest, miser Shen. He doubted that Shen, having lost his financial support, would try to take revenge on them. But Hoyen reassured him that the force he had secured was enough to stall time before the 6 strongest meeting. Caesar was satisfied with him. But Hoyen pointed out that Caesar seemed different than usual. Caesar apologized to him, warning that future losses would be inevitable, but none of them would happen if Varden were left alive. He was curious about why things were made complicated and suspected it was because Caesar had finally awakened. Hoyen told him that he was mistaken and said he never went against profitability. He asked Caesar to think about it, saying that since things were already like this, it was a good opportunity for them. In the Labyrinth series, there was a merchant where only the strong ones could meet. Hoyen believed in the high-level informant merchant who provided valuable information and believed that if he kept growing, he could meet that merchant with this chance. With a crazed look, he declared that instead of the 6 strongest, he himself would become the strongest. On the battlefield, the soldiers rushed towards the Sato. At the same time, Sato and his allies were ready for the fight, including Lena and Rave. The soldiers charged at them. In contrast, they also rushed towards the troops. A fierce battle broke out, with fighters clashing violently against each other. On the other hand, in the Black Mountain headquarters, the informant merchant announced that the awaited moment had come, signaling the start of an important event. At the same time, Hoyen and his servant walked side by side through the aftermath of a fight. They looked around at the defeated enemies collapsed on the ground, then exchanged a silent look. They then walked forward calmly and remarked that it was already lull. Caesar said that the so-called 6 strongest organizations were pathetic. Hoyen replied that it was good if they were weak, but he wondered why it felt like he wished for all of them to be crushed. Caesar asked if he should punish those who had belittled the Black Mountain in the boss's name, but the boss told him not to do so. At the same time, they approached the headquarters where Elaine met them. Elaine warmly greeted Wilhelm Meyer as he arrived, telling him that he had come right on time. Hoyen was surprised and wondered why he was there. Hoyen questioned whether it was appropriate for a priest like Elaine to be in a place filled with gangsters. Elaine explained that he was there in the role of a war medic. Hoyen asked what he meant by saying he arrived right on time, and the priest agreed. Elaine whispered to Wilhelm about someone, and when Wilhelm guessed wrong, he clarified that it was the person behind. Hoyen stared at the person fiercely. Elaine admired a woman's beauty, called her a masterpiece, and felt as though he had witnessed a figure close to God for the first time. Line found something disgusting, while the priest confirmed they all saw a figure appear where sunlight descended. Hoyen did not understand who the noisy person was, while Lena asked their boss if he was farsighted, and the boss explained it was because he came from a dark place. Hoyen was shocked and panicked, exclaiming in disbelief when he saw the elegant woman and wondered why she was there. Caesar instantly rushed towards her. He then approached the mysterious woman and demanded to know her identity. He warned menacingly that if she planned to exploit his boss, they must be ready to face death first. Hoyen yelled for Caesar to stop, calling him a maniac. He revealed that the masked woman was a high-level informant merchant, respected even by rankers and high-ranking bureaucrats. Caesar threatened the woman to reveal her truth or die, but his boss immediately shouted at him to stop. Suddenly, Elaine cast healing restriction, binding Caesar in chains and causing him pain. The healing restriction caused the selected ally to be incapable of moving for a while. All damage was invalid. He angrily shouted at the priest, while Lena reacted in shock, joking that he looked like a flying gangster. Hoyen wondered what that was, but admitted it scared him to death. Elaine knelt before the masked woman, raising his cross and passionately begging her to accept his faith. He confessed that despite living his whole life with faith, the moment he saw the masked woman, he realized everything else was pointless. He tearfully confessed that all his faith, body, and heart belonged to her and begged her to accept him. Hoyen shouted in shock, asking what happened out of the blue, and exclaimed that it was completely the worst. He gave Lena the signal to go, apologizing to the priest. Lena screamed as she was struck midair while Rave unleashed a powerful curve/attack. Hoyen shouted in frustration, asking what was wrong now. But Rave apologized to his boss, saying he had tried his best to pretend not to know, but admitted he could not take it anymore. He, shocked, addressed the informant merchant as mother, leaving everyone stunned by the sudden revelation. Nevertheless, the informant merchant explained that it was her moral responsibility. She revealed that, as the informant merchant, she often plays a significant role in various important matters. She said that among numerous interests, it was his mission to evoke the best choice. But she admitted that the war was an exception. She declared that there had never been a right choice. She added that although all his choices were out of a sense of duty, she could not stop the countless deaths and war orphans from happening. She then revealed their decision. She decided to follow the path of a legendary user who once ran an orphanage and cared for children of the previous generation. She said he was a person who protected the kids he assembled and even gave pricey NPCs to them. Hoyen then realized and said that it was him. After receiving guidance, the informant merchant explained that they also established an orphanage, following the example of the legendary user. She believed it was a minimum moral responsibility to care for the kids who were hurt by his choices. She reflected that it wasn't enough to wash away the scars left by the battle. She added that maybe because of the effect of the heartless outside world and past trauma, her children, who had grown up, were reduced to wandering, or they were prone to join a criminal organization. The news spread that the man who managed the orphanage used the kids to conquer the labyrinth and caused all of them to die. She realized that it was time to rethink the decision she had made. But Rave asked her if that was the reason she abandoned him. He understood and accused the informant merchant, saying they were treated like dolls just to lessen her guilt. But she replied that they never told him to become a criminal, leaving Rave silently shaken. Hoyen remarked on the boy's unusual competence and asked her if they had come all the way just to find their son. But the informant merchant admitted that she did not behave prudently when it came to personal matters. Hoyen said that it made it even harder for him to understand, since a high-level informant merchant was someone almost impossible to find, even with great effort. Hoyen was shocked and questioned if that person really came to the Black Mountain for no personal reasons. He was even more surprised that she came alone to a place that might be at war with the sixth strongest. He then asked her what she was scheming if it was not for a private matter, but she stayed silent. She revealed that she came all the way there because of an order from his superiors. But she explained that, although the situation was complicated, the real reason for being there was simple. They came to punish Wilhelm. Hoyen was shocked since he hadn't expected her to come for something so simple, yet the truth unsettled him. She had come for his punishment. Suddenly, a large magic circle appeared, releasing a powerful light. Shocked, Hoyen noticed a strange hand emerging from it, and soon after, a dark, shadowy figure was summoned. He was shocked when a strange, pixelated, shadowy figure appeared from the magic circle. As it moved unnaturally, he looked at it in disbelief, questioning what the creature even was. It was confused and asking where it was. Both of them rushed in urgently, shouting for their boss. But the strange creature demanded to know who they were. Caesar defended his boss, warning the strange being not to harm him and drawing his weapon. Suddenly, the being acted childishly while attacking with strange powers. Lena charged forward with her weapon and struck the strange being. Her attack landed directly, forcing it back with a powerful blow. But the strange creature swallowed the attack instead of being harmed, leaving the others stunned and fearful. It screamed in agony, demanding to know why it was being attacked. It shouted in frustration, while Hoyen observed that he finally spoke properly. He nervously asked the informant merchant if this chaos was the punishment he had mentioned. But the informant merchant explained that they only provided information, not direct answers. Lena urgently shouted for her boss to dodge, leaving him shocked and confused. A sudden attack strikes him in the chest with powerful energy, leaving him shocked and in pain. The two shouted in panic and called out to their boss. The shadowy figure accused him, believing it was his fault that it ended up like this. Hoyan cried out in pain. Caesar was impressed by the attack, but the strange creature was confused. He revealed that it was shocking anyone could land a hit on him since he had unlocked absolute martial arts. Caesar decided that if weapons wouldn't work, he would restrain them. He bound it with a cloth, but Hoyan noticed something strange. Hoyan realized that he was not harmed at all and instead got pickpocketed. He recognized something, and Lena noticed the creature now had eyes, surprising everyone. It spoke in another language, but Caesar angrily demanded English. Both of them attacked fiercely, while Lena shouted to take care of the boss first. Hoyan was stunned to see Caesar trembling, something he found unbelievable. He remembered something important. From the first time he saw the strange figure, he looked like he was on guard. He realized that if even Caesar didn't attack recklessly, the masked man must be powerful. The sight of Caesar looking that scared shows just how dangerous the masked man truly is. He realized and confirmed it for sure at that moment that the monster was. At the same time, the informant merchant guessed that they had finally caught on since the monster was revealed as Black Mountain's head. It was revealed that the person they faced was a player, just like him. She added that the masked man is a user cursed by God for excessively raising a certain ability. Lena realized that since he went all in on his ability and still got caught in that situation, the informant merchant agreed with her. It is revealed that the masked man was at least a powerful named individual. Hoyan realized in shock that the opponent turned out to be a named user. He wondered whether the powerful named individual had been specifically sent with the mission to kill him. He felt something strange. He already knew from Rave that even if someone was a named, they still had to obey when ordered. He noticed that the monster, despite having enough chances to kill him, did not do so. Instead of killing him, the monster only pickpocketed him. He then realized that the punishment was not meant to kill him. Lena noticed his sudden change in expression and realized he had come up with a plan. Hoyan remembered hearing that even a punished player could recover using CP, and that the identity of the punishment could be guessed. He worried that the named would steal his CP, while Caesar warned him to stay cautious because the enemy was still dangerous despite his martial arts mastery. He thought that if his CP were going to be stolen anyway, he would make the named guy, whom even Caesar feared, be on his side. Hoyan tried to recruit the named by offering membership in the Great Black Mountain along with insurance, meals, and accommodation. The named looked confused. Even Caesar was shocked at the unexpected scene. He could not believe what the boss was saying. The monster refused and shouted, saying it didn't want to. He, overwhelmed with power, shouted that it was not enough, releasing a fierce surge of energy. The surroundings started collapsing, and Lena warned the boss that everything was going to be destroyed at that rate, leaving him speechless. Hoyan grew frustrated with the mosaic figure, cursing at him and demanding to know who he was to act so hard. He wanted to know why Caesar was behaving in such a way. He then decided it was bothersome to dwell on the situation and resolved to act, even if it meant suffering a huge loss. He then guaranteed a double bonus to the monster. After hearing the offer, the named asked in surprise if it was really true. Rave asked his mother if weirdly named people were always like that, and she told him to bear with it. According to the informant merchant, although he was someone who was known as named, it was inevitable for him to change, as he had been like that forever. Rave noticed that it was not the only odd thing. He wanted to know why Caesar is acting so cautiously around named user, and where his Viagra of rushing recklessly when facing Tama had gone. The informant merchant considered the situation silently and then said she could not reveal certain information at this point. After hearing her statement, Rave was shocked and confused. After a moment, the Black Mountain headquarters had 89% endurance remaining. Hoyan angrily confronted a woman, accusing her of the punishment she mentioned. He said that the headquarters nearly crumbled, and they almost got killed. But the informant merchant liked what he said and added that usually people were annihilated without a sound. Hoyan said that if he hadn't noticed it even for a little while, his entire gaming life would have ended. The informant merchant said that she was glad he overcame that well, and he replied angrily that it was a huge relief. While holding the plate, he told her that she still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. He called out to the monster. He then threw the plate a distance. He ordered it to pick it up, and Mosaic hesitantly asked if he really wanted him to do it. Hoyan confirmed firmly. Mosaic, his eyes glowing with power, reluctantly agreed and warned that things would escalate if it continued that way. Finally, Named easily completed the task, and the system announced that the Informant Merchant Punishment event was completed. It announced the completion of the award as a regular pet animal. But Hoyan complained in disbelief about getting a pet as a reward and asked if she came all the way just to leave it to him, stressing that the sixth strongest meeting was coming up soon. The informant merchant told him that he had succeeded in winning the creature over, and if he managed to undo its remaining curse, it could become a useful force. Hoyan warned that the Black Mountain would be crushed before that could happen. The lady suggested purchasing information about how to slow down the approaching fate. Hoyan realized that the charge was what truly mattered in the end. He accused her of disguising extortion as kindness under the name of being a merchant, thinking she gave away useless things while charging for what was truly needed. He thought that the price of the information offered, calculated by someone who only knew profit and loss, must be beyond all comprehension. The surplus fund of Wilhelm Meyer from Black Mountain was 234 gold, 8 silver, and 12 bronze so far. He expected nothing had changed because he had already spent all his money on base construction before he even realized it. He thought to himself that there was no other way but to deal with the slave kid first. Rave nervously asked his boss what he was thinking about at that moment. Hoyan thought that the boy would be valuable since he was close to the high-class informant merchant. But Rave called him, asking for clarification. Hoyan realized the boy was still just a kid and regretted his own mindset, which was already rotten just because he had been a gangster for only a while. Nevertheless, he rejected the informant merchant's offer, explaining that they did not have the funds for the information. The informant merchant asked Wilhelm Meyer if he was willing to leave the conflict with the sixth strongest unresolved and questioned if he would truly be fine with such uncertainty. Hoyan clenched his fist and admitted that he had always believed there was no choice in the matter. He then reflected that it was more exciting not to know what might happen tomorrow. He smugly thought he looked cool just now. The informant merchant offered credit. Hoyan was shocked and questioned if taking credit was really possible. He realized she was no ordinary merchant and was shocked that an informant merchant, known for strict money management, actually offered credit. He grew tense and nervously thought that he might have realized something shocking. Now, he concluded that she wanted him to take the action himself. Afterward, the scene transitioned to where the night begins with the crucial day meeting of the six strongest in the East Slum. Raman walked through the hall while another person stood by the balcony, gazing at the moonlit city. He showed deep respect and fear by addressing a powerful figure with the title Soul Destroyer. The gathering of the six strongest is about to begin, and it is reported that the Black Mountain has already arrived. The Soul Destroyer was surprised by their arrival, and Raymond began to share more information. The Black Mountain's strength has been rapidly growing, likely because they seized the core of Black Crown, Miser Sheik's organization. At this rate, the peril of Black Mountain that Varden, one of Shen's men, warned them about might have approached sooner than they expected. The Soul Destroyer asked him for his opinion on the situation. He asked if the recent Black Mountain was at a level suited for the six strongest round table. Raman replied that, in his view, the Black Mountain was obviously absurdly inadequate. The Soul Destroyer realized that if the Black Mountain failed to prove their strength in the meeting, they would not be recognized as equals to the six strongest. He declared with certainty that the Black Mountain would be immediately wiped out. On the other hand, Hoyan looked around in confusion and asked where the place was. Lena blamed her companion for getting them lost again, calling him a musclehead with no sense of direction, while Caesar reacted in frustration at her behavior. Hoyan wondered in frustration if they were nervous at all. He obtained crucial information from the informant merchant, but the most concerning matter was the Soul Destroyer of the Honored. Even the high-class informant merchants did not know much about that person, and he accepted it as the Honored One's intention. In contrast, the Soul Destroyer coldly accused them of being wild and declared that their existence was bothersome, ordering their death. Hoyan realized with shock and frustration that the dangerous event he feared could actually happen. He worried about what to do and felt like he was giving himself up to be slaughtered. But Caesar told his boss that the moment had come for him to finally prove his true worth. He worriedly questioned if that person was starting again. Lena reassured him by saying that she also trusted him. She reminded him that he was really strong and asked if he would protect them even if the six strongest came after them. But Hoyan felt overwhelmed and admitted that he just wanted to go home. Anyway, he told them not to worry and assured them that the thing they were worrying about did not happen. He declared that Black Mountain would use the meeting to secure a spot among the six strongest. His allies smirked suspiciously and asked if that was truly what he meant. He affirmed their plan with determination, declaring that once they gained entry, they would be the first to head that man first. As they entered to attend the meeting, the Soul Destroyer saw them. The information was delivered indirectly by the informant merchant as its importance increased, urging her to deduce the true intent and change the game. 2 days earlier, in the Black Mountain HQ boss's private room, an important meeting took place that hinted at the unfolding plans and hidden intentions. She used a high-class information transfer skill and unlocked the highest quality information. Hoyan was shocked upon hearing crucial information, the possibility of body integration with a player, leaving him stunned and questioning everything. The body integration information resurrected a special event where the chairman's death was revealed to be caused by betrayal from his own people. The chairman's betrayal was seen as inevitable since he had been trying to leave the business for his daughter's sake. They coldly asked how they should get rid of the chairman's daughter. They decided to keep the chairman's daughter alive for now, using her as a puppet to serve their plans. 9 years later, the chairman's daughter was shown working in a laboratory, still under captivity. The daughter refused to continue her father's business, recalling how the anti-fatigue pill he sold during the war had led to wealth and victory. The man explained that the side effects were connected to the east side, where people had become deranged. She recalled that her father endured great hardship by taking her along, even when it became dreadful for him. She reflected that the ruined place might have been her father's greatest regret and source of remorse. She lamented that, despite being the daughter who wanted to leave the business, she ended up as a puppet boss, making her father's will truly unfortunate. She admitted that it's not in her nature to simply stay still and do nothing. She revealed her resolve, declaring that despite being left alone and turned into her current self, she must carry out her father's vengeance. She told the man that to avenge her father, he needed to stand by her side. She told him to spread the news of her death and declared that he would act as her proxy from then on. Suddenly, the men collapsed after being poisoned, and one of them realized in horror what the poison was. The man accused Ponin, insisting that such a powerful drug was beyond his ability to create. He was shocked that the woman was still alive and said he had ordered her to be killed with his own hands. Then, he screamed in shock and then collapsed to the ground. The chairman's daughter prepared her plan and declared that it was the start of the vengeance. Ponin declared that it was revenge against the 6 strongest, who had framed her father as a criminal, even though her father had only tried to ease the people's pain. Her ally declared that her plan had begun, marking the start of her revenge. The special event ends, and the body integration process is completed. Hoyan was shocked and couldn't believe what had just happened. He realized that one of the 6 strongest members was a fake, while the real one was secretly working to destroy the 6 strongest from within. He realized that if he used it well, it could become valuable information. As soon as they entered the meeting hall, they got rid of that boastful fake one. He thought that if he proved the man had been blatantly fooling the 6 strongest all along, he realized he could take over that position, but suddenly paused in surprise. He looked at the man who had appeared. Hoyan was shocked and shouted in disbelief at his presence. Caesar cut the head of the miser's crown, Miser Shen. Shen was killed, shocking everyone present. Caesar returned and told his boss that he had carried out the mission exactly as ordered. Hoyan shouted in shock at Caesar for acting cool, but Lena mocked him, saying that the person was not the real one. The Soul Destroyer pointed his finger at Caesar and said that the opponent was arrogant. Hoyan was shocked as a sudden, powerful explosion of energy erupted before them. Lena shouted that they could not stop it, and she urgently yelled at the boss to evade. Hoyan wondered how he could evade that terrifying attack. Not long ago, the 6 strongest affiliates' underlings gathered in their waiting room. The underlings mocked Hypel, calling him pathetic for flaunting himself yet still sticking to Shen because of money. The woman mockingly called Hypel a desperate cast-off grasping at straws, but adds that she finds it attractive. Hypel stayed silent while Raman told everyone not to upset each other unnecessarily. He informed everyone that the black market would open after the meeting ended. He said that the real owner of the current black market was the Black Crown, Shen. Although Shen had shown his displeasure ever since he appeared in the Honored One, he was still very influential. Due to the Black Mountain's attack, there seemed to be a sense of crisis again. The rumor was that he planned to release a large number of legendary-class stolen goods, but she asked if the Black Crown was in danger because of such a rookie organization, and laughed that it was funny. Hypel asked if they devalued Shen too lowly. Raman asked if they thought that after Soul Destroyer appeared, Shen just handled money and remained silent. while the sixth strongest hierarchy was being organized based on power only. The underlings asked Hypel if Shen had his sights on the Soul Destroyer's position. Hypel smirked and said the underworld ruffians who only looked ahead knew nothing. Suddenly, one of them attacked from above, shouting for him to shut his mouth. Hypel admitted the truth and declared that the opposing side suited them better before launching into battle. He struck him with a slash and mocked him, saying he was just beefy. He said it was foolish for a weak tanker to face an assassin head-on. Mego mocked them, saying that weak men always wasted their strength fighting each other. She launched her powerful attack, Pulse Hedgehog, fiercely. Hypel coughed up blood and realized in shock that she used wide-area magic in such a confined space. He was shocked, wondering why these fighters, who were supposed to be on the same team, were attacking each other. Raymond questioned Mego's sanity, asking if she was really in his right mind. Mego revealed with a sinister smile that she was ordered to kill all the males except her lover, Queer. Hypel realized that Mego was Queer's underling and suspected that Queer was using this meeting as an excuse to overturn the hierarchy. He knew that the situation was ending badly and thought Shen might use the bestowed item. Shen was suddenly killed by Black Mountain Caesar's surprise attack, cutting off his chance to use the bestowed item. Everyone was left in shock and confusion as the sudden warning confirmed Shen's unexpected death. After hearing that, Raymond swiftly defeated Hypel, calling the mage for a serious talk. But it did not happen as they thought. Rasputin, the underling of Destroyer Lukos, was killed by Hypel during the battle. Hypel was transformed into a terrifying figure, brutally gripping Joe by his hair. A system message announced that drugmaker Ponen's underling, Joe, has died, leaving the others visibly tense. Nosferatu angrily confronted Hypel, realizing his monstrous appearance was unusual. He accused him of using the banned drug elixir, the essence of Berserker Riken. Hypel was accused of madness for using the Berserker drug, as it meant he could never return to his true self, and in the clash, Nosferatu, Isaac's high-class vampire underling, was killed. Hypel marveled at his overwhelming power, comparing it to the strength of the sixth strongest. He felt triumphant, believing he had risen to equal footing with Israk, the strongest among the six strongest. He thanked Shen, believing his death wouldn't cause any further trouble. He charged forward with a crazed grin and decided to go and take over their position. On the other hand, at the sixth strongest meeting hall, the Soul Destroyer called Caesar arrogant. A powerful attack was unleashed, and Lena warned her boss to evade since they couldn't stop it. She noticed something strange in their leader's eyes, leaving them unsettled and suspicious that he may be plotting something. She wondered why her boss did not evade the incoming attack. As the attack was about to come at him, Hypel suddenly appeared between him. Hypel screamed in agony with a monstrous expression, while Hoyan nearby looked on in shock and confusion, unsure of what was happening. Hypel appeared unexpectedly, leaving Hoyan shocked and confused by his sudden presence and his changed appearance. Lena rushed to her boss and asked if he was okay, while Caesar appeared with a sinister smile. He launched a powerful strike at Hypel. Shocked, Hoyan cried out as Caesar stepped in and blocked the attack. But Hypel blocked his attack, recognized Caesar, and angrily shouted at him. He was struck and cried out in pain, while Caesar swiftly slashed through with fierce speed. Hypel declared with determination that he would not lose this time and unleashed a powerful attack filled with blazing energy. Caesar countered with his powerful move, Wolf Slasher, striking him. But he smirked confidently, unleashed his power, and activated Beak Bakwin, releasing a surge of destructive energy. He blocked Caesar's attack using Vicious Palm Shield. But Hoyan urgently shouted for him to wait as Caesar prepared to unleash his attack, making him pause in curiosity. The man questioned Caesar calmly, asking if his recent attack had been aimed only at the enemy and not at Wilhelm, seeking clarification. He was asked if he was interested in the Black Mountain, but he remained silent in response. In contrast, Caesar counterattacked with a fierce slash. But Hypel blocked a powerful strike with his teeth and laughed maniacally in his face. He mocked Caesar, asking if he had even lost the strength to sever teeth with his strength. Hypel taunted him, suggesting he fought weakly because he wanted to protect his master. He mocked him, calling his loyalty foolish and saying it was a waste since Caesar could surpass his boss in the future. Hoyan shouted in desperation, screaming for Caesar to stop and not sacrifice himself. Lycan Hypel activated his strengthening skill, Beowulf Neagling. His strike affected nearby fighters. He then clashed with him, both unleashing devastating force. A warning appeared announcing that Caesar from the Black Mountain had died. Hypel cornered Lena and her boss, then approached with a menacing grin, calling out her name. He grinned menacingly and told her that everything was finished, Black Mountain had fallen. He declared that the Black Mountain would be disposed of for showing such a shameful side in front of the six strongest and the Soul Destroyer. He mocked their blank expression, saying it appeared after his comrade died. He claimed Hoyan would not act differently even if Lena were in danger. Lena stayed silent with a worried look, while Hoyan trembled in shock and muttered Caesar's name. Hypel ordered them to make a choice immediately. He mocked Caesar's sacrifice as a pointless act of loyalty and then tempted the survivor with a choice: die like him or rise as a member of the six strongest by serving as his handmaid. He told Lena that he would extend her life, and she looked shocked while standing with Caesar in front of him. He offered Lena a chance to live longer, and his words shocked her as she stood helplessly beside him. Hoyan called out to Lena. She stepped forward toward the villain, declaring that her choice was obvious. She agreed to do anything just so she could survive. She suddenly stabbed his vital point, catching him off guard. Her assassin skill, Vital Point Strike, activated, increasing the critical damage by 250% when striking from the shortest distance. Hypel furiously attacked Lena, but she confidently dodged it. She mocked him, asking why she would follow him, and said that if they managed to escape, she would solely have all of Caesar's fondness. Hoyan panicked, shouting that they were on the verge of being killed, but Lena confidently reassured him, telling him not to worry. She told them that they could flee into the subspace pocket if needed, and once Lena found out what kind of subspace was in his favorite item, it would reveal more. Hypel unleashed his skill Wolf's Howling, stunning Lena and her boss with its overwhelming force. But Hoyan stiffened in shock as the system revealed that males below certain stats temporarily entered a state of stiffness. Lena worriedly asked what was wrong and guessed it was because he was a man. Hypel, wounded and humiliated by Black Mountain, furiously vows revenge. He swore to tear Black Mountain apart with his own hands. Hoyan realized he was completely screwed as the enemy's attack closed in on him. Hypel, shocked by something unexpected, reacted with surprise. At that moment, Caesar again appeared and confronted Hypel directly. He struck him in confusion and did not understand what was going on. But he called Caesar and shouted in shock, asking how he was still alive. Caesar laughed darkly and revealed that he stayed alive thanks to a mysterious item. Lena is accused of being tricked with a fake healing necklace, but Hoyan desperately denies it's true. Hypel recognized that item as a healing necklace and shouted in disbelief, insisting that resurrection could not be achieved with just that. Caesar mocked him, saying healing had nothing to do with the battle. Hypel saw an opportunity, knowing that resurrection grants a temporary but powerful buff immediately after activation. Since the caster did not notice, the necklace's power had an interval before it manifested. Hypel's passive skill, Wolf Rag, was activated, which increased his attack power and speed by 30% for a short time when he took critical damage in his werewolf state. He realized that if he didn't notice, he had to finish him off quickly before the resurrection buff took full effect. Hypel, empowered by Wolf Rage, launched another furious attack, shouting for Caesar to die. Hoyan was shocked by the unbelievable power, realizing that Caesar died again right after being resurrected. He grew confused as Caesar didn't even attempt to block his powerful attacks. Hypel accused Caesar of relying on the invincibility time buff and called him cowardly for pretending it didn't matter. Caesar mocked him, saying he didn't care whether it was a resurrection or a buff, and dismissed the words of the weak. Afterward, he powerfully swung his sword and tore him into 2 pieces. Caesar revived again, grinning eerily and claiming he just feels a little itchy, and told the dead Hypel to avoid it. Caesar of the Black Mountain defeated Hypel of the Black Crown, and additional rewards for defeating NPCs were announced. Hoyan coughed up blood from the fierce strike, while Raman admitted that the attack wasn't something that could be easily blocked. The Soul Destroyer ordered the man to act, and he immediately activated his executioner's skill Gravitation, unleashing a powerful gravitational force. He called him a cursed exorcist in shock. But the Soul Destroyer revealed that he had put in a lot of effort all along, pretending to be weak and fake. Lena worried if he was fine, and he joked about scoring a goal without even doing anything. Hoyan was frustrated with his weak body, realizing he lost stamina just from being caught in the shockwaves. The game notification received that Wilhelm Mayer, head of the Black Mountain, has remaining stamina, 20%. Lena mocked Caesar, calling him a useless thief who stole all the healing items and then betrayed their sick and old boss. Nevertheless, Caesar turned to the 6 strongest and mocked them, saying they seemed to have something to say. One of them, Lucas, the leader of the mafia-armed organization Lucas Clan, explained that it was a resurrection skill for prohibited items, claiming it provided only the best attractions. He advised getting rid of the young and fickle ones and slyly asked if the other had thought about joining his side. Jujukrim Sikma Choir, Monsieur of the brothel, criticized him, saying he was extremely rough, lacked tidiness, and had no hint of elegance. It coldly asked if their sense of aesthetics had emerged sufficiently. Israk, the high-ranking vampire and head of the Crimson Whispers, remarked that endlessly cutting down one's opponent without fearing death made the six strongest meeting more enjoyable than ever. But Caesar asked if that was all he had to say, adding that even the six strongest were plain and bland without a match. The Soul Destroyer asked what he expected. Caesar laughed menacingly and wondered who would be the next one to bring joy to his body. The group gathered tensely, and Hoyan angrily shouted at him to do it moderately. The Soul Destroyer drew his sword and extended it at Caesar. Lena happily placed her hand on Wilhelm's head, while he, looking puzzled, wondered if it was starting again. The Soul Destroyer glared menacingly, raised his weapon, and asked him if he had said Caesar. He pointed forward and said that martial arts skills and combat sense turned into a sense of duty to protect the master. He observed calmly, noting that Wilhelm seemed rational rather than instinctive. He added that with Wilhelm's level of strength and talent, he should be capable of much more. He asked if it was really necessary to assume a subordinate role under someone else, leaving Hoyan speechless. He smirked and said he would reveal the truth. His boss already predicted all possible outcomes and constantly gave him orders. Hoyan, shocked and confused, yelled out, not understanding what he was talking about. Caesar laughed loudly and revealed that his boss not only predicted outcomes but also did so with the sound of the heart. Wilhelm clutched his head in shock as the revelation struck him. The system explained that individuals with strong egos were more likely to take independent actions, and even the smallest probability could have a decisive impact on the game's progress, and declared them to be attentive. But Hoyan wondered if Caesar thought his inner feelings existed separately. Caesar started to hear an unknown command from the boss again. This time, he revealed with a sinister smile that his boss had commanded him to make sure their hearts were stopped. After hearing his talks, the Soul Destroyer found it interesting. Caesar was shocked as his attack was suddenly blocked with great force. The sword flew and fell on the floor. The Soul Destroyer identified the man as Wilhelm Mayer, the head of the Black Mountain. He was officially appointed as a new member of the sixth strongest group. The leader of the Black Mountain, Wilhelm Mayer, secured the sixth rank in Brahm's underworld. When the Black Mountain training hall gets damaged enough, it automatically sends a repair request to the employees. The man told others to hurry up. The workers are repairing the badly damaged building and questioning what kind of fight caused such destruction. Sato appeared and praised them for their hard work. He revealed his identity, and the bald man also introduced himself as the main chief of the Black Mountain headquarters. The chief looked tense at him. He admitted he had heard the news and admitted it was unexpected, adding that he never thought someone like the other person would settle there. But Sato grinned darkly and said he had thought about how long they had to keep up with the others, calling it a frustrating thought. The chief stayed silent for a moment, then admitted he already knew the circumstances or reasons behind the settlement, but left his thought unfinished. Sato smirked and asked if the other really understood what he meant. The chief asked him if he wanted to settle the rankings right now. Sato, with glowing red eyes, looked at him threateningly. A woman suddenly hit Sato, accusing him of starting a pointless fight and causing chaos right from their first meeting. They argued while fighting, with her asking if being family meant anything, and she accused him of risking getting kicked out again after just securing his position. A man whispered to his boss that after the battle, rumors spread about something going on between two people. The lady, blushing and frustrated, shouted in disbelief, wondering how she ended up falling for such a man. As the lady saw both of them, they, smiling, admitted they had definitely lost. The chief commented that affection could grow between a young man and woman when they trained together, while the others blushed and called it a good time. He proudly said that Black Mountain achieved the 6th rank, and they had been hearing nothing but good news since then. His employee chuckled while he pointed out that the organization had grown significantly. As compensation for intruding, they promised to provide proper manpower. Nevertheless, the chief raised his tool and told everyone to start working quickly. He declared it was time to show the strength of their new progress to the underworld, while another person asked a cloaked figure what brought them there. Everyone was shocked, as Sato admitted he hadn't even sensed the intruder's presence. Amin Yagusa, the top executive of an existing criminal organization, had appeared dramatically and asked how he had been. The chief was shocked to see him. Yagusa called the chief his old subordinate, then corrected himself, labeling them a traitor. He coldly insulted the chief, telling him he looked pathetic. He charged towards him. While attacking fiercely, he asked if they thought he had been idling all this time. On the other hand, the 6 strongest gathered with Black Mountain Group. While walking, Lucas called out to Wilhelm Mayer and pointed out that he was making a blank face. But Hoyen firmly told him to shut his mouth and go his own way. Lucas laughed mockingly, praising his spirit, then taunted him by asking if he even knew what the world was like, or if he just wanted to run away without knowing a thing. He mocked him, saying he seemed like a newbie based on his playtime, then asked who was supporting him since he had never seen anyone gain power this quickly in his entire life. He suggested that perhaps Hoyen was just a crazy ranker who abandoned inheriting characters from previous games. He remarked that sometimes gamers did strange things, then questioned how they could even afford gaming with the high cost of living in the modern world. Caesar interrupted, telling Lucas to stop talking because his words were unnecessarily long. But Lucas, caught in an arm lock, mocked him by laughing and asking if his arm would be broken. A sudden, powerful attack struck, and both of them were fighting each other. He unleashed his strength, overpowering his foe as he declared a new beginning. He demonstrated overwhelming power against him, but Caesar did not get a single scratch. Lucas hinted with a sinister smile that the real battle or chaos was only starting. Shocked and angry, they demanded clarification, asking if this was really just the beginning and not the end, but Lucas mocked Hoyen, implying he's too inexperienced to understand. Lucas revealed with a grin that the black market would soon open. In the Eastern District, before the exterminators appeared, both big and small wars broke out every day. It was only the logic of power that ruled the scene. They constantly fought and killed each other just to hold the line, but even a little exhaustion appeared. Even after winning, there was a high chance they would be betrayed soon after. At that time, when they were heading towards self-destruction, the city lay in ruins and bodies filled the streets. Suddenly, with the appearance of a strong figure, the situation began to change rapidly. He was with Lapon, a pagan who had been hiding and preaching, recruiting different races from across the continent and bringing them to Brahm. To prevent constant fighting and measure strength fairly, a black market was opened. And naturally, they appointed a mediator to oversee everything and maintain order in the black market. Lucas asked him if he was curious about the man who had made such a splendid decision. Hoyen was shocked, but the businessman revealed with a grin that the body in question was his own. He looked puzzled as they concluded that the man must have secured the 6th place. Lucas mocked him, recalling an embarrassing incident where the boss's neck got stuck in his pants. He remarked that the safety pin was removed in the black market and found the chaotic fights amusing, like roosters clashing. Lucas explained that the fights would likely be judged harshly since battling each other caused excessive blood loss. He thought the newbie tried to attack before they grew bigger. An announcement declared the start of the black market event, where Brahm underworld leaders had to participate. Transactions had no restrictions, and even physical conflicts would not be protected by security guards. The scene revealed the Black Mountain base Bikbo Seal, where many workers lay defeated on the ground, while Sato sat calmly among them. Wilhelm and his servants appeared, while the system showed that the base's remaining durability was only 18%. Sato regretfully screamed in pain, while Hoyen silently watched him. Guards rushed to the scene after receiving an intrusion alert, only to find the situation had already escalated badly. They realized the attack was carried out by Yakuza Ammon. It seemed possible, but they found it shocking that Ammon, who had disappeared for years, suddenly returned in this way. He warned the head of Black Mountain to be cautious about wandering recklessly. Hoyen accused the group of hiding and only watching, but the group denied it, saying they arrived after everything had already finished. They explained that they were only handymen sent by the exterminator and proposed simply fixing the broken parts to restore order. But Hoyen grew angry and questioned their excuse, pointing out that no ordinary handyman would be carrying Dark Emperor combat gear. He didn't know who Yagusa Ammon was, but pointed out that the intruder clearly followed the trail left by his men. He knew that the situation had already escalated to tearing up the Black Mountain, noting that things were turning extremely dirty right from the beginning. He called on someone and ordered them to give a report on the current situation and the damages first. It was reported that nearly 90% of the Black Mountain Tavern workers were wiped out. During the battle, Sowa, the Biko Seal instructor, died. He reported that the building had no further damage. The bandaged man suddenly remembered that there had been hostages. Hoyen grew angry and demanded to know why he mentioned it so late and asked who had been taken. it was revealed that Rave Nim, who had come to supervise management, was arrested. Hoyan was shocked to learn that Rave was taken hostage. He realized that if it was that person, it made sense, since he paid special attention because of his connection with the information merchant. He knew that the performance had been useful, so he had invested his valuable CP into it. He realized that eloquence and negotiation skills could be used as key power in the market, and he wondered what he should do. Lena took the responsibility to go herself and told Hoyan to find the boss. When asked what they were talking about, Hoyan dismissed it and said it was absolutely nothing. When Lena asked why, he explained that if she destroyed the seal like that, she might have been in danger too. Hoyan told her that losing her would have cost him a lot of money. Lena admitted she knew that, but also asked if he did not think she should have stepped forward. Hoyan noticed her sudden nervousness and wanted to know the reason behind it. Lena, with a serious expression, demanded to know how long she was going to be treated like a child. Hoyan was confused by her unusual behavior and wondered if she was acting like a teenager. Anyway, Lena walked away determined, saying she was going to look for it, while Hoyan called out, telling her to stop and wait. Caesar stopped her, towering over her, and asked if she was disobeying her boss's orders. Lena looked surprised, asking why it wouldn't turn off, and she warned him to step aside before he got hurt. Caesar threatened that anyone defying authority would be exterminated, but she boldly challenged him to try. Lena lunged at him and relentlessly attacked him, landing powerful strikes. She dodged his attack. She jumped at him and swung her sword towards him. She then stabbed her sword into his arm. The arm of Caesar had been wounded. After attacking, Lena came to her place and sighed heavily. Hoyan called out to Lena, and he admitted he did not understand her reason for acting this way, but he's clearly worried about what might happen. He coldly told her to take a break. A system message appeared, revealing his skill, an attack that ignored evasion once by releasing the fierce sword energy of the broadsword. Hoyan thought about growing dangers, the tightening grip of the black market, Lucas threats, and an attack led by Ammon Yakuza, a powerful top executive of a criminal organization. Even Lena's sudden puberty added to the strangeness. It felt as if everything had been planned, with unusual and troubling events unfolding all at once. Hoyan was frustrated and thought to himself that it was not the time to waste time like this. He wondered when the labyrinth raid would begin. Meanwhile, the Black Mountain Beakbow seal was shown to be under repair. Anyway, the exterminator's man shouted at him. He told the head of the Black Mountain that they had discovered something important. Hoyan looked surprised and asked what had happened, then questioned if Yagusa Ammon had spilled something. The spy said that Black Mountain was a strange place. Suddenly, another voice called out, ordering to bring someone over, which left the person confused. But the strange creature again appeared before them. Hoyan found what he was looking for, and the creature introduced itself as Bow Red. Caesar recognized it in shock, leaving both sides startled. While gripping a piece of wood, he greeted the creature with a sinister smile, saying it had been a long time. Then, without hesitation, he threw it and ordered Bow Red to pick it. While running, Bow Red stopped. He demanded to know what Caesar was doing. He warned Caesar to stop. But he screamed in agony, realizing something was happening to its body beyond its control. Hoyan was shocked, realizing that what he thought was a pet contract was actually a slave contract, something he hadn't been aware of until now. After obeying his order, Caesar praised the shadowy being with a sinister smile. Hoyan realized it's not the moment to just watch. He knew what was happening was called punishment by information merchants, and even before the contract, he had made Caesar tremble. He clarified that the situation turned out this way because of sanctions imposed at the management level. He realized that with the slavery contract active, the entity could reach full strength once the sanctions were resolved. He recalled the era of overpayment and realized that if CP was poured in, it lifted the sanctions for a certain period of time. He thought to himself that perhaps everything had led up to this very moment. He then shouted with determination that this was the only way. Wilhelm Mayer, the leader of the Black Mountain base, gave 1,500 CP, which temporarily lifted management-level sanctions, 1 day per 100 CP, for a master player. The sanctions against the player were lifted, restoring his language, appearance, abilities, and items to their original state. Finally, Bow Red had transformed into the real body, which meant it had converted into a human. It converted into Shadria. She could not understand what had just happened. Hoyan was shocked and impressed by her beauty. The lady looked at him in shock. Shadria stood beside the group. She then stepped forward confidently, laughing with a sly smile. She proudly admired her flawless return and confidently declared that she had come back. She praised Wilhelm Mayer with surprise. She could not believe that he gave her CP and thanked him for his boldness. Two hooded figures noticed Wilhelm and the woman together, shocked by what they saw, and questioned what was happening. One of them realized how serious the current situation has become and insisted that the deceased must be informed about it. Shadria noticed a bandaged worker and reacted with excitement and admiration. She then happily asked if they had seen her, announcing that her abilities had returned. Hoyen acknowledged her with a brief response. He looked at her in shock and questioned why she was so beautiful. By the time VR games entered the third generation, the boundaries between the virtual world and reality were gradually broken down, and the number of users who made false appearances also increased. Because of the strong sense of realism, advanced impersonation became more and more prevalent. The situation became increasingly worse, and in the end, serious social problems arose. The government recognized the situation and once again pulled out the sword of regulation. They synchronized the appearance between the user and the VR avatar. The system explained that while simple corrections are possible, the final result must closely resemble that of a real person. Hoyen observed that at her level, she should have looked like a game star, yet he wondered why she had been sanctioned by the management. He saw the stats and was shocked that her level was 893, but her abilities were so ordinary. Shadria bluntly told him that he has a very dead-looking face, surprising him. She teased Wilhelm, asking what he was thinking and playfully questioning what trick led him to spend so much money on her. She admitted that he did not appear to be the kind of man easily influenced by women like the thugs. She warned him that if he had thought of making a move, it was better to stop. She touched his face gently and said he was just like the rest of the guys over there. She slapped him and warned him before he got caught up in the world of beauty. But Hoyen did not understand what she was doing. At the same time, Caesar shouted at her and demanded what she was doing. Shadria laughed playfully and teased him, saying she thought the deep male voice was deep, but it was just him. Caesar taunted her, questioning her safety. Shadria playfully called out to Caesar and demanded to know if they had ever met before. Hoyen looked shocked and wondered if they were acquaintances. Shadria reminisced about the past, saying she was enjoying herself back then. With a sly smile, she added that there was nothing to fear when she was in the arms of the man who once commanded the devil. She compared someone to Caesar and expressed disbelief as she found it unbelievable. She gasped with excitement, claiming that only she could know the truth, and added that if that part remained the same. But Hoyen dismissed her delusion and firmly claimed authority over Caesar as his servant. He revealed that appearances were mere customization and that even Caesar had been born not long ago. But Shadria admitted that the situation seemed impossible and denied that it was happening. She asked him why he had turned her into that form and questioned if he only intended to use her as a beauty queen. But Hoyen wanted to know about her hidden abilities. He explained that the management-level sanctions were imposed on her because she had excessively developed certain abilities. He observed that her actual abilities were at a terrible level, far too low compared to her named rank. He said there was only one answer not revealed in their contract, and that was that she had hidden powers. He insisted that no sanction could have occurred simply because her abilities were so poor. He then asked if she had been messing around with Mosaic, pointing out that the game student was such a mess. But Shadria inquired of him whether he knew that she was known as a woman of great beauty, and she was embarrassed to say that, but it meant a beauty that tilted their country. Hoyen suddenly stopped and realized in shock. Shadria complained that many powerful lords tried their best to harm her somehow, but they were busy showing off their powers. She revealed that while some desired her for her beauty, others sought to use her body politically as a symbol of power. She declared that the men who controlled her were guilty, condemning not only themselves but also their entire country. But Hoyen shouted in shock, realizing that in the Labyrinth series, there was only one such unique user in the entire world. Shadria grabbed him, insisting that, unlike others, she needed him on her side because she desired the CP he had. She revealed her hidden special power, which was fascination, a higher form of charm. She then explained that normally, even slight contact made others fall under her charm, but she seemed different. To test it, she kissed him and asked if that was enough. The system revealed her hidden ability, showing that her fascination level was 13,400 as she kissed him. Caesar screamed in shock, and the hooded figures reacted nervously. Shadria threw him to the ground as he cried, and he understood that the woman was dangerous. A moment later, it was late at night in the east of Earth, at the Black Mountain headquarters. The workers were shaken back then, But the real shock was that she dared to act so openly without fear. They revealed it had been the boss's first kiss, but Lena, who arrived there, could not believe how her boss could do that. She then approached his room. The moment turned unsettling as Hoyen treated CP like lifeblood and cried out in dismay, realizing their very first kiss had just been stolen. He broke into tears, lamenting the loss of his money. Lena looked at him with concern, saying she worried no one would care for him like this anymore. She bid farewell to the boss, left him resting, and walked away with a quiet wish for his health. At the end of the second generation, during the war, a warrior killed the Demon King for the first time. He was corrupted by evil power, transforming into the Demon King, and ultimately rose to become the Great Demon King. In the 3 generations, many warriors sacrificed their lives to fight the Demon King. The Demon King was defeated, imprisoned in the labyrinth, and sealed away in its deepest part, the abyss. Even while sealed, the Demon King remained a threat because he had the power to create monsters. So, the guard made a protective seal with magic and built a city inside it. During the long era of darkness caused by the Demon King, the 4th generation city, Maze City, was built. The 4th generation warriors were strong and lived closest to the depths of the labyrinth. In the end, the warriors were defeated by the Demon King. He returned to the world, and that event ruined it. That event also marked the beginning of the 5th generation labyrinth world. After that, Hoyen woke up and felt strange. Shadria claimed that no one resisted her, but she questioned his true identity. She did not understand why her beauty failed to affect him and questioned if it meant she was too greedy. She leaned over him and said she would give him her inner charm. Hoyen trembled nervously as she came closer to him. A warning appeared as his body convulsed. His mind carried an excessive burden, and his synapses overheated from the fatal shock. Shadria urgently held him, shocked and fearful, realizing he might be dying. She mocked him and declared that he could not die so easily. An emergency warning appeared, stating that the player's synapse had overheated and reached its limit. Shadria angrily asked if he knew how long she had waited for that moment. She looked at him with determination, believing that through him she would soon draw closer to the Demon King. Afterward, Hoyen came into the dimension. He regained his senses, looked around in shock, and tried to grasp his strange surroundings. He sat in silence, then panicked, thinking there was no way it was real, and wondered if he was going crazy. He then ran forward with determination, his steps echoing in the space. He guessed that it was the punishment the information merchant had mentioned. He thought it was too much, remembering how he couldn't even stop her that time. He thought he could continue since his synchronization rate had no problem. He remembered that when he saw her up close, that face was similar to Shadria's. She was a ranker from the 4th generation, known as the Mercenary Queen. Like Rodlius, she was a monster user who was naturally suited to the concept, and her fighting method was to attract the enemy. And she was the woman who finally reached the Demon King. Hoyen wondered if Rodlius met with the Demon King, but he did not remember anything. He wondered when he had reached the Labyrinth City, and he was sure he had built a nursery there. He had fun with his subordinates and then stopped playing the game. He started again by glimpsing his past when he was shouting that he would destroy it, introducing himself as Li Hoyen, a professional gamer, finally having the time to play. But he regretted it, wondering why he had stopped playing at that time. He then thought about his servants, but he brushed it off, saying it was in the past and not worth remembering. He rolled on the floor carefree, saying he didn't know, and thought the afterlife was good because nothing stressed him out. He believed he could finally do whatever he wanted and live without any unfulfilled desires. He decided to rest and wondered if he should sleep. He received a sudden command to leave the subspace, which left him shocked and confused. He panicked when he saw the word subspace, realizing he was not dead. He was shocked when the system detected external factors inside his body. The system initiated an immediate logout, and he was forcefully ejected from the subspace. Yulden called out his name desperately as Hoyen collapsed back into the real world. The scene shifted to Li Hoyen's studio apartment, where Yulden nervously handed him a drink, and Hoyen gratefully thanked him. Hoyen called out to Yulden, and he reacted in surprise. He, looking exhausted, questioned his unexpected presence. He was questioning the unexpected presence of Yulden, who seemed nervous and unsure how to explain. But Yulden wanted to say sorry. He apologized, explaining that everything that happened in Rodlius was a mistake because he attacked without realizing it was Hoyen. He recalled that when he arrived, Hoyen was having a seizure. He wondered if the man came when the warning appeared and if that state also reflected in real life. But he apologized again, and Huoyan asked if he remembered Shadria, which surprised him. Yulden revealed that Shadria massacred other users, sided with the Demon Lord, and caused big problems. She was active during the 3rd generation, and by the 4th generation, she wandered under sanctions in the Labyrinth City. Huoyan asked him if he remembered why he quit playing games. Yulden admitted he wasn't sure what happened after the other entered deep into the labyrinth. But he asked if he had made another mistake, and Huoyan denied it. He realized he might have been to the depths of the labyrinth before, and what had been troubling him finally became clear. After entering the labyrinth, he couldn't remember anything. Yulden suggested rest, but he replied that he was fine. Huoyan was wondering what Shadria would have done in his absence. Nevertheless, Yulden asked him why he didn't take over Rodelius' data, and Huoyan questioned why he was bringing it up so suddenly. Yulden suggested it might have been more convenient to play as Rodelius again, and Huoyan admitted that was true. He nervously explained his point, suggesting investigating Rodelius's past actions, leaving Huoyan confused. But Huoyan insisted he wanted to break the labyrinth, but Yulden replied that if that was his goal, he needed to search for Rodelius even more. He apologized to Huoyan for using him without gratitude, while Huoyan reacted in surprise, asking why he was suddenly acting that way and if he was upset. He shouted at Yulden, accusing him of knowing something. A system prompt asked if he wanted to cancel entering the labyrinth world, and he shouted that he wanted to cancel. A message said the connection was already established despite trying to cancel, making Huoyan angrily shout to be asked about that. As he entered the game, he saw Shadria, who teased playfully, asking if he had become a bit more energetic now. Huoyan angrily shouted at her, demanding to know what she was doing, while Shadria casually asked if he had slept well. Caesar explained he tied it up before it could harm the boss, leaving him shocked and fearful. Caesar offered to handle the situation. He remarked that the woman was strong but might be a spy, while Huoyan shouted that he wanted to die first. He questioned Caesar how he could tie up a woman with so much punishment. But Shadria laughed and explained that she couldn't use her strength because he resembled her king too much. Huoyan was shocked and then began walking toward her. He asked Shadria if she was talking about the devil, but she remained quiet at once. Afterward, he asked Caesar to step out for a moment, but Caesar protested in surprise. Huoyan glared coldly and ordered him to get out. Caesar noticed the boss's fierce expression, realizing he was back, and quickly agreed. From Shadria's point of view, Huoyan kept things secret to prevent trouble. Then he revealed the woman's name. He asked her if it was Shadria, the mercenary king, leaving the woman shocked. But Shadria, shocked, demanded to know his true identity, and he confidently replied that it was obvious. Huoyan explained that only one person had the power to attract the Demon King and his henchmen. Huoyan knelt in front of her and asked her directly if she still had memories from before receiving sanctions. But Shadria stayed silent for a moment, then firmly denied it. Huoyan freed her and revealed that he knew her true reason for finding the Demon King. He asked her if her true goal was to regain her lost memories. Shadria panicked, demanded to know how he had figured it out, and suspected he was secretly part of the team. She looked shocked when Huoyan suggested they hold hands. He then extended his hand toward her and said they should go back to the devil together. Finally, he introduced himself as Rodelius Eldridge and said he was a user who had lost his memory just like her. Shadria realized that both of them had lost their memories in the labyrinth and suggested that returning there might help them recover them. Huoyan confirmed it. Shadria asked him why he was looking for his memories. Then Huoyan said a reason was not necessary and asked about her. He sincerely questioned her true reason for seeking it. Shadria admitted she had the same reason as him, but hinted there was something more behind it. She recalled that, for some reason, she felt happy in that moment. Huoyan admitted he felt the same way, and she questioned him with curiosity. She expressed excitement that they shared the same view, then leaned close and asked him to keep one thing a secret, leaving him startled. She revealed her true identity, asking him to keep secret the fact that she was Shadria. Huoyan nervously agreed to keep her secret, which made her happily relieved. He felt vulnerable, believing she might try to bewitch him again. He wondered if it was truly that easy for a woman who once wished for his death to now ally with him, yet acknowledged that things had become easier because of her. She admitted she had planned to use and discard him and ventured into the labyrinth alone. Huoyan realized that teaming up with him was actually the good choice. He mentioned that the black market was going to open soon, so things would change. Caesar listened and replied that he was impressed. Caesar accused the boss of being driven by ambition and greed, saying he easily forsook loyal subordinates who had been by his side for so long. He told the boss that he had some affection for the woman and child, but after seeing his actions, he realized the boss had no intention of looking for them and laughed maniacally. Hoyan suddenly remembered Lena and Rave, realizing in shock that he had completely forgotten about them. The scene shifted to Lucas, who put the man on his shoulder, kicked open the cell door, and shouted that he couldn't believe what had just happened. Raman angrily demanded to know who the intruder was and how they had managed to enter that place. Lucas threw someone forcefully, shocking Raman. Lucas yelled angrily, accusing him of planting a cult spy in his territory, and slammed the spy to the ground. He mocked the leader of a dark sect for meddling in others' business. He then, with a sinister expression, threatened him by asking if he wanted to become a real piece of pie. Raman desperately exclaimed that he had a reason for his actions, to which Lucas coldly responded, questioning what that reason was. Raman suddenly asked for his help, leaving him confused and suspicious. He urgently revealed that an exterminator was targeting the Black Mountain. Lucas wanted to know that the Black Mountain simply had to disappear. Raman warned that the exterminator might be planning to destroy the Black Mountain. He warned with concern, asking what would happen if the monster Caesar decided to join forces with the exterminator. He challenged him, asking if he truly believed he could win in the semifinals, where only 4 contenders remain. Lucas stayed silent, clearly disturbed, and asked him what he planned to do about the situation. Raman proposed making an alliance, starting from the black market event. He planned to deal with Wilhelm, believing that if they combined their forces, they could kill him easily and still have some strength left. Lucas explained that Caesar, once he loses his master, would go insane and attack them, and asked him if he was trying to make use of that rift. Raman confirmed it. He reasoned that if they claimed the exterminator had given the order, then all of Caesar's rage and fury would be directed towards him. Lucas laughed maniacally, praising him for being far more sinister than he had expected. He asked about the others, but Raman assured him there was no need to worry. At the same time, Jujukrim Sikh Choir and Israk approached here. Lucas confirmed their determination to kill Wilhelm at all costs and agreed to make a contract. On the other hand, Hoyan learned that Yagusa was once the original leader of a criminal guild. He realized that Yagusa was very powerful, making him difficult to defeat. Caesar spoke about the testament of the former criminal guild, and Hoyan noted that Caesar was with them. He said that Lena and Rave had hostages, so even Caesar could not escape easily. So, he suggested going to the black market first, since it is known for having all sorts of rare items. He planned to buy new items, recruit members, and rescue 2 people from the black market, believing this would improve their chances of winning. They entered through the grand gates, regretting not bringing Lena along. They finally reached the labyrinth, their long-awaited destination. Hoyan nervously decided that he should look for him first. The scene transitioned to Lena, who had approached her destination. She looked at the large, mysterious building. She entered the building cautiously and looked around at the eerie, damaged interior. She stood before a large, imposing photo frame of Rodlius, staring at it with determination. She recalled being 6 years old when Rodlius told her that for both of them, having fun was all that mattered. She longed for Rodlius deeply and cried out his name, expressing how much she missed him. 10 years ago in the Labyrinth world, sometime before the Imperial War, on the Eastern Earth, Yagusa told Lena that she still carried unnecessary emotions and said she didn't even meet the basic requirements to be an assassin. Determined, Lena hurled her weapon with full strength at a powerful warrior, but he dodged, and it struck the wall instead. She was curious about emotions, but she dismissed them, showing that he only cares about food. She mocked him as a pig-like assassin obsessed with food, which angered him as he denied being called that. Yagusa admitted that he actually preferred her having emotions, though he criticized her for her unnecessary appetite. Then, he declared that the time had come for her to do her first mission. Lena eagerly munched on food, showing she was already prepared, while the man ordered her to follow him. Lena ran across the rooftops and stopped for a little bit. Yagusa mocked her, saying she ran like a pig. Annoyed, Lena snapped back, but he ordered her to quiet down. Yagusa noticed a building that stood out, and she thought it was a fortress. Yagusa revealed it was a nursery. Lena asked about the purpose of going to a nursery, questioning why they needed to visit such a place. Yagusa considered it the most useless place in the country. They saw that children were playing baseball, and Lena watched with amazement, asking if it was throwing training. One of them called everyone to eat. Whereas the ball had been thrown by the player, it hit the director's face. The children noticed the director got hit again, and they said it was already the 15th time that week. Yagusa told her that her first target was the director, and she mocked him for being too weak to handle even a ball. Lena mocked the director for being pathetic, but Yagusa told her that he was her target, and she confidently said it was easy. He realized the recruitment for the criminal guild wouldn't be that simple and told Lena to do well. He reminded her that her true value could only be shown through her own actions. Lena, only 6 years old, was introduced as a direct subordinate of Yagusa Amon and an officer of the criminal guild. Nevertheless, the director stayed unconscious after being hit by a ball. The two adults discussed how it happened often. Bramberg wondered if there was a spy, but Gale dismissed it as impossible. She told Bromberg that the director had become weaker after entering the labyrinth and wondered what had happened there. He questioned whether he had been weak from the very beginning. Bromberg explained that the director weakened because of problems inside the labyrinth, like stumbling, but Gale found it surprisingly weak of him. Meanwhile, Lena suspiciously listened nearby. She secretly followed, then quickly slipped into a room, making sure no one noticed her movements. Lena activated her assassin skill and used spatial projection to slip through the door. She entered the room, feeling dizzy. She noticed a large painting of the director hanging in his own room and thought to herself that he might be an actual weirdo. The director, Rodlius, lay in bed with his eyes covered and mumbled in his sleep about food, dreaming of eating with everyone. She thought Yagusa asked her to kill a strange man, of all people. She raised her sword above the sleeping director, preparing to strike. She showed her determination and strength, striking with full force while believing the task was simple for her. She stabbed with confidence, but she was shocked to realize she only struck soft feathers instead of her target. She was surprised when the director dodged her strike, forcing her to try again. As Lena's first strike failed, she activated a combo skill, pushing her to unleash a stronger, faster attack. Her attack unexpectedly triggered a combo 3+, but the director constantly dodged her attack, leaving her shocked and confused. She panicked during her assault, screaming in frustration, while the director, still appearing to sleep, effortlessly dodged her attacks, making her doubt if he was truly asleep. She swung her sword in desperation, but amidst the confusion, she admitted to herself that everything had become completely chaotic. She activated her ultimate skill. She prepared her attack, named Hornet Sting, which has the effect of ignoring evasion once. Fortunately, Bromberg entered the room when she was about to apply her skill. Lena was shocked to see him. Bromberg was surprised to see the cloaked figure. He shouted that an intruder had entered Rodlius's room for the purpose of killing him, but Lena claimed she was a witness. She glimpsed her past when Yagusa said that another purpose of assassination was the fear of death looming even unexpectedly. That state of tension itself was the power their assassins could wield. Rodlius grew suspicious, thinking the situation didn't add up, and questioned if the tied-up kid was the real culprit. But Lena angrily shouted at Rodlius to untie them, threatening to kill him. Rodlius suspected the attacker was an assassin sent by a criminal guild. He inquired of Lena if she underestimated him too much. He told her that in the orphanage, there were many people besides them who tried to assassinate him. Gale admitted she had underestimated Rodlius, realizing that if even a child like Lena could be chosen as an assassin, saying she saw it at a level worse than just the neighborhood rabbit. She asked Lena why she tried to assassinate their director, but the kid replied she didn't know and just demanded food while calling her an old lady. Gale, smiling with a dark aura, repeated the kid's words, "Old lady," in a menacing tone. She furiously questioned if they truly left the task to a cowardly-looking child, while Rodlius beside her urged her to stay calm, reminding her, and addressed Lena that no matter how skilled, she was still just a child. Gale thought the assassins would keep coming for her, but she decided not to kill her and instead planned to educate her at that point. Rodlius agreed to educate her and declared that Lena would become his underling. She looked confused and wanted to know why he wished that she make an underling. Gale scolded him for repeating the same mistake, while he panicked and begged her to wait. The child assassin tilted their head innocently and was surprised. Rodlius inquired about eating for free, which surprised the kid and made her realize the value of food. Lena became excited and eagerly agreed, saying she wanted to do it. Rodlius joyfully welcomed the child to the Rodlius orphanage, creating a cheerful and refreshing atmosphere. But Gale reminded Rodlius of the promise he had made, but he looked confused and asked what it was. She reminded him of their rule about receiving 1 hit for every extra person brought in, and she struck him as punishment. The game notification appeared, saying that Lena officially became Rodlius Eldrigo's new underling. In the Labyrinth City, players used the minion system, which allowed them to create or recruit minions during character creation through agreements with NPCs. A contract could never be broken unless the player voluntarily gave up or died. Gale explained the rule, according to the director's instructions, and it said that a servant must absolutely obey any command from the player. She told Lena to simply eat, sleep well, avoid fighting, and have fun, while it was explained that contracts made through force, like kidnapping or trafficking, were not valid. It was stated that if an underling received a new contract request, they could voluntarily cancel their previous contract. The servant instructed the child to go to an empty bed and told her she would meet her friends tomorrow. It explained that players could command multiple underlings, but each underling served only one owner. Lena lay on the bed, felt how soft it was, and happily threw themselves onto it. She thought about the Yakuza with a serious expression. She remembered the appointment with him. But now, after glimpsing her past, Lena confronted Yakuza, standing firmly face to face, but unfortunately, he stabbed his sword into her abdomen. Yakuza knew she would come there, and he believed that not having emotions was her strength. She recognized Yakuza, and she was struck down and left bleeding. Yakuza claimed that those personal feelings were leading her to her death. But Lena was about to fall on the ground. She apologized to her bosses, admitting she couldn't keep her promise. 6 extremely powerful rulers controlled the labyrinth underworld, called the 6 Strongest. All the powerful people rarely gather in one place. The black market was a gathering place for Brahm's dark forces, where survival depended on more than just tricks. Ramen raised his sword for his goal, to keep one's place among the 6 strongest. The first step was eliminating the extinct souls and the Black Mountain. Ramen asked the honorable guest, the Soul Destroyer, if he was satisfied. The Soul Destroyer agreed and said that their force had become stronger with the addition of the Black Mountain. But Ramen discussed the importance of the author. The Soul Destroyer acknowledged that they understood well the true significance of the 6 strongest's existence. He declared that their goal was to overthrow order and bring only destruction. He added that strength alone was not enough. One must capture people's attention and move everyone. He stated that the Black Mountain had value because its notoriety was essential for it. He warned that the collapse of order was near. He hoped their sword never pointed at Ramen. He wanted to know where he was going, but the Soul Destroyer asked what he would do without him. He warned not to leave the black market under his control. A moment later, they saw the scene and cried out in shock, asking what had happened. A group of 4 confidently entered the black market, aware of the challenges ahead. He felt like they were trying to kill him with their gaze, but they didn't attack. He thought Lucas was wary of the new round 6th. Shadria noticed something strange, and Hoyan asked what she meant. They noticed that everyone present was carrying weapons. They noticed that the enemies surrounded them boldly. Ramen declared that the moment had arrived for all 6 of the strongest to gather. Shadria remarked with a sly smile that it seemed as if they would ambush them. Ramen raised his hand and declared that the attack had begun. In his declaration, his allies charged towards them. Sato was shocked and terrified, unable to believe such overwhelming strength existed. Caesar shouted in anger and launched an attack on the enemies. Caesar asked his boss with concern if he was all right. Hoyan reassured him that he was okay, whereas another fighter jumped towards him. They blocked the sudden attack with his weapon, shocking everyone around him. The man with glowing eyes attacked while shouting "Die," but the group below quickly prepared to defend themselves. Shadria guessed if he was behind, catching the enemy off guard. She unleashed her wide area charm that manipulates the opponent by drastically lowering synchronization rate with a wide range of charms. The enemies, under the charm's influence, shouted madly to kill Wilhelm, treating it as a direct order. She mockingly obeyed them. After that, their opponents, who were fully under the woman's control, began fighting each other. Shadria caught her breath and asked what all of that was about. Hoyan replied that he didn't know either and wondered if it was originally planned to be like that. Lucas appeared confidently and was shocked by his unexpected strength. With a cigar in his mouth, he said that it was great to see them again. Vampire Lord Israk, the 2nd strongest, appeared with bloodlust and implied that Wilhelm also longed for carnage, said that everyone was destined to die someday. Lord Ramen, the strongest of the 6, said the 6 strongest would not be easy and warned him to think before he hit them. He declared destruction as he released his overwhelming power. Hoyan reacted in shock and questioned the sudden nonsense. He cried that he just wanted compensation, that was all. Lord Ramen confronted the Black Mountain's leader, hinting that their plan was already known. He said that the goal of the 6 strongest was not only about crime. Hoyan admitted he did not know anything. Caesar clenched his fist and said it was as expected. He realized and declared that they had a plan from the very beginning. Shadria mocked him and asked if her ally Wilhelm had been unaware of his tricks. Hoyen agreed with a tense smile and told them to do as they pleased. Sigma Choir declared their plan to wipe out the arrogant users, and Hoyen reacted in disbelief. Choir threatened him by proclaiming that their end had come. Hoyen heard a sudden noise and questioned what it was. He discovered that NPCs eliminated players. Choir attacked with chained weapons and mocked them, calling them just a dog. Caesar attacked him and told him to shut up. Choir dismissed the attack as slow, but Caesar was suddenly caught off guard by a surprise strike. Lucas mocked him by asking if only one strong person was enough. While punching him, he declared that war was a team battle, not about individual strength. Caesar pushed back forcefully with his attack. Hoyen shouted in shock and fear, calling out Caesar. Izrak floated above the ground, warning him not to be deceived. He launched a deadly attack from above. But just in time, Sato appeared in front of Hoyen, blocking the strike. He applied the protective shield to protect himself. He smirked confidently after blocking the attack and mocked the opponent, saying there was nothing special about being the sixth strongest. Raman cast a devastating purple spell that struck against his protective shield. But the shield broke, and he pushed back forcefully because of the opponent's attack. But Caesar did not give up, angrily shouted, and launched a furious counterattack. He unleashed a powerful strike, and Izrak's face twisted with rage as they clashed against the force in front of them. To defend himself, Izrak flew upward. The attack exploded with immense force, and the men were thrown back, screaming in pain. Hoyen lay confused, realizing the numbers didn't add up since Lena originally played the role of an inhibitor. Hoyen encountered the glowing mosaic girl, Shadria, and questioned what her appearance meant. She grew furious at NPCs punishing users. While rushing towards her, Raman confirmed it was exactly as foretold. As he was about to attack her, she used wide area charm on him. She firmly demanded that he speak properly. Raman panicked, while she warned him to speak properly or face his death. But Lucas seized her and shouted at her for thinking too hard. He was so fed up that he wanted to end everything. He mentioned what would happen after that, and he asked if the world would cease to exist. Hoyen warned that the opponents would disappear too. Choir declared that if he had to live as a fettered scarecrow, it would be better to disappear entirely. Hoyen felt the building vibrate and realized Choir was much stronger than he had expected. Before Choir could say anything, someone powerfully struck him down. Hoyen stood silently, staring at the fallen Choir and unable to believe he was dead instantly without spreading any destruction. The muscular woman appeared, arrived dramatically, saying it's not too late, signaling hope or a turning point in the battle. She regained consciousness in confusion and realized he had arrived at the rumored black market, a place she had only ever heard rumors about. She was the guardian of Lady Dorothy of the Aegis family. She dramatically declared that they had come to find the lady's future husband. Hoyen was surprised to see her. Suddenly, a glowing blue screen appeared beside him. He received urgent alerts that Lena's life was in danger. The Black Mountain's base was under attack, and his reputation declined when he failed to defend. He agreed to proceed seriously while jokingly suggesting dying and quitting the game. Wilhelm seriously contemplated whether he should fold. He grasped the reality and concluded accordingly. The Black Mountain was attacked by the head of a criminal group called Yakuza. Rave was kidnapped during the process. Lena suddenly went on a rampage and left, saying she would find the Yakuza. Lena heard how hard it was to handle alone. She joined the black market with the determination to gain something, but failed. The 6 strongest were criminals who gathered NPCs and tried to eliminate users. So instead of gaining something, there was a risk of dying. Hoyen felt like his head was about to explode just from that alone. In a twist of fate, the Yakuza launched another attack on the Black Mountain. Meanwhile, on this side, a woman like Caesar appeared. Nevertheless, the muscular maid gathered her strength and struck Izrak with a powerful blow. Lucas looked shocked and in pain as she was struck on the neck. His troops rushed towards her. She unleashed her power and sent them flying with a massive explosion. She charged forward and landed a heavy punch on Raman. The punch was so strong that Raman flew away and fell outside the building. He, injured and coughing, admitted he was facing a formidable opponent. Hoyen was stunned and wanted to know how she defeated all 6 of the strongest opponents. Lucas slumped against the wall as the powerful maid stood over fallen enemies. Hoyen was unable to believe, wondering how she hit them in a single blow. Anyway, the madness is that in the eyes of a husband, there is only weakness. She challenged him to show their true strength. But Hoyen promised to find a suitable husband for her. Surprised, he asked if what had just happened was actually a test to choose a husband. After a sudden brain activation, Gale reflected that being weak isn't bad, and Hoyan asked her to listen to what he had to say. At that moment, he came up with a solution and asked her if she knew someone named Yakuza Ammon. But Gale replied that she had never heard of that name before. Hoyan suggested that Yakuza was the perfect husband for the lady she served. He used that monster to deal with the Yakuza and confidently offered to guide the way. Afterward, as they came outside the building, Gale reminded him to remember well the 3 virtues of a good husband. Confused and flustered, Hoyan agreed nervously while wondering what she was talking about. First, a good husband should be broad-minded enough to accept his wife's tantrums. She knew that the men in the black market couldn't even pass this stage. Hoyan was shocked and questioned whether it was stubbornness or madness, while Gale continued explaining the second virtue. She passionately explained the second virtue. A husband must whisper infinite love to his wife. As she was about to introduce the third and final virtue of a good husband, a Yakuza appeared, hinting at something serious. He mocked them, saying they could not win just because they had more allies. Suddenly, she was preparing to rush towards him. As she rushed toward him, Yakuza was shocked to see her. She, filled with determination, charged forward with blazing energy and warned that not even a single drop of water would be on her hands. Lord Bramberg walked in, shocked that all of his comrades had been defeated. Raman, battered and exhausted, begged him for forgiveness. Bramberg said that the hefty sacrifice he made to bring Yakuza Ammon on board turned out to be in vain. He asked whether they were weaker than he had believed. While gripping Raman's throat, he asked if the Black Umbrella Gang was just that much stronger. Raman was seized by him and, in fear, desperately denied betraying his lord. He claimed that a woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere and ruined everything. Bramberg wanted to know about the woman and demanded a description of what she looked like. Raman described her as having the body of someone who had trained for many years, and he added that she was dressed in a maid's outfit. Bramberg suddenly realized something and smirked, wondering if the woman could be Gale. He realized that the woman had finally decided to step out into the world, but Raman nervously asked if the man had been familiar with her. Bramberg revealed with a faint smile that she had been someone who once worked with him at Lord Rodlius' orphanage. He realized Lord Rodlius' plans were in motion and decided to act quickly before it was too late. Raman clutched his leg and desperately asked what they were supposed to do next. He admitted in despair that at this rate, they stood no chance against Soul Slayer. But Bramberg called his subordinates incompetent fools and reassured them not to worry about Soul Slayer. He declared coldly that the man they spoke of was already finished. On the other hand, Yakuza wondered if it was the end. Then Gale clashed fiercely with him. She smirked and remarked that Yakuza had just met the first criterion. After clashing between them, she cracked their knuckles and challenged him, saying they would test if he was the kind of man who could whisper words of affection. Shadria asked what kind of husband the maid might be looking for, and Hoyan admitted he had no idea. Gale wondered aloud and then challenged him, saying they would have to pass the second test as well. Yakuza admitted disappointment and revealed that his true target was not that maid. His real target was Hoyan, who stood calmly. Immediately, the game issued a warning. The henchman sensed his master's imminent death and entered Berserker mode, unleashing a terrifying transformation. Caesar, consumed by Berserker rage, unleashed a furious attack on the Yakuza to protect his boss. Yakuza pushed back and remained defiant despite the overwhelming force. Hoyan gratefully acknowledged Caesar's berserk rage as a sign of protection, but Caesar did not recognize him. He shouted in fury, demanding how he dared to insult him. Hoyan nervously assumed he was protecting him, but a warning appeared that Caesar might not recognize his allies. Caesar mistook his own boss for an enemy, then attacked him in an attempt to protect him. But Hoyan realized there was no way Caesar did it for his sake. He thought Kaiser was furious only because he had been defeated at the black market. He became so desperate that he catapulted himself into the air, surprising Sato, who praised his reflexes while he begged for help. Yakuza noticed the gang falling apart and then dashed forward, declaring he would be the one to take his life. Hoyan panicked as a powerful man swooped down on him from both sides. He wondered if it was the end for him. Just as he stood on the verge of death, he instinctively recalled something from his past. He remembered that Rodlius had aimed to raid the labyrinth and resolved to wipe the place out. Rodlius issued a powerful command, radiating authority with his sword. Now, Hoyan snapped back to his senses, furious and cursing in rage. The henchman system allowed players to command NPCs or other users as henchmen through a contract. By investing CP wisely or striking lucky, players acquired henchmen who far surpassed them in strength. As their master, players had to live up to their henchmen's expectations to unleash their full potential. Only after meeting the conditions, the master could use the special skill command to control their henchmen. Rodlius Eldrigo ascended to the ranker's position through countless henchmen. He was stern and autocratic to some but friendly to others. Even as he displayed different personas to each of his henchmen, he managed to bring them together as a unified force. His power to command all his henchmen became the very reason he was remembered as a legend. The explanation about the henchman system was presented as an excerpt from the official guidebook of the Labyrinth world. Nevertheless, Huyen realized that Kaiser was determined to ruin his chance at a happy life. He decided that if becoming a demon king was what they wanted, then he was ready for it. He gave a command just for Caesar. He shouted at him to get himself together. He asked him if he was really going to let their master die. Finally, Caesar recognized him as his command had unlocked. His execution rate increased by 200% as his evil tendencies inspired his power. Now, he intended to defeat Yakuza instead of his boss because he had forgotten his target due to Berserker mode. He shouted in rage, asking how they dared to go after his boss. He clashed fiercely with him, their strikes cutting through the air with force. Yakuza pushed back and wondered how he got faster. Huyen told his servant to stop dragging his feet like a miserable loser. He said that despite all the fuss, Kaiser could not land a single hit. Caesar asked his boss what he must do. He admitted that physical strength and combat ability were not his strong points, but he relied on his years of experience in leading his men. He knew how to command them and told Kaiser to fight as he ordered. The command skill was activated. Following his boss, Caesar first closed in on the opponent with his explosive speed. Instead of swinging his sword, he faked it just enough to intimidate his enemy. Once the enemy was caught off guard and faltered, Kaiser struck him with his Beakbakwan. He attacked him with a powerful blow, leaving Yakuza stunned and wide-eyed. He fell his sword with his consent and struck his opponent with a crushing blow. Yakuza flinched, becoming completely fixated on the Beakbakwan. On the other hand, Gale was impressed by his combat instincts. The aim was to steer the opponent's focus on the attacks, and the moment he pulled back, he avoided close combat. Yakuza could not use the sword nor defend himself. They said Yakuza was within range of his sword. Yakuza realized it was too late, and Caesar raised the sword to strike. He thanked his boss with a menacing smile to guide him. He then unleashed a devastating strike at Yakuza. Kaiser's command mode was deactivated, and confusion spread as they wondered what was going on. It was revealed that Bramberg interfered between them and applied his shield to protect the Yakuza from the attack. Caesar asked about his identity, but Bramberg replied that it had been ages since someone actually asked for his name. He stopped fighting for a little bit. Bramberg revealed his identity, claiming to be the mayor of Brahm, the Ladybirth city. He then declared that he came to end the fight once and for all. At the same time, all the fallen troops on the ground came back to life. Bramberg admitted that it was unrealistic to eradicate all crimes overnight, but he couldn't just sit back and watch the civilians tremble in fear. He asked the consent of Wilhelm Meyer, calling him the axis of evil. Huyen was shocked and asked what Bramberg was doing there. He stayed stunned and could not believe it. Even back when he worked at the orphanage, Bramberg was dead serious about following the rules. He feared that Bramberg would crack down on him, even if he realized he was Rodlius, while flashbacks came from the orphanage days. Caesar offered to kill him, but Huyen questioned if it was really possible. Caesar admitted that he wouldn't have stood a chance against him and understood after receiving the command. He held back for the time being, as per the advice given. Huyen realized that the guy backed down only in situations like that. As he was about to explain Bramberg, Gale interfered. She found it unbelievable and hadn't expected to see that face there, addressing Bramberg. She wanted to know why the rarely seen mayor chose this exact moment to appear in public. She glared suspiciously, accusing him of harboring other intentions. Bramberg mocked her arrogance. He was questioning whether she truly believed the mayor came just to see her. Gale confidently pressed the mayor, demanding to know why else he had come all the way out there. Lena suffered a critical injury, Lev was abducted, and his underlings were dying while he wondered if they could take the fight somewhere else. Shadria asked Huyen if he knew that guy, and he replied that his name was Bramberg. He revealed that Bramberg used to be a tactician back at his orphanage. He told her by glimpsing his past when Bramberg loudly asked Rodlius what was wrong. He reminded him of their promise not to take in more children at the orphanage. He laughed off his promise, while Bramberg angrily pointed out that he had already taken in over 70 new kids. Bramberg angrily said that he couldn't even keep track of who had been admitted. He furiously shouted that although they called it an orphanage, it was actually a combat organization meant to raid the labyrinth, and warned that endlessly taking in children would be a problem. He warned that they would exhaust their finances before even achieving their goal. Now, Hoyen believed that Bramberg had a tendency to ramble on, and felt he was helpful but intimidating. Shadria asked if he was familiar with that woman, but he denied it. She doubted his certainty, reminding him that he had lost his memories. Hoyen wished he had a fighter like her, believing they could have defeated the Demon King long ago. He wondered why the group suddenly became tense. On the other hand, Gale warned that if Bramberg dared to show himself again after that day, he should be ready to face death. Bramberg reminded her that he had promised never to interfere with city matters after that day. Gale declared that she was only there as Lady Dorothy's nanny, trying to find her a suitable husband. The mayor claimed he was only there in his official role, but she angrily told him to cut the nonsense. Gale accused him of being a traitor who betrayed his comrades despite talking about Rodlius' cause. Hoyen stood silently, seeing an unexpected scene. Bramberg insisted that Rodlius wished to reform the world, but she angrily grabbed him and told him to shut up. Gale gave a final warning, threatening him not to impersonate the director or run his mouth again. She threatened to make sure that he wouldn't have a tongue left to speak with. The nanny abandoned him, and he calmly adjusted his collar. He then asked if it was right for him to take the criminal with him. Gale told him to take the man away and leave, saying that he was the worst candidate for a husband. When Bramberg was about to go, Hoyen stopped him. He demanded clarification by asking what exactly was meant by Rodlius' cause. Bramberg glanced to the side and said it was not something a criminal like him had to worry about. But Hoyen questioned the possibility of being connected to Rodlius. But Bramberg laughed mockingly at him, finding it absurd. He admitted that he noticed him imitating Lord Rodlius' game strategy. He warned that he would exploit Rodlius' name like a badge of honor. He told him to prepare for the whole city of Braham to turn against him. He reminded him that wearing the crown came with a heavy responsibility. He said that he would see him around and addressed him as the boss of the Black Umbrella Gang. Afterward, he left that place. Hoyen wondered what was going on, thought Yulden also said something strange, and then heard the suggestion that it might be a good idea to trace his past as Rodlius, which made him ask what that meant. He reflected on Bramberg's words and questioned his true purpose. He wondered what truly happened in the labyrinth world as Rave rushed toward him, calling out to him. He rushed over to deliver urgent bad news to his boss. He, panicked and terrified, told his boss that Lena was in critical condition and that she was dying. For her treatment, Elaine appeared and tried to heal Lena. Luckily, for 3 days and nights, Elaine and the healing sect worked tirelessly to save Lena's life. She was ultimately saved from the threat of death, and she now rested under watchful care as Hoyen looked over her. He looked at Lena with concern and softly called her name. Rave already described him as an intense battle and noted that Yakuza and Lena seemed to have a long history. He knew something about Bramberg had changed. Gale found it impressive how he commanded a monster like Kaiser and decided to choose him as her lady's future husband, but he denied her proposal. Hoyen wished it were much nicer when she spent time only with him and Kaiser. He only wanted to have fun gaming, but everything gave him a headache. Suddenly, the Soul Destroyer, who had collapsed, appeared in front of him. He told him he knew nothing, leaving him shocked and confused. Hoyen suspected him to be an assassin sent by Bramberg, but he denied it. He revealed that they were a user who had almost been killed by Bramberg. He warned him that coming without Kaiser as a bodyguard was a mistake. Now, Hoyen was in the Soul Destroyer's custody. He struggled to breathe and angrily asked why he was attacked. The Soul Destroyer told him to listen carefully because there was something important he needed to know. He revealed that Bramberg was planning to form a rebel faction using NPCs, and the Six Forces were also involved in it. He explained that Bramberg tried to incite a revolt while Rodlius was battling the Demon King in the labyrinth's deepest level. Shocked, Hoyen realized he had actually faced the Demon King himself. The Soul Destroyer revealed that although Bramberg was believed to have killed Rodlius, he actually vanished without leaving any trace. With Rodlius gone, Bramberg proceeded to carry out his plans without hesitation. But Hoyen's former henchmen came together to unify under Rodlius' cause. He asked him what that had to do with him. But the Soul Destroyer revealed the fact that those from the orphanage were responsible for everything. He added that if he had not made his henchmen so strong, none of it would have happened. He revealed his true identity as Rodlius Eldrigo and gave him an important mission that he must collect CP. He was told to amass a huge amount of CP, which would allow him to buy back his previous character's data. He was told that by taking over the orphanage director's title, Bromberg and the NPCs would once again serve as his henchmen. He put the responsibility on him, saying it was his duty to fix the chaos he had caused. The Soul Destroyer revealed their face and ordered him to stop Bromberg and the NPCs from executing their destructive plan. She concluded that everything that happened was ultimately because his henchmen had grown unbelievably strong. She decided to give another gift, revealing that both Lena and the nanny, Gale, belonged to the Rodlius's orphanage. Hoyen was shocked to hear the truth. He was unable to believe that Lena came from the orphanage. He admitted he had never seen that nanny before, and she suggested that if he doubted him, he should confirm the truth by asking her directly. She revealed that the nanny was actually someone named Gale, which shocked him and left him in disbelief. He demanded more information about Gale. But she revealed they only played the game to thwart the enemy's plan, mentioning Gale but refusing to explain further. Hoyen stopped the cloaked figure, demanding to know their true motive and what was in it for her. She struck him from behind, leaving him gasping in pain. The Soul Destroyer walked away, revealing with sorrow that they had lost their friends. She mocked, hoping that his subordinates now were stronger and more capable than ever before. The scene transitioned to Mrs. Clad, who stood in front of Bramberg. Clad curiously asked if he really turned out to be Rodlius after all. Bramberg explained that despite the changed appearance and new allies, it was pretty evident. Clad pointed out that since the nanny had also taken his side, she asked what action he planned to take next. Bramberg dismissed her concern with a smirk, asking what difference it really made. He tapped on his picture and stated that no matter what his true identity was, at present, he was Wilhelm. He knew that Lord Rodlius was still alive and decided they needed to accelerate their plans. He made it his aim that before Wilhelm could take Rodlius's place, Wilhelm had to be eliminated. A few days later, Hoyen appeared, looking frail and worn out, muttering that he was dying. He was exhausted, thinking about how everything had turned into a complete mess and how difficult it was to sort things out after that day. The good news was that Lena was recovering, but she still had not woken up yet. Meanwhile, Pixels had been busy moving around, apparently investigating something. Kaiser, inspired by him, had thrown himself into intense personal training. To meet with the nanny, Hoyen nervously approached the door and slowly opened it. As he opened it, Gale appeared and greeted him. He was stressed because a beast refused to leave while she asked him if he had found a future husband for the lady. Hoyen hesitated and asked for more time, while she told him not to take too long. He whispered that he wanted to ask her something. He questioned whether Gale had worked at the orphanage before, startling her. He worried that if the maid asked why he was curious, one wrong answer could cost him his life. Gale admitted she had worked at the orphanage, leaving him shocked. Gale revealed her identity and explained that she used to manage and cook at the orphanage, but said it was all in the past. She mentioned a bedridden girl named Lena. She revealed that Lena was also one of the children raised in the orphanage, which startled him. He realized in shock that Soul Slayer had been right. She sadly recalled Lena as a poor little girl who grew up too quickly, prompting him to ask what she meant by that. After hearing that, Hoyen was tense and nervous. She agreed to share the truth, saying that since Hoyen was her master, it was only fair to tell him. But Hoyen wanted to know about Rodlius' past and the fate of the orphanage. Gale started explaining from the outskirts of Brom, Rodlius' orphanage. She said everything began on that day as they approached the room for the meeting. Rodlius gathered a group of henchmen, noting that everyone had arrived. He praised his gathered followers, thanking them for their efforts in their regions and expressing pride in the henchmen he had trained with his own blood and sweat. One of the men, introduced as Rodlius's henchman chief warrior Penbauer, ranking 129, admitted he was quite surprised by him. Penbauer noted that Rodlius had summoned them individually before, but this was the first time he had gathered them all together. He pointed out that most of those gathered were from Group 1, the combat unit, and asked if the meeting was related to Rodlius' recent directive of raiding the deepest level of the labyrinth. Gale recalled the scene vividly, saying she still remembered that moment as if it were yesterday. Rodlius called on Hygrid, a henchman who ranked 105, and asked for his opinion about raiding the deepest level of the labyrinth and taking down the Demon King. Hygrid confidently stated that raiding the deepest level of the labyrinth was something that needed to be done. He delivered the requested results from the deepest level of investigation. Rodlius praised Hygrid for his work and asked him to give a quick rundown. Hygrid explained that after monitoring the Rankers' activities over the past month, they discovered that every Ranker squad sent into the labyrinth ended up being wiped out at the deepest level. One of them was a rank 20 user, so expectations were high. A rank 20 player managed to reach only the 8th underground floor, but Rodlius wanted to know how difficult it would be for that player to reach the 6th floor. Hygrid reported that some users were killed by another player, not the labyrinth. Rodlius repeated in disbelief, asking if it was by another player. Hygrid revealed that an unknown female player appeared on the 7th floor, with unbelievably high stats, strong enough to wipe out most troops by herself. Penbauer was shocked to learn that the mysterious female player was attacking fellow players and questioned her motives. Hygrid admitted they have no idea why she's doing it. Rodlius thought that raiding the labyrinth had become even harder because of the mysterious player. He suggested that before reaching the Demon King, there was an important step they needed to take first. Penbauer stopped Rodlius and reminded him that the plan was to gather enough strength before going after the Demon King. Rodlius insisted they must head to the deepest level of the labyrinth without wasting another minute. He guessed with a laugh that the challenge would be fun. The memory of Rodlius' foolish grin stuck in Huyen's mind, and he admitted that it was indeed him. He had no memory of going into the labyrinth's deepest level, but the description of Gale sounded exactly like something he would have done, leaving him uneasy. Huyen sighed, thinking he had been consistent, but doubted that Rodlius' cause had ever really existed. Gale commented that Rodlius had an unbelievably stupid face, while Huyen questioned how that was even wrong. She explained that while his stupid face wasn't directly wrong, it did cause problems because the henchmen he trained ended up being far too strong and competent. Huyen realized Soul Slayer had said the same thing and asked what was meant by that. Gale explained that the henchmen valued something more important than their master's amusement and happiness. She offered to share the rest of the story. The story continued where Penbauer angrily demanded what kind of ridiculous reason Rodlius gave. Prost, the subordinate of Rodlius and the sage of the battlefield, ranked 108, firmly reminded Penbauer that this was not a discussion. As henchmen, they had already pledged their loyalty to Rodlius. He reminded him, as Rodlius' first henchman, that insubordination was impossible under their system. But Penbauer insisted he wasn't trying to defy him, but said it was just something else. He argued that by agreeing, they would be sending Director Rodlius to his death. He shouted that 10 rankers had died in the labyrinth's deepest level last month and questioned why he was so fixated on defeating the Demon King despite the risks. He questioned what Rodlius wanted to achieve in the labyrinth that could possibly justify sacrificing the loyal henchmen he had trained so hard. He pressed him, asking why he suddenly showed interest in the labyrinth, a place he had ignored and never cared about until now. Rodlius casually said he wanted to raid the labyrinth just because it sounded fun. He agreed with Penbauer, admitting that this raid was basically a suicide mission. He hinted at an important point. He shouted angrily, asking if it was really wrong for him to want to do what everyone else was doing. He explained that he had spent years pouring his heart and soul into earning those precious CPs. He passionately declared that he had trained them into amazing warriors and insisted it was time they started proving their worth. He, trembling with anger, yelled that training them had been tough and complained that whenever he gave orders, he only got excuses. He furiously admitted that his only desire was to enjoy himself gaming while his henchmen handled all the hard work. He pointed at Penbauer and admitted that spending time with his henchmen was enjoyable. Frustrated, he complained that recently it had been all paperwork and no fun, questioning who the game was really for. He suddenly threw a tantrum, crying that he wanted to go to the dungeons and the labyrinth, repeatedly shouting labyrinth and dungeons like a desperate child. Penbauer hesitantly called him while he suddenly froze in silence. Rodlius quickly brushed off his outburst. He then dismissed the meeting, telling everyone he had said all he needed to and that they could leave. Gale asked if he had been serious. Rodlius casually replied that he would go to the labyrinth just for fun. Gale reminded him that the labyrinth was a place where everyone had to risk their lives, then said she wanted to tell him something important. Rodlius asked her if she knew why she came to the labyrinth city, but she replied that he did not. He declared that it was natural for any ranker to want to challenge the Demon King, saying it was fun. Gale realized that his words made her self-centered. Rodlius decided with determination to take only those willing to go with him, while expanding the orphanage for those who chose to stay behind. He told Gale that if he died, she should take responsibility for the kids. Gale sadly confirmed it. At that time, she understood that director Rodlius, being a player, naturally had a different mindset from NPCs. She noticed Bromberg was still there and addressed him. Bromberg explained that he was just about to leave. He asked Gale if she agreed with Lord Rodlius. Gale, confused by his question, asked him to clarify what he truly meant. Bromberg dismissed the matter, saying Gale wouldn't understand since she was just a manager. He explained that for them, death meant vanishing forever. From Gale's perspective, the henchmen disagreed with Rodlius' decision and began forming their own opinions. The next day, Rodlius reflected that this wasn't the reason he had started playing the game. On the other side, the children were playing baseball while the player shot the ball in 6. Rodlius admitted that some things were fun in their own way and noticed it was almost lunchtime. He cheerfully called the kids, telling them it was time for their meal. As the player tossed the ball in the air, it hit his face. The kids accidentally hit the director again, making it the 15th time that week. Gale claimed that it was around that time when Lena, as a 6-year-old, secretly tried to fulfill her vision. Time quickly passed until the present, but Gale skipped over the most important part of the story. She advised him to treat Lena well because she had been hurt before, which surprised him. She remarked that his behavior or presence was similar to Rodlius, drawing a direct comparison. She then laughed, saying she had just made up her mind, leaving him confused. She laughed eerily and declared that Hoyan should become the husband of Lady Dorothy. Shocked and sweating, Hoyan yelled in disbelief, demanding to know how such a ridiculous conclusion was reached. He came to Shadria for help, but she refused to do that for him and told him to leave. Panicked and desperate, Hoyan begged for help, explaining that if nothing was done, he'd be forced into a marriage against his will. She admitted that her fascination skill isn't always effective, pointing out that the nanny was a clear example of whom it didn't work on. She explained that the nanny's unyielding willpower made her completely immune to being swayed by fascination. She added that her fascination skill worked better on men, and he replied nervously that it was good to know. He despaired, thinking there was no way out, believing he would just be sold off as someone's husband under the nanny's watch, and that even his second game life was screwed. Shadria suggested that the situation might actually be for the better, leaving him confused and asking how exactly that could be true. Hoyan lamented that he would lose his dignity, be forced to marry an NPC, and end up stuck in a cyber relationship, yet she remarked that it actually suited him. Shadria explained that she had looked at the girl named Dorothy, and she clarified that at first, it was for something else. Hoyan asked if that was the reason she had been wandering. During her time of being trapped, her main concern had been understanding how the world had shifted. She smiled knowingly, hinting that she had learned something interesting. She revealed that when Dorothy was a child, her entire family was slaughtered by Frost and Hydra. Her family had once been a renowned clan, well known for clearing and demolishing dungeons. After Dorothy's family was completely destroyed, she was raised by the nanny. Even though Dorothy lost her family, plenty of folks in the village still supported and stood behind her. Hoyan was confused and asked what it all meant. Shadria explained that if he built a good relationship with Dorothy, he could gain the support of her followers as allies without being forced into marriage. But Hoyan dismissed her suggestion and realized she planned to steal his fighters and turn them into her army. Shadria admitted that he had finally understood her plan. After that, Hoyan approached Yezi's castle to meet with Lady Dorothy. He admitted with surprise that he had never imagined himself standing in that place. He thought nervously that, despite everything, she was still a noble because her castle was huge. Suddenly, Gale appeared behind him and explained that Lady Dorothy was very shy, but also considerate. Hoyan nervously questioned what would happen if Lady Dorothy did not like him. The maid warned that no man had ever left alive after meeting Lady Dorothy. Hoyan realized with dread that he was in serious trouble. Gale told him to come along because Lady Dorothy was waiting for them. As they entered the castle, Hoyan was surprised and blushed as something caught his attention. He was stunned as he saw the beautiful lady sparkling before him. Blushing in awe, he thought that this might actually work in his favor. Dorothy Yezis, the daughter of Yezis, shyly greeted him, saying it was nice to meet him. By noticing her muscular and bulky physique, Hoyan was stunned and felt like dying. The maid proudly praised Lady Dorothy's beauty, while he shouted in shock that she had been made into a mini version of her. When Dorothy asked if he was Wilhelm, he nervously admitted it was him while telling himself to act cool and not be scared. While he extended his hand for shaking with her, he thought that if she hit him once, he would be as good as dead, but he forced himself to act naturally and friendly. Dorothy was surprised and blushing, while he, with an ugly face, confidently expressed happiness to meet her. Dorothy sparkled with awe as Wilhelm revealed his identity, while he panicked inside, realizing he had made that face again because his sync rate was low. Angrily, she asked Hoyen how he could approach her with such a handsome face as her fist connected with full force. Overwhelmed with emotion, she unleashed a powerful punch straight at him. The blood poured out of his face, leaving her blushy. He crashed onto the ground, and the system warned him that he had received critical damage. On the other hand, Lena, while coming to consciousness, blinked in curiosity as Rodlius looked down at her with a confident smirk. She was wide in shock and called out to him. It was her dream, while Caesar, looking confused and irritated, questioned him, asking if he was just imagining things or dreaming. Lena accused the big, strong man of being at fault, while he angrily demanded to know what she meant. Caesar admitted he skipped training because the boss told him to babysit her, and he threatened her life in anger while she looked up at him in shock. Lena flushed and thought that the boss actually told him to safeguard her because she was injured. She sighed in relief, reassuring herself that even though Director Rodlius was gone, she still had her boss to rely on. She asked about the boss, but was shocked when she learned he had gotten married. She was stunned and asked him to repeat, and he confirmed that the boss had gotten married. Caesar laughed darkly, mocking that a quest to win over a beauty suited none other than a monarch of absolute evil. Lena realized with fury that he had abandoned her for pixels, clenching her fist as flames of anger burned. She burned with rage as she shouted, realizing he had left her only to find another woman to marry. The system warned Hoyen that henchman Lena's rage had reached its peak, and if ignored, her loyalty would begin to decrease. Multiple notifications repeatedly warned that henchman Lena's rage had peaked, and if ignored, her loyalty would continue to drop. By the way, also after coming to consciousness, Hoyen stood with the daughter of Yezis in the beautiful yard. Dorothy apologized for what happened earlier, admitting that she was just too excited. He nervously assured her not to be worried, but inside, he thought that another rush like that from her, and he might not survive. Dorothy expressed that he was the person she had been longing for, someone she had been waiting to meet for a very long time. Hoyen tried to respond politely, but his trembling hands revealed how nervous and unsettled he truly felt. He nervously glanced around, only to find Gale watching him closely, who reminded him that one wrong move would cost him his life. Dorothy shyly confessed, blushing, that she was living under a curse, revealing a hidden truth about her situation. Startled, Hoyen panicked inside, wondering what shocking revelation was coming this time. Dorothy revealed that the curse had been passed down in her family for generations. The Yezis family was bound by a powerful generational curse, cast long ago by a wicked witch. That family members had to marry when they became 25, no matter what. They married only after they fell in love with someone of a vastly different social standing. Anyone who married a member of House Yezis did so whether they truly loved their partner or had ulterior motives. They suffered in endless agony until they eventually met their demise. Dorothy admitted it was awfully romantic, but that was what made the curse all the more tragic. As well as Gale shed tears quietly. But Hoyen grew furious and shouted, questioning the absurd curse story. Gale searched for years to find a suitable husband so that both she and her future husband could be happy. She believed they had to be strong enough to overcome the witch's curse, and she felt it the moment she laid eyes on Wilhelm. She believed he was the head of the Great Black Umbrella Gang, and that alone proved he was strong. He was harshly accused of being a vile scumbag with dirty ambitions, and he called her a malicious woman who oppressed the weak. Dorothy believed he could overcome her curse, while he wondered what strength had to do with it. The system detected Lena's deadly intent toward her master. He wondered what was wrong with her, and then Lena dashed toward him at full speed. Dorothy said that if it were him, with that face of his, she saw a ray of hope. First, Hoyen looked up in shock as Lena came hurtling down from above. With a crazed, fiery expression, she screamed at him. Caesar told her to wait, but Shadria wondered how she moved so fast. Hoyen felt uneasy, sensed something terribly wrong, and Dorothy nervously tried to speak. Lena confidently rushed towards them. Dorothy dramatically raised her fists, slammed the table, and with fiery determination declared that they should spend the night together. Hoyen stared back in utter shock and disbelief, completely unprepared for her sudden and intense confession. Finally, Lena was left stunned to see her. In a quiet room, Prost discussed how even Gale had taken action, confirming everything was unfolding just as Bramberg had predicted. He calmly noted that Rodlius had returned after all. He confirmed everything was ready. His subordinate told the parliamentary members that they had been warned of an impending war. Prost looked out the window and decided that his plan was strong enough to wipe out at least half of the Gotham users. He declared to the players that this hellish world came to an end before Rodlius' return. He asked if there was any news on Hygrid, and the servant hesitated and stuttered in response. He informed that Hygrid ended up going to the labyrinth. Suddenly, a horned beast appeared and stood menacingly, radiating overwhelming power. The beast growled fiercely and asked how a mere human leader dared to show his face there, threatening them with death. Hygrid dismissed the fear of death. Prost, shocked, questioned why Hygrid went to the labyrinth at such a critical moment. The servant revealed that the reason for entering the labyrinth was to convince the monsters to join their side. Hygrid invited the beast to join their side and slay the players together. Lena was shocked to see the couple. While rushing towards them, she angrily demanded to know what was happening. As she was about to attack them, Gale quickly grasped her sword and stopped the attack. She restrained the attack and remarked to Lena that she hadn't changed at all, still rushing headfirst into danger without a second thought. Lena flinched in surprise as she recognized the voice. Finally, she recognized her, and Gale smiled warmly, asking how she had been. Lena reunited with her as she was unable to believe seeing her again. She teared up and asked where she had been all this time. She angrily demanded why Gale showed up then, after bailing on them. She expressed her pain, saying she had been completely alone for many years. She recalled how everyone else had fallen and died off. She cried out that she had to endure everything all by herself. She complained to them, saying everyone had abandoned them, and they had no one else to turn to. She sobbed, saying she had to return to the criminal gang under Yagusa. She shouted, asking if Gale even realized how incredibly lonely she had been, leaving Hoyen in emotion. She angrily pointed at Dorothy and asked if she had been protecting that girl all this time. Lena reminded the maid that the director, Rodlius, had trusted her to protect the orphanage until the end. But she angrily pointed out how badly things turned out. Gale gently reached out and put her hand on Lena's shoulder. She apologized and embraced her in a hug. She began recounting to Lena what had happened that day, and her words left Hoyen just as stunned. Gale remembered that day when Rodlius failed to raid the labyrinth. When the squad returned, they were met by the 3 tacticians who hadn't joined the raid: Prost, Hygrid, and Bramberg. The henchmen from the second group, who had been left to guard the orphanage, were led by those 3 figures. When the remaining members of the combat force returned, they were massacred by the former. When Gale's worst fear came true and the orphanage burned, she quietly slipped away with the children. She explained that they had to live in hiding, enduring tears and heartache. With a clenched fist, Gale admitted that at the time, she wasn't strong enough to defeat them. Since then, she dedicated himself entirely to training. She punched heavily into the tree, then glared with determination after witnessing the powerful attack. She pushed himself every day, fighting tooth and nail. She struck the tree in frustration, shaking the forest as birds scattered and the tree cracked beneath her blow. At last, she shattered the tree into pieces. With the blade of vengeance sharpened and ready, Gale's first plan was to go after Prost. But unfortunately, she suffered a miserable defeat, and there she met Lady Dorothy, who had suffered the same fate as her. Trembling and in tears, she begged for help to grow stronger, declaring that she wanted to take revenge. Smiling weakly through her injuries, Gale admitted that she had lost too, because she was just as weak. Dorothy refused to sit back helplessly and do nothing. Crying in anguish, she screamed that it wasn't fair. Now, with a heavy expression, Gale apologized and admitted that her plan had been to find all of them. She continued, revealing that her true intent was to reunite with them only after her vengeance was completed. But Hoyen stepped forward and asked Gale if everything she had confessed was the absolute truth without even a hint of deceit. With a sharp glance, Gale questioned the idea of deceit. She questioned him by the collar and demanded if he even understood what Rodlius and the orphanage truly meant to her. Hoyen pretended like Rodlius and demanded answers about how his own henchman, Prost, dared to pull off something like that. Hoyen realized the place held their precious memories. By showing the picture, Penbauer demanded to know how Rodlius felt, leaving him shocked and confused by the situation. They laughed and said that since they had built a guild building, they needed a gift like that. Rodlius said that many people would come to see it, but he felt embarrassed because his face looked as big as a door. He panicked, saying he would look like a crazy, narcissistic person, and told them it was already done, so that was it. He thought it might have been just a game for others, but for him, those moments, where they were gathered, truly mattered. He remembered that they were so precious to him. He recalled that they were happy and unforgettable memories. When Hoyan left the game, he promised himself not to go further. In the end, he started over because he wanted to relive those memories once more. The friends with whom he shared those memories ended up gone. As he continued the game, he was furious that his subordinates dared to do such a thing. After hearing Wilhelm's true identity, she was shocked and asked in disbelief if the person was really Rodlius. Hoyan reflected on whether everything he had done was enough as he recalled the names of his companions, Penbauer, Asha, Levy, Gale, and Bram. He explained with confidence that every one of them was personally selected by him. Gale admitted that his words matched her memories exactly, but she hesitated, hinting at something more. She, filled with confusion and emotion, asked him why he had appeared at this moment. Gale demanded to know what he had been doing to appear like this, but Hoyan struggled to answer and hesitated to answer her. He had never expected this to happen. He was realizing with shock that his sudden anger had exploded with rage. He regretted, blaming himself for not realizing how serious things would become and calling himself inconsiderate. He angrily yelled that if they truly knew him so well, they should have already understood without him having to say anything. But Gale remarked that if he were truly Rodlius, he wouldn't have thought that way, because Rodlius was not that kind of person. She grabbed him and said that if he still carried any responsibility as Rodlius, he needed to act on it. She warned him not to abandon Lena again, saying it did not matter whether that was his intention or not. He understood, and Lena was left with such deep wounds. She explained that Lena found hope again by meeting someone she could follow, and he acknowledged that he understood. Gale asked about his next move, but after coughing nervously, he hesitated to give a clear answer. He declared that he had to fix everything, saying it was the duty of the one who was the owner. Gale asked if that was all he could say about everything. She told with a smile that it was exactly something Rodlius would say. Hoyan walked forward with determination and declared that he would fix everything. He decided to follow the Huxon meeting method. He called out to Caesar. He asked him if he was prepared to become the ruler of the underworld, leaving him stunned and confused. He warned that it was not a joke and asked if he was ready to become a true demon king. Caesar confidently accepted the heavy responsibility with a grin, and his boss affirmed it with a simple. He called Lena and said that Rodlius had promised he would return. Lena asked if that was the reason he came back at that moment. She accused him of staying away because his men had done something wrong, and now asked if he came only because of that. Hoyan admitted it was true and declared it was time for revenge, asking her to go with him, and she accepted with determination. Shadria questioned his resolve, astonished by how much he had changed to carry such a determined expression. She curiously asked what his plan was. With a sharp grin, Hoyan declared that the fun game mode was over. Now it was hard mode. He urgently called out to Dorothy, startling her into a nervous reply. With a confident smile, she suggested they spend their first night together. He believed Shadria's advice that marrying Dorothy was a smart strategy. She helped her supporters by giving them a reason to trust her. If the family were dedicated to dungeon conquest, they would have many skilled adventurers, making it easy to incorporate strong NPCs as subordinates. In the Labyrinth series, only people with status could do certain things. For example, only nobles could take part in something like a noble council. During the conversation with Anani, he learned about Prost and Hygrid. Prost became the Grand Duke, and Hygrid became the Prime Minister. In the Free Labyrinth City, both the Grand Duke and the Prime Minister held voting rights. They held a powerful influence that could not be ignored anywhere. Victory couldn't be achieved with strength alone, so Caesar still needed to grow more. In this situation, if he became the representative of the Yezi's noble family through his engagement with Dorothy, even if the title is only nominal, it would place him in the perfect position to approach them strategically. Hoyan thought things were going well because of them, but then called them spoiled brats. He declared that his real strength was his ingenuity and promised to prove it. Suddenly, he noticed Dorothy at the door and told them to come in. For now, he decided it was time to focus on this woman. Since the synchronization rate was low, he wouldn't feel anything, but it was still a required event. He admitted to himself that it was an indispensable event. Dorothy acknowledged its importance, and he decided it was time to start. She rushed toward him and applied a powerful punch to him. Hoyan was stunned and confused, unable to understand what was suddenly happening. Startled and defensive, he demanded to know what she was doing. Dorothy teased him gently, saying he was more naive than she expected. Fired up with determination, she declared that she would show him and again applied the most powerful punch at him with full force, but he dodged her punch hardly. She explained, with innocence, that her nanny had once taught her what a man and woman were supposed to do on their first night together. She continued her explanation, saying that when the lights in the room go out, only those who would become husband and wife gather. She described that the couple must clash, colliding their bodies until the morning sun rises. She noticed his expression and blushed, realizing how serious he looked. She declared that she was going to take it seriously. Lost in silence on the rooftop, Lena was lost in her thoughts. Caesar appeared and teased her about setting the mood for herself again. Lena warned him to leave if he came to start a fight and demanded to know why he was there. Caesar explained that the boss still hadn't withdrawn the order to keep watching her. Lena sarcastically thanked him and questioned if that was because she was only in third place. Caesar revealed that the real boss wasn't Rodlius, leaving her shocked and confused by his words. He declared that regardless of who the boss was before, he now follows Wilhelm Mayer. He pressed her to decide, demanding she choose whose servant she truly is now. He warned her that the boss's chosen path was one of evil. He then objected to her, asking if it wasn't time for her to start making her own decisions. Lena quietly admitted to herself that it was true and decided that it was time to make her own choices. She finally smiled with determination and declared that she hated headaches. She declared that since her home was destroyed, it's her turn for revenge on the boss. After that, she leapt forward, fully committed to her decision and ready to strike for revenge. At last, Hoyen got the Yezi's family emblem. He successfully finished the first night event. Gale worriedly asked if he had gone through the night without any problems. Hoyen shouted at her, saying Dorothy almost made him collapse. Gale dismissed the situation calmly, leaving him frustrated and confused. At the same time, Lena appeared and eagerly suggested murder and asked excitedly who she should kill first. But Hoyen stopped her eagerness for violence and told her they should first return to society. He declared that he would train them to become the best subordinates. With determination, he applied game mode. A group of excited men happily greeted their boss when he arrived. They surrounded their boss with excitement, while Dorothy and the nanny in the hall watched in surprise. Dorothy asked the nanny if that was where she would stay from then on, and she confirmed it. Gale reflected on the situation, realizing nothing had really changed from before. Hoyen introduced the maid and the woman as their new colleagues. He then revealed their identity. He then cheerfully revealed that they were getting married, or something close to it. He asked if his words were surprising, but Rave calmly replied that the boss always did unexpected things. He praised his boss for smoothly handling everything after returning and mentioned overhearing him talk about marrying Lady Dorothy. Hoyen looked uneasy and wondered if that was really something Rave could say with confidence. Rave, looking worried, asked what would happen to them from now on. Hoyen smiled confidently and said it was time to tell that story. He announced to the gathered crowd that from now on, they would have a system of corps. Kaiser was promoted as the commander of the 1st Legion, with Beekbo Dajang serving under his command. Lena was promoted as the commander of the 2nd Corps, with the criminal guild under her command. Rave was appointed as the advisor, and the leader announced that he would explain why the corps system was created. He addressed the members of Beekbo Dajang first and sincerely apologized to them for everything up until now. He admitted that they were also part of everything but confessed he hadn't been able to give them much attention. From now on, he would make sure he did not lose any colleagues. Sato was surprised that Hoyen still remembered them, but with a smile, he reassured him that it was fine. After that, his gathered crowd happily shouted for following Hoyen. He told the criminal guild members, who also wanted to join, that they were the next ones he addressed. He said that since the Yakuza appeared, it might be time to step out, and he thanked those who kept their seats. But Hoyen was actually preparing to leave. Nevertheless, he reassured them by promising to offer special benefits. They cheered excitedly, praising the boss as the best. Hoyen asked if the clan exterminator was gone. He told them that if they had nowhere else to go, they should listen together and judge for themselves. He declared that from now on, they would abandon their weak disposition. He announced that they would be reborn with an evil tendency and, as a result, would set a new goal. The new goal was declared to be the annihilation of the rotten core of the labyrinth world, Brahm. The game message announced that the owner trait had activated, triggering the Great Goals command. It declared that Wilhelm Mayer, boss of the Black Mountain Society, chose the path of complete evil, and all subordinates must now follow his goal of dismantling Brahm. The subordinates reacted with shock, questioning whether dissolving Brahm wasn't a huge problem. They, though agitated for their own reasons, began to get excited, remarking that the idea sounded appealing. Hoyen gave a final warning, telling everyone that anyone who wanted to leave could do so now. He informed that they would now begin their professional training. The first corps, led by Bikbo Dajang, was assigned by Hoyen to train large-scale combat personnel. The second corps was tasked with training assassins to take control of the underworld. They vowed to strip the old criminal organizations of all their dark routes. Hoyen, looking at a wall of documents and portraits, wondered if he should handle things his own way. He pointed at the portraits of Bramberg, Hygrid, and Prost, calling them idiots. He confidently declared that he would show true dignity. Shadria suddenly appeared behind Wilhelm Mayer, mocked his scheming, and teasingly called his name. He revealed that he planned to exploit a loophole in Brahm's plan, intending to strike when darkness fell. He decided to take the opposite path, planning to consume the darkness first and then advance into the sunny area. He then announced that the first battlefield scenario for the Legion commanders had begun. But shortly, his mission was to destroy the Sixth Power and take its place. He claimed that Prime Minister Hygrid blocked the flow of money. But Archduke Prost held the voting rights of the nobles, making laws that favored themselves. Bramberg, the president of Brahm, was responsible for overseeing admissions into the most important labyrinth in the labyrinth world. He distinguished between users and NPCs during admissions, and unknowingly, Hoyen watched him closely. Hoyen reflected that the moment Bramberg deviated from their true intentions, everything started coming to an end. Rumors spread countless times a day that character sheets were torn, leaving people questioning who the assassins hired by him were. Shadria asked if those people were from the underworld, and Hoyen confirmed it was correct. Hoyen noticed that the goods distributed in the last few months had a pattern which could only be achieved if multiple forces united, and he questioned whether this was truly the result of users holding grudges against each other. Shadria asked if it was absolutely impossible, and Hoyen agreed by saying yes. He explained that, unlike other games, the Labyrinth World system had more NPCs than users, and they were hard to distinguish because of their highly developed artificial intelligence. He explained that those fools aimed for that advantage of the system. He revealed that both users and NPCs had the freedom to create the rules of the Labyrinth World. He explained that they were attempting to shape the world by creating a path that suited their desires. Shadria asked if the dark forces were also raised for that route, and he confirmed that they were. Hoyen supposed that managing those dark forces was the job of the Six Powers, but he wanted to know whether the black market and the Six Powers had grown that way as well. He explained that the real problem was the emergence of someone called the Exterminator, who had united the Six Powers. But Shadria inquired of him if the one they had been waiting for had finally appeared. According to him, the Exterminator hid his true identity to approach Brahm, but later he disappeared. Shadria wanted to know if their boss was aware of his whereabouts. But Hoyen admitted that he didn't know either, but he was certain about one thing: they could take over the underworld that had developed in this way. Shadria admitted the plan sounded good, but questioned if he truly trusted his group to fight against the Six Powers, reminding him that not long ago, they had been robbed. Hoyen laughed and asked what she was talking about, then revealed that he was already a member of the Six Powers. He explained that what they needed now was not war, but a change from the current six-power system of government. He meant that their proposal was not a demand but a suggestion, and his skilled subordinate ensured it was strongly delivered through negotiation. On the other hand, Caesar pressured Lucas to talk, while he, shocked by his overwhelming strength, demanded to know how he became so powerful. Caesar declared he would now deliver the boss's orders. Lucas shouted in fear and anger, asking if they really thought they would remain safe after attacking the Six Powers first. Sato admitted the captive wasn't ready to talk yet, and Caesar calmly agreed, saying it seemed so. Lucas, terrified and desperate, fell to his knees and begged, promising he would listen. Caesar, grinning wickedly, raised his weapon high and declared that this was how things should have been. He unleashed a powerful attack while declaring that this was the only warning. But his ally sacrificed to protect Lucas because if he had not come between them, he would have died. Lucas desperately shook his fallen ally, urging him to wake up, his face filled with panic and fear. Caesar told the message of his boss, Wilhelm Mayer, boss of the Huxenho, who solemnly declared that he would deliver the message and admitted that there was a flaw in the current six-power system. Caesar explained that the Huxenho aimed to replace the six-power system with a single unified force, and he warned Lucas that the envoy he sent would demand his loyalty to Caesar if Lucas chose to accept. The final warning was delivered with a sinister smile. If Lucas refused to swear loyalty, his life could not be guaranteed. On the other hand, Lena unsheathed her sword and teased Izrak, asking if he was ready to go through with it. She mockingly taunted why things went wrong when she had been told the negotiation would succeed if she acted that way. They surrounded him, asking if they opposed the boss's great plan. He agreed to submit, and Lena happily declared the negotiation a success. Whereas Caesar praised Lucas for obeying, then immediately prepared to deliver the next order. Lucas panicked, asking if it was really the end, but Caesar declared that the 6 bosses would all be rendered powerless and captured. On the other hand, Lena raised her dagger with a twisted smile and declared that this was the second order. Finally, Hoyan stood confidently before both, smiling as he asked if that was not a breathtaking conversation. He addressed both of them, pointing out how impressive the conversation had been. They hesitantly confirmed it. Lucas insisted that surrendering their positions was enough. He begged to be killed to end everything. But Hoyan refused to kill them, explaining that he became the leader through an agreement. He said they would not fight because there was no need to kill. He told them that their organizations would be protected by the association. He said that his goal was to completely dominate the underworld and asked them to achieve it together. Both were shocked to hear that. Hoyan offered to share his methods of gaining strength so they could all grow stronger together. Izrak questioned why such violence was used against them and demanded to know what more was wanted. Hoyan mocked them, saying they were smart only because they had lived for so long. He secretly expressed his desire to them, but they admitted he was right and declared that his wish was simple. But in the end, his true demand was simple and twisted. He just wanted their money. The Labyrinth world was described as an extremely realistic game. Players bought in-game items with cash, but they could not convert them back into real money. However, purchased in-game goods could be converted into CP. Wilhelm started receiving large amounts of money in goods each week, which were called protection fees. The money was converted into CP and used to strengthen the association. They followed a training course that was based on Nanny Gale's training method. The association succeeded because of Wilhelm's unlimited investment. Before long, the news also reached the ears of the users. In the market, Shadria asked if doing things right made everything go well. She then asked whether he was treated like a colleague and given the CP. Hoyan asked her to take a more active role, explaining his plan to capture Choir and strike decisively in one fell swoop. Rave handled the operation of Helxahone diligently, while he instructed her to deal with Hagrid and Prost. Shadria was shocked and asked if he really wanted her to leave the assassins behind and start gathering information instead. Hoyan told her she was better suited for the task, and after agreeing reluctantly, she asked him what exactly she should do. Hoyan believed that by conquering the 6 forts and taking control of the underworld, Bram would eventually have no choice but to appear on his own. Hoyan told her the real problem was the lack of information and asked her to find out what Hagrid and Prost wanted, to which she agreed. Shadria agreed to try to reflect that she had already received enough for the task. Shadria hugged him tightly from behind, saying that she had a lot to do. She asked him if she was only giving information. Hoyan hinted with a sly smile that the choice was hers whether to simply gather information or go as far as building an army. While Kaiser was training with his blade, Hoyan called out to him from behind. He approached Kaiser, remarking with interest that he always trained hard. He, with a sly smile, asked his boss what the situation was about. Kaiser admitted he was nearly disappointed by his boss's actions, but now he eagerly looked forward to seeing what his boss had done recently. He shouted with madness, declaring to kill the weak and create a world of evil where only the strong survived. Hoyan laughed, calling him a crazy guy. Kaiser asked his boss what he planned to do after taking over the underworld. Hoyan thought for a moment and then said he would attack them because they were in a good position. He asked if he meant the Demon King, and told them that they should do it properly. Caesar clenched his fist with determination. With his body glowing with dark energy, he raised his sword high and declared with conviction. Caesar's reliability grew stronger, and even as Hoyan strayed onto the path of evil, Caesar's loyalty increased. As loyalty increased, more commands that could be given were unlocked. Hoyan was satisfied with the outcome and finally treated them as true subordinates. They decided to leave and went to face the last opponent for the semifinals. Hoyan declared that their next target was Ronan. Caesar noted that the Black Mountain Association grew as more people joined. Hoyan suspected his jealousy, but his servant clarified it was only admiration. He confidently questioned if there was really any difference in experience. He explained that the Black Mountain Association succeeded more than the orphanage because it was the second guild they created. Based on CP investment experience when he was at Rodlius, He admitted he had grown too. He mentioned that the strategy book they had published years ago, as a hobby, was still being used by users. He reflected that even the old strategy book contained techniques they had personally used. He compared raising subordinates to playing a management game. He explained that, like investing, the key to growth is developing the right skills at the right time. He said that focusing too much on getting stronger can make it easy to ignore the master. He explained that if obedience alone were increased, the CP required for training would rise exponentially. Incorrect obedience ruined everything, and it resulted in incompetent, overly obedient servants. But Huiyan's method was different because he paid a uniform reward to his subordinates. At the training stage, once they reached a certain level, they were sent to practice. Missions were assigned based on each person's skills, which helped them feel accomplished and grow. After completing missions suited to them, subordinates donated the goods they obtained to the Black Mountain Association. Subordinates earned CP equal to the donated goods, while the Black Mountain Association took a 10% commission on the goods in this process. It was a blatant act of betrayal, but no one cared. They got a growth level impossible anywhere else, and they could achieve that in the Black Mountain Association. Subordinates invested the CP into themselves, balancing strength with agility and intelligence so their bodies could handle it. They immersed themselves in the system, even sharing investment strategies, and a ranking system was introduced. It made them compete to see who used more CP. With a ranking system that encouraged competition, they made motivating efforts. The reason this was the core of his subordinate game was that it allowed him to play without investing money in obedience, which required the most CP. This was because one could create loyal servants for the Black Mountain Association. But in truth, obedience is nothing more than a falsehood and a facade. The three men who blindly invested in obedience ended up betraying Wilhelm. At the same time, Lena excitedly reported to her boss that she had returned after completing a successful assassination. Huiyan asked if she fell to second place in the rankings. Caesar admitted he was on a special mission from the boss and that he couldn't complete his mission just for that. Hyun thought that at least they wouldn't betray him, then told them to take a quick look and move on to round 6. Lena asked if he was going with her this time, complaining that he always took the big guy with him. Caesar argued that the boss needed him more since he was the boss's sword. Huiyan chose Lena as his companion for the mission. Lena felt excited to hear her boss's decision. Huiyan reflected that since he had spent so much time with Kaiser, it was now Lena's turn to go with him. After a few moments, he relaxed under the night sky, feeling great, while browsing through online posts and comments. Excitedly pointing at the screen, he realized something significant, but admitted that he was very scared of people's perceptions. He knew that the Church of the Evil God was a guild that operated under the direct protection of Bramberg. It was entirely made up of NPCs and acted as a common enemy for the users. It was a powerful guild that sought nothing but power. Therefore, the fall of the power-hungry guild was seen as an appropriate ending. He believed that if he could defeat Ramen from the Church of the Evil God, everyone would come to know about the Black Mountain Association. Clenching his fist with determination, he said they were almost ready and then asked Lena if they should go. He told Lena she could go crazy as much as she wanted, and she confirmed it. She leapt into action. On the other hand, her members fiercely charged. Lena dove fearlessly from above, spinning downward. She, alongside her allies, leapt fearlessly into battle, breaking through glass as they descended together. The opponents looked up in shock at them. Lena landed with a wicked grin, greeted the cultists mockingly, and declared that it was their time to die. Prost noticed the mayor's troubled state and asked if the mayor was facing difficulties. He remarked that Wilhelm controlled both the shaded and sunny areas, and it seemed that everything was going to fall into Wilhelm's hands. Bramberg noticed his good mood and commented on it. He coldly replied, asking if he thought it was a favor, and firmly stated that it was not a request. He admitted that if Wilhelm was truly the one they feared, then his growth would become fatal for them. He warned that if Wilhelm regained his position, they would have to follow orders without hesitation. They cautioned that their entire plan so far could fall apart. Prost laughed and asked why it mattered if he supported with his troops. Bramberg reacted in shock and disbelief. Prost questioned why he bothered with the black market, suggesting mockingly that he should have done something at least halfway decent, then laughed loudly. Angered, Bramberg grabbed him by the collar and warned him that he was crossing a line. Prost laughed mockingly and declared that at some point, as an archduke, he stopped caring about Brahm's business. He smirked and taunted, asking if he was told to just stay there, worn out, doing the noble's dirty work. But Bramberg asked desperately what else he could do. Prost declared that the only thing left was to pray and secretly plot to surpass his former colleague. He warned Bromberg to ensure the plan went smoothly, cautioning that one day, because of his mistake, he would end up clashing with all the users. He declared that Bromberg's wish, the end of the world, would never come true. But Bromberg accused him of no longer wanting to be allies, realizing their partnership was breaking apart. Prost reassured him that their alliance would not change and promised there would be no issues on his side. He, with a sly smile, asked him to act more appropriately. He then told the guards that the client was leaving. Calmly, he instructed them to take good care of them. As the guards were about to take away Bromberg, he paused to make a final remark. But Prost dismissed the situation with a calm smile, telling him to just leave. Enraged, Bromberg struggled fiercely against the guards. He, furious and humiliated, vowed to remember the insult. Before storming out of the room, his anger was evident in every step. Prost smirked to himself, realizing with satisfaction that his rival would never reveal that Hugid had gone to the labyrinth. He chuckled slyly, thinking that if his rival still didn't know, then there was no need to say it. He apologized mockingly to Brom. He remarked that Brom had already enjoyed plenty of fun up to this point, his words dripping with sarcasm. He reflected, thinking about how Brom had abandoned his closest allies, and questioned why he shouldn't do the same in return. He accused him of straying from their original plan. Bromberg furiously declared that plans had changed and ordered Riddelaf to be called immediately. A soldier, consumed by rage and dark energy, launched a fierce attack, clashing violently against his opponent's weapon. They clashed with explosive force, their swords sparking in midair, while Prost observed the intense battle from nearby. He praised seeing them, saying if they were here, there was no need to bow to Brom. He expressed gratitude, acknowledging that their success was possible thanks to Ponen's support. Ponen asked why he wanted to kill his allies, though he wondered if they could even be called that. He claimed that Brom was mad for power, and Hygrid lost it over him. He claimed to be a sane one, so he stepped in to stop them before they ruined everything. Ponen asked how he could say that so casually, and he replied that, of course, he could. Prost mocked her, saying that even if she knew, she could do nothing. Ponen admitted he was right. She offered him medicine to create as many zombie soldiers as he needed. But Prost bid farewell cheerfully and told her to find him if she felt lonely. She found him disgusting and turned away. She turned a corner, bumped into Shadria unexpectedly, and looked up in surprise. She greeted her, and Ponen grew nervous. She stepped back in shock as armored soldiers approached her. Ponen grew frightened and demanded answers, but Shadria dismissed her fear, saying her identity was unimportant. She grabbed her face and told her that the reason she came there was far more important than her identity. She asked what Prost sent her to do, demanding the truth about everything, including the zombie soldiers in the garden. Assassins must follow one rule. It was never to get caught under any circumstances. A skilled assassin could be considered a missing persons case rather than a murder case. However, Lena was different. She stood over a pile of defeated enemies, declaring that without witnesses, it's an assassination. Raman sensed danger and urgently commanded his followers to head to the main hall, and they obeyed in fear. Lena noticed there was also a main hall and pointed out that if they were heading there, it must mean something important was inside. She shouted for them to show her as well. They arrived at the main hall, where Lena's group stood waiting for them information. The opponents confronted her and ordered everyone to stop and stall for time. They charged forward together, but their attack was met with a powerful force that made them scream in fear. They invoked the god of darkness, begging the Lord of Evil and Blood to accept their sacrifice and show them mercy. One cultist sacrificed himself in blood, praying for the dark god to destroy the enemies before them. Lena swiftly struck down the cultists and, with a confident smirk, taunted them by asking if they thought she had let them. Lena's group clashed fiercely with them, cutting through their ranks in a fast-paced battle. She thought that the enemies would suffer endless pain. She was shocked as Raman completed their dark ritual. His body bled darkly as power surged, and his eyes reflected the ominous energy. He violently rushed toward her. He came at incredible speed, shocking her as she realized how fast he was. Lena's eyes widened in fear as she realized that if she tried to stop him, it would cost her life. She quickly dodged aside as Raman struck down. He laughed menacingly and declared that the battle was not over yet. He unleashed a surge of dark energy and charged toward them with overwhelming force. Lena's group prepared themselves for his next attack. They launched their coordinated attack, charging at the powerful enemy all at once. Raman unleashed a surge of dark power, knocking back several attackers, but Lena managed to stand her ground, facing him head-on. She struck a decisive blow, piercing his defenses and leaving him shocked and wounded. Another fighter leapt in and landed a critical blow from behind. He coughed up blood from the strike, but the warriors pressed forward together, slashing at him with synchronized attacks. The attackers surrounded him from all sides. Lena was prepared for an attack with a confident smile and taunted him by questioning if that was truly his boss's full power. She smiled darkly and reminded them that they needed to know their boss better. Finally, she killed him. On the other hand, Hoyen stood alone outside the building, waiting for them. Lena stepped out with her allies, smiling confidently. Hoyen praised her, saying it wasn't difficult, and she looked surprised at first, but then smiled brightly. She ran to him, hugged him tightly with joy, and said she felt light and happy, while he was shocked and asked what she had done. He laughed and proudly believed he did a good job focusing on raising her stats for speed. Lena blushed with excitement, asked her boss what was next, and said she felt like she could fly. According to Hoyen, they had to let all of Brahm know about them and added that it was going to be big and beautiful. He affectionately called her Lena and invited her to watch fireworks with him. The fireworks were special. They could display any words in the sky when they exploded. Hoyen became frustrated as she questioned if it was necessary to spend so much gold on just fireworks. Rave toppled that reason. It was because he bought thousands of them. Hoyen said they needed at least that many fireworks if they wanted to blow up a building. Rave asked curiously what message his boss wanted to write. But Hoyen smirked and said that they would see the message when the fireworks exploded. That night, people gathered in front of the grand building, filling the air with excitement. They wondered why the Black Mountain Society called them, guessing it was to boast about defeating the cult of the evil god. Hoyen asked Caesar if he was prepared for the task ahead. With a confident smile, Caesar affirmed, showing his readiness and determination to take part in the plan. Hoyen gave a confident smile and declared the beginning of their grand plan, rallying everyone with the command to start. Caesar raised his sword high with fierce determination. He roared with a twisted grin, shouting burn to ashes as he brought down his sword. It ignited the fireworks, causing a colossal explosion that lit up the building. The explosion triggered fireworks. It exploded brightly, lighting up the buildings all around. Hoyen stood before the flames, declaring it was the Black Mountain Society's announcement. A fiery orb shot into the night sky, burning brightly with power. The crowd looks on in shock, calling it crazy, as fireworks light up the sky. A message appeared, University of Haxan is recruiting new members. The goal was to defeat Brahm. Rave was stunned and shouted in disbelief upon hearing Bram's name. Hoyen rushed to him and wondered if he was already gone. He declared that they would carry on his will, but he weakly replied that he was still alive. Hoyen promised to declare war against Brahm and take revenge, joking that if they failed, they would say it was his plan. Rave weakly called his boss, and when urged to speak, he jokingly told him just to go die already. His subordinates called him insane. Lena agreed it suited him, and Caesar said he was only acting like the boss he had always been. At the same time, Shadra appeared and asked what they were doing there. She reminded him that he promised to capture Brahm, not just put on a show. Hoyen excitedly asked if they brought anything, accidentally hurting Rave in the process, leaving him groaning and calling him a bastard. Shadria cheerfully announced that she had brought a decent companion and introduced her new friend. She introduced her new companion as Ponin by insisting that she say hello to them. Hoyen was shocked and asked why she was there. They seriously questioned her about the true reason for her presence. She revealed that she sought revenge against the 6 masters who killed her father. She told the reason by glimpsing her past when she increased her strength and worked tirelessly to destroy her enemies on her own. One day, a man named Prost came to visit her. He was the real power behind the 6 masters and the black market. He gave her information that Bromberg was their leader and proposed an alliance. He promised to help her kill both Bram and the executioner, who had murdered her butler. In exchange, she handed over her family's forbidden elixir to Prost. It was a drug that made soldiers dozens of times stronger, but robbed them of their consciousness. Once Prost built his own army, he didn't seem to care about her revenge. That was when she realized she couldn't trust Prost anymore. Now, she pointed at Shadria and accused her of kidnapping her. But Shadria exclaimed playfully that it wasn't a kidnapping but a business proposal. She eagerly asked Hoyen if he thought she had dug up useful information. Ponin told him that the sly old fox was scheming something like this. Nevertheless, Hoyen acknowledged their work and said they needed Prost to defeat Brahm. Shadria teased him about running for mayor to defeat Brahm. but he firmly replied no. Hoyan confidently declared that he was aiming to be king. He told Ponin to take them to Prost, leaving her surprised by the sudden request. He smirked and said that no matter how strong those drugged soldiers were, he confidently declared that his subordinates were much stronger. On the other hand, as Prost calmly sipped his tea, a man rushed in, shouting that they were in big trouble. Prost calmly asked what was with the panic. His employee reported that Wilhelm of the Black Mountain Society was leading an elite army straight toward the estate. Prost smirked and said that it was actually good news. He decided to test the strength of his soldiers against the approaching threat. Shocked and confused, Prost suddenly exclaimed, asking what he was even looking at. When his employee nervously said it appeared to be the Black Mountain Society's elite army, Prost angrily shouted that it wasn't what he was asking. Seeing the chaos and destruction, Prost shouted in disbelief, asking how they ended up like that. The Black Mountain Society's elite army arrived, led by their powerful warriors, exuding overwhelming strength and presence. Their presence showed why Prost was feared. Their strength proved overwhelming, with even Hoyan admitting they might be excessively powerful. Gale humbly accepted being called excessively strong, treating it as a compliment while preparing for battle. She charged forward with fierce determination, vowing to clear the path for her allies. She rushed forward and easily crushed the armored enemies. She defeated many soldiers with overwhelming power, leaving Hoyan wondering if it was due to training or just her own strength. Caesar smiled menacingly and said he could not just sit still and watch anymore, ready to join the fight. He leapt into battle with great force, while Hoyan, watching from below, casually wished him good luck. He watched the battle, relieved by his allies' overwhelming strength, but soon looked surprised by something unexpected. He suddenly noticed something and looked up, spotting Prost and his employee watching from the window above. He smirked confidently, greeting him at the window by saying it had been a long time since they last met. He laughed wildly, pointing ahead with fierce confidence, and declared that they should stay put because he would be coming to them right away. In contrast, Prost nervously asked if Hoyan had just pointed at him, and his subordinate confirmed that it looked like a direct declaration of war against him. Prost grew angry, shouting at his subordinate. He asked if he looked stupid enough not to realize the declaration of war himself and accused the subordinate of deliberately mocking him. He asked if he should summon the elite troops. Prost, stern and commanding, ordered him to call them immediately. He remarked that summoning the elite troops should buy them some time. He, looking tense, decided that while the elite troops held off the enemy, they needed to focus on escaping. The battlefield was in flames, and the bodies of soldiers were scattered everywhere. Prost was shocked, realizing he had underestimated how strong Wilhelm's subordinates were. At the same time, Prost's elite troops appeared, a small but powerful force of just 10, made up of ranker-level users and skilled NPCs, each radiating deadly strength. Hoyan realized Prost's plan. He set up a shield with his elite troops to buy time to escape. He pointed out that Prost underestimated his subordinates far too much. He ordered Shadria to go, but she reminded him that she was not one of his subordinates. She stepped forward, and the elite soldiers blocked her way, shouting that no one got past them. Now, she used her fascination skill and smirked confidently, her aura glowing, and asked them if they were really sure about stopping her. The poison of fascination affected the group of elites. Shadria declared that she only wanted the strongest person and teased the elite troops, asking who would be the one to monopolize her love. One of the elite soldiers suddenly turned on his ally. He was attacking them, causing chaos among the group. They were fighting each other because of Shadria's fascination poison. Hoyan ran toward the doors of the building, while chaos and fighting continued behind him. Finally, Prost was in the custody of Black Mountain Society. Hoyan mocked him, saying that for someone plotting behind his master's back. Prost shouted in desperation, demanding to be killed already. Hoyan dismissed his desperate words, saying they were the same old lines he'd heard before. He then added that Mr. Prost had been quite helpful to him. He glared at him and demanded his cooperation from now on. Prost glared back defiantly and asked him if he really thought he would cooperate. Hoyan asked if he really thought he had a choice and offered him to pick what he wanted. Hoyan mockingly listed them one by one: the drug, the enchantment, and the truth serum. He threatened him, saying he could use all the methods if needed. Terrified by the threats, Prost broke down in fear and desperately agreed, shouting that he would do anything required. He looked shocked and confused. He asked if Hoyan really wanted to hold a noble council meeting. Hoyan reminded him that he was a duke and the head of the noble council. Prost reluctantly agreed that he could convene the council, but questioned if that was truly all he wanted from him. Huyen calmly confirmed that convening the council was all he wanted, nothing more. Prost said that those who weren't nobles could not enter, but then he admitted that she was a noble. He claimed that Dorothy, who was the head of the Yezi's family, became a member of the mayor family. She proudly said that she was a mayor now. Prost asked about his plan, but he replied that he didn't need to know. Huyen threatened him, asking if he should force him to comply. Prost agreed to convene the meeting immediately and begged to be spared. After a few moments, Prost nervously gathered the nobles and announced the commencement of the Emergency Noble Council. He introduced Wilhelm Mayer as the one who would present the council's topic. One of the nobles mocked the situation, saying he expected something serious but instead saw Prost being manipulated by a mere thug. Huyen counted the nobles present, noting there were 12, an even number which meant any vote for or against could end in a tie. When one noble dismissed his words as nonsense, Lena suddenly appeared and slit his throat, shocking everyone. After that, the nobles panic, shouting in confusion. Chaos erupts in the council chamber. Huyen's assassins have taken full control of the chamber. Huyen decided to try to resolve it peacefully and warned them to listen carefully. He said that there were too many corrupt officials who had committed wrongdoings for too long. He added that people who only cared about their own interests and neglected others were truly despicable. So, he decided to personally make some changes. He mentioned that the Noble Council had the authority to conduct a mayoral election. The nobles looked shocked and speechless after hearing the statement. Huyen suggested that they hold a mayoral election. The VIPs acknowledged the idea, but suggested that becoming the head of the Noble Council would be a better option. They agreed that becoming the head of the Noble Council brought more wealth and prestige, while being mayor was harder and less rewarding. Huyen reminded them that he had said it only once and warned them that if they wanted him to repeat it. The nobles appeared frightened and stunned by his warning. Huyen declared that they would vote and told those who opposed to raise their hands. He warned them not to ask what would happen if they raised their hands. He happily said that a unanimous agreement was fantastic. He called out to Prost, who nervously replied yes. He ordered Prost to announce across all of Bramsche that they would hold a mayoral re-election. He announced that the candidates would be Wilhelm Meyer and Bramberg. He proposed that the matter be resolved fairly through a vote. Prost reluctantly agreed while wondering what Wilhelm was scheming this time. He wondered if it might actually be a good thing and thought that it could even ruin Bram in the process. On the other hand, Bramberg slammed the table in anger, cursed, and shouted in frustration, demanding to know what was going on. He angrily demanded to know what all the talk about the mayor's corruption was about. He growled in disbelief as he repeated the words, questioning a mayoral re-election. He realized that Wilhelm was neither stealing nor attacking them, but instead wanted to settle everything fairly through a vote. He furiously questioned if they really thought his position was that weak. One of his men rushed in, shouting that they were in big trouble, prompting Bramberg to angrily demand what it was this time. His colleague reported in panic that the Back Mountain Guild was out on the streets, giving away money. He informed that the money being distributed comes from the dirty funds of former Mayor Bram's funds that had been confiscated from the 6 greats. He revealed that all the retrieved money was used to improve welfare for Bram's citizens. On the other hand, Huyen distributed the money and appealed to take care of it. He stepped forward as candidate number 2, passionately declaring his vision of building a clean and prosperous Bram. Gale asked if he was sure about it, and he replied with surprise, wondering why they were asking him all of a sudden. Gale said that Bromberg was once just a strategist under her, but emphasized that Bromberg was no ordinary man. He rose through the ranks and secured his place as a mage. He also gathered a great deal of influence while serving as mayor, even though public opinion was shifting. Gale doubted Wilhelm's ability to succeed and questioned whether he could actually pull it off. He acknowledged the concern and confidently reminded her that he knew exactly how his own minions acted. He assured with confidence and a smile that there was definitely a way to handle the situation. The scene shifted to the arena, where he met with Bramberg. While the people of Bram gathered to see them, their wide eyes and open mouths showed how unexpected the situation was. Bramberg questioned him sharply, saying an infamous player from the underworld ran for mayor and asked if that even made sense to him. Huyen replied that freedom was all about making choices and added that at least he did not do shady things behind the scenes like him. Bramberg shouted angrily that he was still clinging to those baseless rumors. Huyen replied sarcastically and pointed out that there were witnesses. He demanded they be brought forward. He introduced Lucas of the Lucas family as a witness. He then confidently prepared to present another witness. Another witness was introduced with intensity, Israk of the Crimson Whispers. It was revealed that both Lucas and Israk once belonged to the powerful group known as the former Six Elite. It was exposed that the leaders of criminal organizations were actually the underlings of Mayor Bramberg. He reminded everyone that their notorious reputations were already well known. He admitted that they turned over a new leaf under the Black Mountain Syndicate, but reminded everyone of how many players had suffered under them in the past. Angrily, they thought that Wilhelm was the one who beat them to a pulp and robbed them blind, exposing his frustration. Bramberg furiously declared that it did not change the fact that they were nothing more than a trash guild with a malicious reputation. With a dark grin, Hoyen admitted coldly. He acknowledged the accusations, stating that his guild had malicious tendencies, harbored criminal organizations, and swallowed both the Six Elites and the black market. He wanted to know if this was simply how the labyrinth world worked. The crowd echoed his words, saying that everyone was free to do what they wanted and live however they pleased, even pointing out that it was the world's catchphrase. Hoyen called out his hypocrisy, saying he had lorded over players, extorted taxes, and unfairly distributed power among NPCs just to strengthen his own faction. He told him not to act like a protector of balance in the world, pointing out that in the end, he was no different from the rest. He told him that he was filled with the same lust to rule, so he chose the path of fun even though it was considered malicious. He showed everyone that Wilhelm Mayer did not bother with excuses, but they believed that as long as it was fun, it was enough. But life had been pretty dull lately. They said it was time for a new mayor, hoping it would make things fun again since all they ever heard was that nothing was possible. Bramberg angrily accepted the response and asked how they should hold the election. Hoyen suggested that, in a leaderly manner, they should settle it with a fair one-on-one duel. The crowd reacted with shock and excitement at the idea of a one-on-one duel for the mayoral election. Hoyen was challenged about handling a duel, and he confidently agreed. He declared that they went forward with it as a proxy war. He said that a true ruler had a strong general by their side. He questioned it while asking Caesar for consent. Finally, he chose Kaiser to fight. He then asked Bramberg who he chose for them. But surprisingly, Bramberg laughed loudly and agreed. He declared that it was the perfect chance to end their parasitic existence once and for all. He chose to Riddeloff for the battle. Riddeloff appeared with a powerful force that shook the ground. He, with a massive weapon, saw them with a menacing grin. Bramberg declared that they would settle things once and for all. Hoyen grinned maniacally, thinking it had gone just as he planned. Caesar challenged him by questioning his strength. Riddeloff laughed menacingly in response. Bramberg remarked with a sly smile that they would see. Hoyen, grinning wildly, agreed to set the match for a week later. The people erupted with excitement, passionately chanting for the upcoming mayoral election. Hidden behind a demonic mask, the Soul Destroyer thought about Riddeloff. Riddeloff was described as a monster driven solely by an endless thirst for slaughter. The Soul Slayer glimpsed her past as she encountered Riddeloff. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected strength of him during their clash. Riddeloff overpowered his cloaked warrior and laughed sinisterly. The Soul Destroyer suddenly realized in shock that Riddeloff might be someone he recognized. She was terrified by his inhuman strength, doubting if he was even facing a human at all. Riddeloff, laughing maniacally, charged with wild excitement. Determined to finish the battle, the Soul Destroyer prepared a decisive strike, vowing to end it in a single blow. She released a powerful attack and shouted that she would end him. She unleashed her devastating attack, and the battlefield was consumed by smoke. Riddeloff, bloodied but unbroken, laughed darkly and rose to his feet, showing he still had the will to fight. His wounds healed quickly, and he smiled with confidence. The Soul Slayer, with a worried expression, thought in disbelief about his automatically healing wound. Riddeloff gripped his weapon tightly and then swung it forward with unstoppable force. He attacked with a massive blast of purple energy that roared toward her like a furious beast. The Soul Destroyer dodged his attack, and she wondered if he copied her sword skills. Riddeloff attacked with great force, clashing against her in a powerful strike. Finally, the Soul Slayer fell to her knees, her sword slipping from her grasp and hitting the ground. Riddeloff grabbed the sword tightly, then stabbed it at her with fierce determination. He was about to hit her, but suddenly someone told him to stop. The cloaked figure told him not to kill because Lord Bram said the Soul Destroyer was still useful. He told them to go back. But the Soul Destroyer leaned on the rock and was unconscious. After her story finished, Hoyen asked her calmly what they expected him to do about it. The Soul Slayer questioned him seriously, wondering if he was unaware of the danger. Hoyin replied calmly that it wasn't a big deal. Then he added honestly that she wasn't the strongest in the world either. With a smirk, he questioned why he should worry about himself just because she lost. He teased her, asking if the Black Mountain Society was her living room since she came and went so freely. The Soul Destroyer made it clear, with anger, that she didn't come there to joke around. Hoyin firmly responded that he also hadn't come there to play games. He said his methods were different, and that his weapon was people. He asked her to believe in him and be patient. He reminded her to get medical treatment before leaving. The Soul Destroyer admitted that she still had unfinished tasks to complete. Hoyin assured her that he would inform Elaine and advised her to get some rest before leaving. He further reminded her that without rest and recovery, she wouldn't be able to achieve her goals. A week later, Riddlelaf appeared, looking confident and strong. Caesar arrived, facing off against him. With a confident smirk, Bromberg asked if they should begin, signaling the start of the fight. With a calm smile, the man agreed and welcomed the challenge anytime. The crowd eagerly watched the historic event, the first ever one-on-one battle in the Labyrinth world for the position of mayor. That fact alone was enough to gather countless users. Furthermore, the opponent against the current mayor, Bramberg, was the most famous among the malevolent users, Wilhelm of the Great Black Mountain Society. Anyway, Bramberg admitted he had no abilities of his own and said his life, which depended on his subordinates, ended there. Hoyin reminded him that one of those subordinates had been him, calling him a bastard. After listening to his taunting, Bramberg grew tense. He shouted Riddlelaf, summoning his powerful ally, who charged fiercely into battle. Hoyin called out Kaiser, who leapt forward with a crazed grin, ready to strike. Bromberg commanded Riddlelaf to show their full power. Hoyin kept his composure, calmly ordering Caesar to tear the enemies apart and return. The battle erupted fiercely as Caesar clashed weapons with him. His attack struck down with explosive force. He laughed maniacally, raising his weapon high and shouting that the fight was fun. He came crashing down with a powerful strike, but Riddlelaf blocked it head-on with his massive weapon. Caesar unleashed a devastating martial arts technique, shouting Bikbo Xingwan as a surge of glowing blue energy erupted from his body. Riddlelaf coughed up blood, his body showing the strain. Caesar again unleashed a flurry of heavy strikes, but Riddlelaf firmly blocked them. Lena noticed Riddlelaf recklessly charging forward. She confidently remarked that the fight would be an easy win. Bramberg explained that Riddlelaf, who lived on the battlefield, was not just a mere subordinate who only practiced in duels. On the other hand, Caesar laughed maniacally, claiming his strikes were far too light. Riddlelaf braced himself as he blocked the overwhelming strike. He then conveyed a sense of cunning, laughing mischievously. Caesar was shocked as Riddlelaf suddenly charged at him with full force. A fierce clash erupted as he attacked him. He launched a powerful strike at him, and Caesar roared back in pain. He was struck in the chest and coughed up blood. Lena sarcastically realized Caesar actually used Bikbo Xingwan. She understood it was the same technique that the fool had used before, and now once again. Riddlelaf grinned fiercely as he was about to swing his weapon. Lena realized in shock that Riddlelaf was perfectly replicating that fool's exact movements. Caesar blocked the fierce strike, bracing himself as the clash of power continued. He struggled against the blow, realizing in shock that his power was even stronger this time. Lena worried that Caesar would lose, but her boss told her just to watch quietly. He smiled with confidence and assured them that they would win. Riddlelaf landed a crushing blow on his chest, then smirked confidently with a mocking laugh. Caesar had roared fiercely and charged at him again. He clashed head-on with Riddlelaf in a fiery strike. Lena exclaimed that Riddlelaf couldn't dodge this time, but he caught the blade with his hand, leaving Caesar shocked and wide-eyed. Riddlelaf came back for a little bit and was ready to attack him. His dark energy turned into a beast and rushed at him. Bramberg explained that the reason for Riddlelaf's success was learning. He said that Riddlelaf learned the techniques and methods of his combat opponents. Once Riddlelaf learned a skill, he used it again in other battles. He, who had faced countless enemies on the battlefield, had learned countless skills and battle methods. That was why Wilhelm's subordinate was losing. Hoyin acknowledged Bram was strong, but he reminded him that strength alone was not everything. He asked him if he had remembered how he had become strong. He revealed the reserve of 1 billion CP and told him to experience it the same way again. Finally, he invested all his CP to strengthen every ability of his subordinate, Kaiser. He roared with power as the energy surged into him, amplifying his strength. Bramberg had shielded his eyes in shock to see that. Hoyin taunted his enemy for savoring power briefly. He declared the end of the battle, signaling that the fight had reached its conclusion. Pay to win was a system where victory could only be achieved by spending money. It described the labyrinth world as a cruel place where the pay-to-win system was heavily promoted and enforced. Buying ability stats costs too much CP, making it almost impossible for most players. Wilhelm gained a lot of CP through the Black Mountain Society and used it to increase Kaiser's stats significantly. As a result of Wilhelm's investment, Caesar gained overwhelming power. He mocked Bramberg, saying he was nothing more than a toy. After hearing his statement, Bramberg grew tense. Caesar declared with confidence that he had the power to kill Riddelaf in an instant. Riddelaf coughed up blood, and his body weakened, his legs trembling and bleeding as he struggled to stay standing. Kaiser smiled and shouted his thanks to his boss for investing in CP. But wounded and desperate, Riddelaf pushed himself up and reached for his weapon. He attacked him with overwhelming power. Bramberg dashed forward with determination, realizing they were about to achieve their victory, but suddenly stopped in shock as something happened. It revealed that Riddelaf's attack had failed because Caesar stood confidently without a single scratch. Hoyen made it clear that their attacks were useless, believing that $1 billion defense looked like a joke to them. Riddelaf screamed in rage and launched a desperate attack, but his efforts still failed to break through. Caesar blocked the furious strike with ease, standing firm and unfazed by the attack. Hoyen ordered his subordinate to finish the fight, and he obeyed immediately. He pressed his armored finger against his forehead, asserting control. Riddelaf's eyes widened in shock, and a massive explosion of force erupted that threw him backward badly. He was struck hard, blood spraying from his mouth. At last, he fell hard to the ground and died. Bramberg was staring at him on the ground, unable to understand how things had turned out this way. He was in disbelief, questioning how such an outcome was even possible. Hoyen told him to choose, give up his position as mayor, and his life would be spared. Lena suggested killing him to avoid future trouble, but the boss refused, saying he would likely come begging later. He knew Bram must stay alive, believing that would help them capture Hygrid too. Bramberg chuckled, and he asked if he was laughing. He confidently claimed he already knew their true intentions. While slapping, Hoyen admitted he should kill him here. He again slapped at him, shouting at him to act immediately. The third time, he again slapped him, and he explained to him that he could not die. He insisted that Bramberg must stay alive and flee. He was forcing him to repeat the word escape in disbelief. With a sly smile, he dismissed the idea of involving the parents and instead demanded to bring the captain. A few days later, Wilhelm Mayer's inauguration ceremony as the second mayor of the Labyrinth World. He addressed the citizens of the Labyrinth World and told them to listen carefully. He declared that from this moment on, he hereby renamed that city to include Bram as mayor nation. He also declared the transition to a national system. He further declared that they could say all they wanted, that it was a dictatorship by a malevolent user, but he did not care. He decided to lower all taxes and fees previously collected in that city to 5% and promised the citizens that he would abolish the system restricting entry to the labyrinth. The good would become even better, and the evil would become even worse in this labyrinth, which would now be freer than it was. He added that he would make it so the citizens could enjoy it as they wished. So, the Labyrinth World began to flow into the era of the Mayor Nation. Lena wanted to know about Bramberg's plan and urged him to explain the situation. Hoyen realized that Bram would never act alone. Hygrid was the true mastermind, holding the real key and far too dangerous to underestimate. So, that was why Hoyen created a nation. Lena was shocked and questioned whether creating an entire country was just to capture Bramberg. Hoyen confirmed this and said that creating a nation, as compared to forming a Black Mountain Society, would be on a national scale. He decided to collect taxes to fund the CP and then reinvested it back into the people. He prepared to turn everyone in the Mayor Kingdom into his subordinates to win the upcoming war with Hygrid. He told them to focus on training until the time came, surprising his subordinates with his strategic thinking. He wished Caesar could have handled everything before then. Caesar promised the boss he would be back soon. But Hoyen got flustered, saying he didn't know what to say, and clarified it wasn't an order, urging them to calm down. Gale stopped him, questioning if he was giving up on reclaiming the name of Rodlius. Hoyen said reclaiming the name wouldn't be difficult, but winning the same way repeatedly felt boring. He reflected that Bram and Hygrid were just pursuing their own kind of fun. He declared that whatever he did had to be fun, no matter what. That was his way. On the other hand, Hygrid addressed Bramberg, saying that was not his way. Bramberg shouted in desperation, asking if that was really important since they were all about to die. But Hygrid coldly replied that it wasn't their problem, saying Bramberg was the one about to die, not him. He admitted that they needed to speed up their plan. Bramberg nervously guessed and asked him if he truly planned to summon the Demon King. He declared that if he couldn't have it, he would destroy everything. He activated something in the cave, causing ominous tremors, while Bramberg looked on in shock and fear. The monsters appeared in the darkness. Hygrid chose destruction as his path, summoning monsters to open the labyrinth. A few days later, chaos erupts as fire engulfs the city, and people are injured in the destruction. Monsters attacked the city, and people were hurt, while soldiers desperately fought back, shouting to kill them. The monsters of all kinds, dragons, ogres, and beast-like creatures were attacking. People and soldiers were struggling to fight back, but many were being overwhelmed. Hoyen saw the city burning from a distance. He realized Hygrid had joined forces with the monsters. He admitted he spent a lot of money on his allies and then asked them to prove their worth. The team answered their boss and then jumped into action, with one of them rushing ahead first. Caesar jumped in and attacked the monsters with a powerful strike, laughed wildly, and declared he would kill all the monsters. Lena warned everyone to move aside as she charged forward, cutting through the monsters with great power. Due to her attack, they were struck down with powerful attacks. After cutting all their heads, she was feeling thrilled and full of joy. The beasts secretly looked at them. At the same time, Dorothy and the maid appeared, claiming that they had found them. They screamed to see them. Hoyen hurried away, while two ferocious beasts leapt toward him. Shadria quickly intervened when beasts attacked him, using her charm ability to control them. Instead of fighting, the beasts turned tame and obedient, responding affectionately to her commands. Hoyen calmly declared that although his enemies had finally shown up, their plans didn't matter because he was fully prepared to face them. Lena confidently introduced her subordinates. Hoyen was telling the enemy to watch closely as they demonstrated their true strength. Finally, the group gathered together and marched forward with determination, announcing the start of the labyrinth invasion. They entered the labyrinth, but Hoyen was doubtful, questioning if this strange place was truly the labyrinth. The group fought fiercely in the labyrinth, with Gale even overpowering goblins using sheer strength. After defeating the monsters, Lena proudly asked her boss what their next move should be. Hoyen was surprised, wondering if the labyrinth was truly this easy to clear. The beast lay defeated, and the thought arose that perhaps the Black Mountain Society was simply too powerful. They wondered if the labyrinth was truly dangerous, or if it was never a big threat at all. The labyrinth, which they had longed for so much, turned out to be unexpectedly easy to break through. Shadria reassured him not to be disappointed, explaining that they were only at the entrance of the labyrinth, and the deeper levels were an entirely different world. Hoyen realized that the labyrinth was not only about easy battles. As he retrieved a glowing core from a monster, he understood that there was something deeper and more important hidden within. He asked if she knew about melancholic tears. Shadria replied that she did not and wanted to know what it was. Hoyen explained that it was the most important material used to make the healing necklace. He explained that the healing necklace granted resistance to pain and gave an incredible buff effect for a while. Since melancholic tears were the main material to make it, they were traded as rare items. Shadria admired the value of the rare item, calling it nice to obtain it so expensively. But he grew serious and denied it. He realized that it was an item dropped by monsters that were everywhere. It was just an item dropped by such weak monsters. Rave revealed more treasures of the labyrinth. He explained that Scalar's steel, though light yet durable, was an essential material required for forging top-tier armor. He also discovered Rasta's moss, a rare resource that permanently increased HP when consumed. He explained that all of these items were considered ultra-rare within the labyrinth world. Yet it was strange to see them scattered around so easily. Shadria revealed that there was a reason why Bram and his group controlled the labyrinth entrance. They had been hoarding all these rare items for themselves. Hoyen expressed that he could understand being betrayed or attacked from behind. He insisted they should not have made the game boring. Sato called out softly, showing hesitation and concern, but the boss didn't waver. Instead of hearing him, Hoyen was urgently commanding the Black Mountain Society members to quickly gather all the items. He instructed them to collect everything for the sake of the labyrinth world. A little while later, the Black Mountain group walked in carrying all the precious items on their backs. Finally, they gathered at the entrance of the cave. They looked ahead as a massive door began to open before them. Hoyen saw the hooded figure that emerged from the mist, and it turned out to be a gatekeeper. He approached the hooded gatekeeper, who laughed ominously and warned that beyond lay the origin of evil and the grave of resentment. The gatekeeper revealed that beyond the gate lay the Fortress of the Dead, a place where the souls of forgotten heroes and fallen monsters were mixed. The steps of those who went before became the milestones for those who followed. But whether those milestones led the right way, the gatekeeper proclaimed that Zero, the one who could cut through futile hope and melancholy entanglement, could be Wilhelm himself. Before he could say anything, he was swiftly decapitated, and his head fell to the ground at Huyen's feet. He stood stunned and shocked. Caesar apologized casually for killing the gatekeeper by saying it was too noisy. But Huyen acknowledged his action, assuring him that he did well. Finally, they opened the massive door because of their subordinates, who stood confidently in the glowing fortress beyond. Huyen confirmed the bodies were freed. He, with a confident smile, declared that from now on they would go full throttle. Huyen ordered that only the elite would proceed further, while the rest were to take the items and return, to which the group responded in agreement. He instructed Sato and Rave to return as well, declaring that only his group would go inside. Sato protested in shock, wondering why he had not entered it. Rave, panicked and desperate, insisted that he could still devise a strategy to contribute. Huyen explained that since the outcome ahead was uncertain, they needed others to survive and lead the Black Mountain Society if he and his group were to die. Sato and Rave fell silent, their faces tense and conflicted as they reluctantly accepted his reasoning. Huyen lightened the mood with a confident smile, saying that their deaths probably wouldn't happen anyway. Rave reassured himself, believing that if anyone could survive, it was that crazy guy. Certain Huyen would find a way to come back alive. Nevertheless, the Black Mountain Society pressed forward, their footsteps echoing through the vast, ominous halls of the fortress. They walked carefully, staying close as they went deeper into the fortress. They looked around in awe, amazed by how huge and open the deep levels were. Gale warned them that the trials of the labyrinth were very dangerous and not ordinary challenges. She stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly called out Wilhelm in surprise. She noticed his unease, showed concern, and sincerely asked if she was all right. But the reality was that Huyen suddenly remembered his previous life when he fought a battle in that place. He also remembered how he defeated the war. He saw his previous life as a fierce battlefield filled with chaos, blood, and relentless fighting. Wilhelm had reincarnated as Rodlius. He shouted in desperation, ordering Fenbauer to fall back. But before safety could be reached, a sudden strike pierced through with deadly force. Fenbauer was struck down by an enemy's blade, blood spilling as the attack pierced through him. He reached out in shock and despair, crying out while trying to hold on to him. He shouted with determination that running away now would make all their efforts useless, so they had to keep fighting. He begged Lord Rodrius to escape, but he refused angrily, saying that if he left, everyone would die. Fenbauer urgently shouted to Rodrius, warning him to look behind. Rodrius quickly turned his head after hearing the warning. Asha used a strong protective field to protect the enemy's magic, and told everyone to hang on. She shouted to the headmaster that they could hold on just a bit longer. Suddenly, a hooded ally appeared, who told the headmaster that he would make an opening, and the headmaster stabbed the Demon King's neck. He said that the Demon King they had dreamed of defeating was right in front of them. Fenbauer encouraged Rodrius, telling him to stay strong and promising to make the fight worthwhile. He reminded Rodrius of everything he had done for them and urged him they must win this fight. Rodrius realized things had gone wrong and thought this was not the kind of outcome he had hoped for. Asha said that all the good times they had were because of the headmaster. She finished by saying that the headmaster must keep enjoying life, even if they weren't around anymore. She closed her eyes as a red strike hit. During remembering, Huyen looked on in shock and fear. For saving Asha's life, Rodrius came between them and was struck by a sword. She looked shocked and horrified as she cried out, realizing the headmaster had been struck. Rodrius lowered his head, sweating and filled with regret, realizing this wasn't the kind of fun or outcome he had wished for. He shouted that what he truly wanted was to have fun and share those moments together with his companions. But the Demon King laughed mockingly, calling their attempt laughable. With a furious glare, he asked if they really thought they could kill him with just that weak attack. Huyen was stunned as he realized the shocking truth. Caesar was the Demon King. He mocked, calling it laughable for such a weakling to stand before him. He pulled out his sword from Rodrius. He admitted that he was weak, but with determination, he declared that his subordinates were strong. He unleashed his ultimate move, declaring it the final stage of his strategy, the glory of union. It was a skill that gathered all his subordinates' power into one big attack. Rodrius channeled his allies' strength into one ultimate strike and fiercely vowed to end the Demon King. He unleashed a powerful strike, and the Demon King faced it with a stern glare. A massive explosion erupted as his attack clashed with the Demon King's power. It left a massive crater, and Rodrius stood firm, gripping his sword. His eyes locked in a tense stare, and through the smoke, the dark figure of the Demon King emerged, unfazed. He, weakened and barely standing after the intense clash, was approaching, but his companion tried to stop him. Asha, worried and emotional, addressed the director, but before she could continue, a hooded figure suddenly stopped her. Rodrius declared that the plan had changed and admitted that, thanks to them, he had realized something new. He admitted that this labyrinth city had no particular reason for being played. He confessed that what truly mattered to him was simply enjoying being together, while things like demon kings and rankers meant nothing at all. He recalled how even being nagged by subordinates, buried in paperwork, or joking with the kids felt fun, that simple daily life was what he truly enjoyed. He remembered the new little thief who had recently joined them, always causing trouble but making life lively. He resolved to finish the battle quickly, determined to return soon and enjoy that life. Nevertheless, the Demon King appeared, who mocked him with disgust and challenged him to try killing him. He revealed the cruel truth: killing him would make him the next Demon King. On the other hand, Hoyin was still remembering his past and was shocked to see that. The Demon King revealed that, just like his current host, his soul would remain and possess the hero's body, making him the next Demon King. Hoyin was shocked to realize that Kaiser had been the previous Demon King's body. He wondered if that was the reason Caesar had been so strong. The Demon King mocked the man, saying he could never leave that place, and ridiculed him as a despicable player who only came for trivial entertainment, unworthy of speaking about being together. He sneered and agreed mockingly to be together, declaring that it would take away his power, his body, and even his friendships. Hoyin realized in shock that Rodelius might have been possessed at that time, too. He continued his thinking by glimpsing his past when Hygrid appeared, who mocked the Demon King, asking why he was so worked up over a player who was about to die anyway. Rodrius was shocked and confused, asking why Hygrid was there. Hygrid smirked and told them to think carefully, then asked if his existence was closer to them. He revealed with a sinister smile that his existence was closer to the Demon King. He suddenly drew his blade with force. Rodrius, struggling to hold his sword, realized that Hygrid was someone who always acted opposite to expectations, even urging on the labyrinth conquest in such a way. He smirked and pieced it together, saying that the plan was to kill the Demon King, take over his body and subordinates, then ally with the Demon King's forces and use the labyrinth city. He told him that his expression revealed everything, then added coldly that he had no intention of playing along. He declared that from now on, he would terminate all contracts with the subordinates of Rodelius Orphanage. Hygrid screamed for him to stop. He attacked straight into him with fierce resolve. He roared in defiance and blocked the fierce strike, refusing to give in. With a determined look, he declared contract termination. A system message announced, "All contracts with subordinates have been terminated." His subordinates, shocked and confused, reacted in disbelief. Rodrius swiftly turned, his eyes sharp with resolve. He lunged forward with fierce momentum and struck the Demon King with full force. But on the contrary, he was overwhelmed and struggled in pain due to the Demon King's force. His eyes confronted Hoyin and asked if he had seen his true self. Hoyin was left shocked and gasped in fear. Rodrius explained that the truth of the labyrinth was revealed, and asked if he would act any differently this time. Rodrius taunted him to see how he would act this time. Hoyin looked terrified and froze in fear. After glimpsing his past, he fell. Caesar rushed to check if he was all right. Hoyin looked up nervously and called out to him. Shadria screamed in agony. Shaken, she asked if his memories had returned. Hoyin admitted it was true and asked her about the memories. Shadria revealed that in her memories, her lover's role was played by none other than Kaiser, leaving him surprised. She tearfully revealed that her lover had been very ill, unable to move freely because of his sickness. She explained that in the Labyrinth City game, her lover was able to live like a normal person. She recalled how they played together in the game, fighting side by side against monsters. She said they nurtured their love. She revealed that they eventually reached the goal of becoming the Demon King, but only discovered the truth after defeating it. The shocking truth was that the Demon King's power was not destroyed, but inherited. Shadria broke down in tears, confessing that after inheriting the Demon King's curse, her lover eventually turned into that face, and she blamed herself for everything. She then collapsed in despair, admitting through tears that it was her fault because she had asked her lover to play the game with her. Lena interrupted angrily, demanding to know what the two were secretly talking about alone because she was jealous. Hoyan looked thoughtful as he recalled Lena's past when she was only 6 years old. At the same time, the Demon King appeared and taunted Wilhelm to confront the truth of the forgotten past. He mocked Prost and Bram for their failures and declared that he would once again take up the sword himself. He revealed that Rodelius' powers had already been inherited. He vowed to kill Wilhelm, seize his subordinates, and use the Black Mountain Association to rule the Labyrinth world. But Hoyan glared fiercely and declared that he would not let such a thing happen again. He then, filled with rage, ordered Caesar to tear the enemy apart, and he obeyed. He attacked fiercely, and his command worked much more effectively. He struck hard, and his powerful attack clashed with the Demon King. But his attack did not affect the Demon King. He mocked Kaiser, asking if he had forgotten his pride. Caesar tried to hit him, but to no avail. The Demon King again mocked him, suggesting that even his pride might only be a fragment of his data. He pointed out to himself and declared that he, too, was one with the Demon King. He unleashed a powerful strike and boasted that Kaiser could not stand against him. Hoyan asked him if he had also absorbed all the data of the users conquered by the Demon King. He confirmed his suspicion, saying yes, and declared that because of it, he could not be matched. Hoyan warned him that he had many other capable subordinates, hinting that the fight was far from over. The command was activated, and his subordinates, who were deeply attuned to him, immediately responded to the call, ready to fight. They immediately charged forward with determination, ready to confront him. Lena attacked fiercely, striking at him with all her strength. But her attack was blocked by a powerful barrier of energy. Gale launched a powerful punch, landing a direct hit that struck the Demon King with explosive force. Dorothy charged with fierce determination and landed a crushing blow on him. Lena was about to strike him from behind and thought she had landed a successful hit. But she failed. Instead, the Demon King unleashed a terrifying burst of dark power. He declared that the strength of the Demon King was far greater than they imagined. His force was so overwhelming that the subordinates were thrown back violently, crashing into the surroundings. He laughed and mocked Hoyan, asking if that was all he had. Due to Shadria's fascination skill, he admitted that his current body was troublesome even with his power. She stepped forward, declaring that whether he was the Demon King or not, she would defeat him. But unexpectedly, the Demon King was transformed into an incredible monster. He declared that he no longer acted on human emotions. He mocked Shadria, laughing maniacally as he pointed out the irony of something inhuman feeling human emotions. After that, Shadria was struck down brutally by the Demon King. The Demon King mocked Hoyan, saying that their comrades were dying and calling them useless and incompetent for failing to protect them. He added that he was sick of all the incompetence. He prepared a powerful attack with his weapon, striking Hoyan with overwhelming force. But suddenly, the Soul Slayer came between to protect him. She blocked his attack with her sword. Both of them were shocked and did not understand what was happening. The Demon King looked shocked and shouted in disbelief, asking about her presence. The Soul Destroyer told them that the Demon King was ahead and told them all to face him. She declared that they had unfinished business to settle. The fiery demon shouted that he would never allow them to leave without a fight. The Soul Slayer swiftly moved with incredible speed, catching the demon off guard. She struck the demon with a powerful slash, forcing the monster to stagger back in pain. Shocked and enraged, the demon roared in disbelief at being wounded. The Soul Destroyer declared the true purpose of their existence. With fierce resolve, she revealed that her power was sharpened for one goal alone: to annihilate and kill the Demon King. She declared that those who caused their friend's death could never be forgiven. Hoyan wondered how many enemies that person had made. Then, looking serious, he asked if he could leave the rest of her. The Soul Slayer firmly told him to go and take care of the Demon King. Hoyan charged forward with determination, declaring that they should head to the Demon King. His subordinates looked utterly confused, each wearing shocked or puzzled expressions, unsure of what was happening. Encouraged and united, they shouted in agreement and charged forward together with determination. The Demon King became furious and shouted in rage, ready to attack. The Soul Destroyer challenged him, questioning if he truly believed everything would unfold according to his plan. The Demon King, filled with rage, dismissed all words as nonsense and declared he would kill her first. The Soul Destroyer drew her glowing sword and declared that they had ended it. Their swords clashed, and the demon thought they were on the same side. But the Soul Destroyer firmly declared that he was gravely mistaken. But the Demon King clashed with her in a powerful explosion of force. The Soul Slayer was thrown back from the clash, sliding across the ground. The demon mocked her, saying that among the users, he once thought she was one of the smarter ones, but now he saw that was not the case. The Soul Slayer revealed her true stance, making it clear to the demon that time spent in the underworld did not mean allegiance to him. She, filled with dark resolve, admitted that she hated the world. She remembered that they first encountered the maze and became the first ranker. She thought that defeating the Demon King made them the best. She admitted that she killed the Demon King, but lost their body and was forcibly logged out as their character sheet was torn before their eyes. She lost everything they had built up and returned as a new character. No one thought the character was their true self, so she became alone. She warned others not to go to the Demon King, or they would lose everything and be toyed with by the world. No matter how much she spoke, people did not believe them. In the end, she decided to become a gatekeeper herself. She killed numerous users to make the game leave them. She killed even their friends. The demon told her that in the end, she was just trash who killed her companions out of revenge and anger. The Soul Slayer admitted the demon was right, but said they were trying to set things right. She launched a powerful attack, causing a massive explosion of energy. The demon shouted that what she called setting things right was just something else entirely, when in reality, she was just making Rodrius carry all the burdens. The Soul Slayer denied the demon's claim, saying they didn't make Rodrius carry the burdens. While attacking, she declared that they didn't force Rodrius to carry the burdens, but entrusted them to him. She was clashing fiercely with him in a burst of powerful purple energy. She declared during the clash that the game isn't played alone. She told the demon that the difference between him and Rodrius was clear, then struck fiercely with powerful energy. She reminded him that it always said the users were selfish. She countered by saying that while the demon called users selfish, it was really the NPCs who only thought of themselves. She criticized the NPCs, asking how they could not even get along with their companions and only plot to stab each other in the back. She, glowing with power, declared that they could guarantee something in that regard. She shouted at him that they were more human than any of the users, just as a massive clash of energy erupted between them. The battlefield was filled with smoke after the fierce clash. As the dust settled, the demon mocked, saying that the ridiculous speech was heard well. He challenged, asking what she could possibly gain by being together. He was mocking Wilhelm as worthless and powerless on his own. He roared in fury, demanding to know what they could possibly gain from fighting together. He then launched a devastating, fiery strike, tearing through the battlefield with destructive force aimed at her. Wounded but still standing, the Soul Destroyer steadied herself and declared with resolve that there was, indeed, one thing worth gaining. She explained that all who had ever challenged the Demon King possessed a good alignment, since those with evil intentions would never even consider defeating him. The Demon King was stunned by her revelation, unable to comprehend it. The Soul Slayer revealed the truth behind her actions. She attacked the users and allied with the Demon King with one goal: to become evil aligned. The Demon King, furious and bewildered, shouted in anger, questioning the significance of alignment. Amid the fierce clash, it was revealed that a user who surpasses the Demon King's evil alignment value could kill the Demon King without losing their identity. The Demon King was shocked by the revelation, while she struck him with overwhelming power, her attack landing fiercely. The Soul Slayer admitted that her claim about defeating the Demon King was only an assumption. She was tired of the game and entrusted the rest of the battle to Wilhelm. With a sly grin, Hoyen mocked them, calling them a bastard and sarcastically remarking on how handsome they looked, questioning who they resembled. Rodrius welcomed them and admitted that it had been a long time since they met. He said that users were truly foolish for coming back after reading all the memories. He added that the users had cancelled the subordinate's contract and come to die alone, while the Black Mountain group replied that they didn't come all the way just to listen to nagging. Hoyen insulted him as trash and reminded him that he had repeatedly said he didn't care about his actions. He said that he didn't care before, but if the game became boring, then things would be different. His subordinates were introduced as the elite unit of the Great Black Mountain Society. He ordered Rodolius to protect him and capture the Demon King alive. But Rodolius mocked their order to capture him alive and challenged them to try. He warned that if they didn't kill him, they would be the ones to die. The Black Mountain group stepped forward. Rodolius charged forward with a fierce and confident expression. Gale and Dorothy launched powerful attacks with determination. They struck him with strong and forceful blows. Rodolius pushed back quickly and smiled with confidence. Caesar attacked him fiercely, but he blocked their strike with power. Lena also charged at him powerfully. Shadria launched a swift kick, but he blocked it with force. Due to her attack, she pushed back quickly and admitted with a smile that it was not bad. He charged forward with a grin. But on the contrary, Gale was prepared to strike with a clenched fist. She struck him with explosive force. Caesar tried to attack him. He countered him with a powerful blue energy strike. They unleashed a fierce attack on him. They declared it was not over yet and were suddenly struck by a powerful attack. Rodelius refused to give up and was suddenly struck by a powerful attack from Dorothy. Caesar unleashed a powerful energy strike that pierced through him. Rodelius screamed in shock while Gale prepared a deadly strike. She struck him down with a massive beam of energy that exploded upon impact. The Black Mountain combined assault overwhelmed him, leaving him injured and shocked at his defeat. Huoyan confronted him and pointed out that he had never actually fought since stealing his body. He revealed that the Demon King not only steals bodies, but also mimics their fighting style, explaining that without subordinates, the enemy stood no chance of winning alone. Rodelius defiantly claimed he still possessed the memories and power of the former Demon Kings. With a sly grin, Huoyan asked if he knew what assimilation rate meant. He explained that his character had a low assimilation rate, which limited his movements, and revealed that he relied on subordinates for a reason. His allies were shocked to realize he hadn't been ignoring enemies but was limited by assimilation, while he reminded them that the situation was truly serious. Rodelius realized with frustration that even NPCs could never escape the control of the user's grasp. Huoyan reflected that the line between NPC and the user was blurred, and in the end, only they could truly distinguish between them. He explained that since NPCs and users were indistinguishable, he could only see the opponent as the Demon King. He revealed that in the Maze City, he wasn't acting as Li Huoyan or as a user, but simply as Rodelius. He declared that they could have lived as one unified existence, but they were the ones who broke that harmony. Rodelius furiously shouted that he was created for the sole purpose of being the Demon King. He, filled with anguish, shouted that he never wanted to become the Demon King. He cried out in despair, saying that while they could choose their own paths, he and his kind had no such freedom. While rushing at him to attack him, he shouted that the crucial difference between them was freedom of choice. Huoyan was stabbed by the Demon King, but instead of resisting, he calmly asked if that act made him feel better and questioned what would truly change by killing him. Rodelius declared that even if nothing else changed, his hatred was at least made known to the world. Huoyan said that if the game were ruined, everything would just disappear. But Rodelius declared that he didn't care if the world was destroyed. Huoyan told him that he had a reason to wait for him. He gripped his weapon tightly and stepped forward with determination. Rodelius looked shocked and threatened to kill him if he came any closer. Huoyan gave him the choice, and he chose to make him his underling. He explained that because Rodelius' body served as his character sheet, it meant Rodelius was still alive. He revealed that Rodelius was both an NPC and a player, leaving him shocked and confused. He offered freedom in exchange for becoming his subordinate, promising he could fight, stab him, or do whatever he wanted. He promised to turn the labyrinth world into a kingdom where NPCs, monsters, and all beings could freely make their own choices. He extended his hand and asked if he would join him. Rodelius hesitated, admitting that many would try to kill him, including the Demon King. Huoyan reassured him, saying his memories would show that he always protects his subordinates. But Rodelius angrily accused him of lying, claiming he only planned to enslave him and force him to work forever. Huoyan smiled and told him not to worry, saying he didn't need to be a subordinate. Just being a companion was enough. Rodelius was shocked, asking why he would go so far. Huoyan replied that he only wanted to break free from his shackles. He declared that both players and NPCs deserved to have fun. He reflected that whether he was Rodelius or Wilhelm, all he ever wanted was to have fun with everyone. He admitted that it wasn't always good, as sometimes there were fights and even betrayal. He confessed that sometimes anger drove him to want to kill and vow revenge. He said that even the anger and struggles were fun because they proved that everyone was truly alive in that world. He revealed the names one by one of those who were alive in that place: Caesar, Lena, Shadria, the nanny, and Dorothy. He then revealed the names of those who were not present here, who were Sato, Rave, Elaine, and all those who have maintained that world, the countless players and NPCs. He expressed a deep desire to cherish and remember every valuable memory and experience from their world. He hoped Rodelius did not forget either. Rodelius admitted through tears that the truth was he really wanted to leave that place. He thanked Wilhelm Mayer and asked him to become his subordinate. The subordinate contract was processed between them. A curse that was inherited from a demon was released from his body, and finally, he became a normal person. Rodlius could not believe how he was free from his curse and wanted to know what was happening. He admitted that he could escape from that sickening labyrinth. Before he could say anything, Shadria separated his head while swinging her sword. Hoyen was shocked to see that scene. Rodlius' head collapsed on the ground. She mockingly asked him if he was so surprised. But the reality was that she avenged herself as a part of that world. She expressed her gratitude, taunting him since she killed his underling so he would not become the Demon King. Hoyen felt frustrated because their attempts to appear cool kept failing. He was forcibly logged out due to an external intervention. He panicked and suddenly pulled off his VR headset in shock. He saw Yulden and another unfamiliar person. The man introduced himself as the project development leader of the Labyrinth world and then presented the representative of the Labyrinth. Hoyen realized that there truly was a representative. He furiously shouted that the game was a mess and accused Korean game companies of only caring about endless microtransactions instead of fixing real problems. Yulden nervously urged him to calm down, reminding him they were in front of the CEO. But Hoyen shoved him aside, shouting in frustration and demanding to know what the problem was. Afterward, they suddenly dropped to their knees in front of him, leaving him shocked and confused. Yulden made a serious request, saying it was something only Wilhelm could do. Hoyen sighed and told them to start by giving him a proper explanation. CEO explained that the Demon King's power being passed to the next generation was actually a bug, a mistake made during development. Hoyen angrily pointed out that everything was messed up from the start, while he nervously admitted they tried their best to fix it. But the real-time evolving AI program had advanced beyond their control. They explained that even when developers were sent directly into the game to fix the bug, their attempts still failed. Hoyen realized that Yulden was one of the developers who went into the game. Yulden nervously admitted it and said they were threatened to stay silent if he revealed anything. Hoyen roughly got the gist of the situation and asked what the thing was that only he could do. They admitted that the developers determined that if the bug escalated any further, it would negatively impact all the users, so they decided to end the game. They clarified that they did not shut down the game's service itself. With the next update, monsters far too powerful for the current users to defeat invaded the game. They realized that the expected timing was 1 year after the Demon King was defeated. They requested his help to stop the invasion and keep the game alive before the Labyrinth world was destroyed. Hoyen looked shocked and said they had to be kidding him. He accused them of shutting the game down under the pretext of harming the users. He said they only claimed that because the game made a lot of money, and now that they could not control the bug, they were just tossing it away. The representative admitted that he could not deny it if Hoyen saw it that way. Hoyen questioned them for asking for his help after they had already decided to end the game and called it selfish. The representative admitted that after seeing his performance, they realized they were wrong. He begged Hoyen to revive the game, promised financial support, and offered anything he needed. Hoyen asked if they were not just trying to save their cash cow. Yulden panicked and called out to Hoyen. Hoyen sighed heavily, showing his hesitation about the request. He calmly asked what would happen if they rolled back the update patch. However, the representative explained that it was impossible to roll back the update, as the virtual reality system they had implemented made every patch irreversible. He admitted that rolling back the patch was impossible unless they shut down the entire game. Hoyen compared the situation to fate, suggesting that since the patch couldn't be undone, everything felt inevitable. The representative admitted that it was true because the problem was indeed like fate. Hoyen smirked, realizing the weight of the request. He summed it up in a single question. They were asking him to change fate itself. He finally agreed, but with a warning that if he was going to take on this task, the promised reward had to be prepared thoroughly. The representative asked if he had any ideas and admitted that no matter how strong his subordinates were, stopping the invasion would be extremely difficult. Hoyen confidently said that no matter how difficult the developers made the bosses, users always found a way to defeat them. He then firmly dismissed them, making it clear they should leave, as he and his group would be busy for the next year. The game notification announced that Wilhelm Mayer's countdown to the new boss raid had started, with 365 days remaining. A year later, the story shifted to a new setting, marking the beginning of the next phase in their journey. A fierce battle broke out as a powerful monster attacked the armored soldier. They attacked the city, and the people defended themselves while others watched the chaos unfold. They freely roamed the city, some mingling with people while others overpowered the guards. Suddenly, a muscular man clashed with a black-haired man who didn't seem fazed. He scolded him for not opening his eyes properly. The black-haired man turned his head slightly, and the towering warrior froze in terror, recognizing him with shock and fear. Terrified after recognizing him, he fled in panic. It was revealed that the black-haired man was Hoyan, who again appeared in the game. He relaxed and realized that the awaited day had finally arrived, marking exactly 1 year since the countdown began. Advanced planes suddenly appeared in the sky, leaving the townspeople stunned as they looked up in shock. Over the course of a year, a lot changed in the labyrinth world. After the final battle, the Demon King perished. Wilhelm assigned the role of Demon King to Caesar. All monsters within the labyrinth, influenced by the Demon King, became his underlings. Lena became the leader of the Assassin Guild, representing the evil faction. She gathered her subordinates. She, with a sinister smile, prepared to choose her next assassination target, and those wishing to join the evil faction followed her lead. Dorothy and Yumo were appointed as rulers of the Meyer Kingdom, representing the good faction and leading the people with authority. Shadria was a key leader of the good faction, commanding the Order of Knights. Now, she became the leader of the Order of Knights and granted blessings to the knights heading into battle. Thanks to her deeds, they even called her the Goddess of Battle. Those who wanted to learn martial arts turned to Bikbo Dajang. Sato represented martial artists, teaching them to hone their combat skills. He told his students that this place was only a foundation and urged them to spread their wings and soar on their own paths. On the other hand, Rave oversaw a significant part of the labyrinth world's economy. Those who preferred trade over battle in the game stood in line for Rave's advice. As expected from a master swindler, he was gifted in business. Wilhelm assigned the 6th strongest to manage the black market in place of the retired Mile Han Guest, as well as to collect overdue taxes. Lucas reminded Prost and Bramberg to pay their taxes or face death. They begged desperately for money and a bit of leniency. At the same time, Wilhelm gave his former subordinates a chance to atone for their sins. The labyrinth world allowed both users and NPCs to live and play however they wished. Even monsters could become knights, NPCs could thrive like players, and buffs could be given to increase strength. Hoyan explained that it was possible because everyone became his underlings. Users, NPCs, and even monsters lived freely as labyrinthians. It was described as living in another reality, drawing in countless users. He knew that if they asked why he went to such lengths, it was to make the game more fun. When a game was fun, users increased, which inevitably increased its followers. He understood that when users increased, his underlings increased, and his CP grew endlessly. Wilhelm collected a portion of the CP generated by the activities of most labyrinthians in the form of taxes. He praised Kaiser for taking first place again, acknowledging him as a commendable person. He also knew that whether the Demon King's army killed a mayor citizen or a mayor citizen killed the Demon King's army, since they were all his subordinates, their growth was converted into his CP. He wondered what he should do with all the power and resources he had gained. He decided to invest his CP to make his followers stronger, but admitted he had grown tired of merely strengthening his underlings. He invested his full CP, deciding to go beyond just subordinate gameplay, confident that he could overcome synchronization limits with his own stats, which maximized all of his abilities. Nevertheless, he approached where his subordinates stood together in the street. He greeted the Alliance soldiers, and they responded warmly, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Dorothy shyly greeted him. Shadria teasingly asked what he had been doing all this time and if he didn't miss her. Dorothy nervously tried to speak, but then she hit him by shouting in embarrassment that being called honey was still too much for her. She was overwhelmed by embarrassment while he gently hinted that she should express her feelings differently instead of hitting him. Anyway, Hoyan pointed out that they should be taking out the enemies above, as the real battle was just beginning. The new season of the Labyrinth world had arrived, now called the Labyrinth Universe. But his underlings did not like the name, calling it lame, which embarrassed him, and he shouted that he wasn't the one who came up with it. After a moment of reflection, Hoyan admitted that after a year away, he was eager and restless to fight again. He prepared himself with determination, eager to test just how strong he had become. He then unleashed a powerful, explosive strike. His immense strike smashed down with huge force, shaking the whole city. He smiled confidently as his powerful strike tore through the sky, burning a hole above. From it, mechanical enemies began to descend. They were surrounded by a blue aura, which showed they had entered the forbidden realm of subordinate gameplay. Hoyan accepted the challenge and got ready to fight with full determination. At last, he decided to become the most competent of them all and charged forward with his companions.